Chapter 561 Preparing to get engaged to Su Yue. Xiao Fan pondered, the people will not think too much, but Elder Lu and his friends will. The people just need to settle their grievances, and the high-level leaders have to consider the future of the country. Director Jiang, when do they want to meet? Xiao Fan asked. Zhang Wanchen said, Master Xiao, there is an airport here. If you have no objection, the second elder and others will fly over soon. The second elder and others know you are back and are waiting now. Xiao Fan said in surprise, the sun is about to set and they are coming at this time? It's already midnight here. Zhang Wanchen smiled and said, you will contact them in the middle of the night anyway, right? Xiao Fan thought for a while and nodded. Director Jiang, if the second elder and others have no objection, I agree. Zhang Wanchen quickly made a phone call. The second elder and others quickly went to the airport after receiving the news. They were ready to come. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, a passenger plane landed on Panglai Island. The second elder, the third elder and more than 10 people walked down from the plane. Lu Baichuan was among them. Their average age was over 70 years old. It was not good to run around like this before, but now it is not a big problem for them. They all practiced the Yanhuangju, and some even obtained the life spirit liquid, so it was no big deal to not sleep for 2 or 3 days. Grandpa. Second elder, third elder, Xiao Fan smiled and greeted Lu Baichuan and the others. The second elder said gently, Xiao, we old men think too much, don't mind, we just come to take a look. Xiao Fan smiled and said, second elder, thank you for your trust all the time. If it were me, I might have been unable to bear it a long time ago. The third elder smiled and said, we know that our strength is weak, and it may not be a good thing to know some things too early. We have to understand the current situation. Xiao Fan quickly greeted Lu Baichuan and the others in the building on Panglai Island. Second elder, you should have a good rest first. If there is no problem, we should contact today and arrange for you to meet, but I will have to hypnotize you afterwards. Some things cannot be leaked. Xiao Fan said. His relationship with Xiao Hai, as well as the use of mirrors to teleport, can be kept secret for as long as possible. If it is leaked, the consequences will be unpredictable. Lu Baichuan frowned and said, Xiao boy, do you still need hypnosis? Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, hypnosis is not to make you say anything, but to prevent others from hypnotizing you to reveal secrets. With my current strength, after I hypnotize you, even if the strong men of the United States hypnotize you, they will not be able to obtain the secrets. The second elder smiled and said, Old Lu, it's okay. This is also good for the country. We don't want the secrets to be leaked. The others nodded. That's fine. Since you, the second elder, have no objections, of course I won't have any. Lu Baichuan said. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Xiao Fan took Lu Baichuan and the others to the huge dock, where a cargo ship had already docked. Come out. Xiao Fan took out a huge mirror from the dimensional bag. There was a slot on the dock, and Xiao Fan inserted the mirror into the slot. Lu Baichuan and the others looked at Xiao Fan fiddling with these in confusion. Xiao, what are you doing with a mirror? A big man asked in confusion. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Sixth elder, don't worry. You will know soon. This mirror is very useful. Time passed by, and everyone stared at the mirror. The lights in the dock were bright. Suddenly, the mirror became blurry, and Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the mirror. Ah! Someone exclaimed. In many movies and TV shows, ghosts often appear in the mirror. Originally, there was a cargo ship and their figures in the mirror, but it suddenly turned into something else. The second elder and the others were all shocked. Xiao Hai in the mirror also showed a look of surprise. Xiao Fan and the others were standing at the front of a cargo ship. My dear grandson, this is Xiao Hai asked doubtfully. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, the news of the Shenlong Empire's massacre has spread here, and some of the second elders are a little worried. They want to see you. Grandpa, are you going to change your clothes? Xiao Hai nodded, and his figure disappeared from the mirror. Xiao Fan's eyes swept over the second elders and the others. Grandpa, second elder, he is my grandfather Xiao Hai, who came to the other world 12 years ago. The sixth elder said in shock, Xiao Xiao, is the general you contacted your grandfather? Xiao Hai changed his clothes very quickly, and his figure appeared again. Lu Baichuan and the others' eyes widened. Xiao Hai was actually wearing a golden dragon robe and a crown on his head. This dress didn't look like a general's uniform at all. Second elder, let me introduce him solemnly again. He is my grandfather Xiao Hai, and he is also the emperor of the Shunlong Empire now. Xiao Fan said seriously. The second elders and the others felt their heads buzzing. They never expected that the emperor of the Dragon Empire was actually Xiao Fan's grandfather. Isn't Xiao Fan an orphan? In the mirror, Xiao Hai smiled and said, everyone, I am indeed the emperor of the Dragon Empire. Although I am in another world, the blood of Yanhuang still flows in my body. The second elder hurriedly bowed. Xiao. Your Majesty, we are rude. We really didn't expect this. Xiao Hai smiled and said, it's okay, the situation is much better now. Now even if the news spreads, it's not a big problem. The second elder and the others nodded. They knew that if the news was exposed early, Xiao Fan would be in danger, and the Dragon Empire on Xiao Hai's side might also be unstable. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, we all know the story of the farmer and the snake. The second elder and the others are a little worried about this. Xiao Hai nodded. Normal. The second elder and the others have such concerns for the sake of the country. The second elder smiled and said, Your Majesty Xiao, I hope you can understand. Xiao Hai swept his eyes over and said, everyone, I won't be in office for much longer. Xiao Fan will come to another world to inherit the throne. Ah! Everyone was shocked again. Especially Lu Baichuan. He felt numb all over. Xiao Fan inherited the throne, so will Su Yue be the queen in the future? Will he also become a royal relative by then? Grandpa, let me introduce you, this is Wei Wei's grandfather. Xiao Fan came to Lu Baichuan and said, Hello, brother Xiao. Lu Baichuan spoke first. He didn't know Xiao Hai's age, but Xiao Hai was the emperor, and his status and position were there. Brother Lu, didn't Xiao Fan, the stinky boy, bully Yue? If he bullied Yue, you, as an elder, would teach him a lesson. Xiao Hai said with a smile. No, Lu Baichuan said hurriedly. Xiao Hai smiled and said, Brother Lu, I plan to wait for Xiao Fan to ascend the throne, and then let him marry Yue to become the queen of the Dragon Empire. There will be a grand wedding here then. Maybe I have to trouble you, Brother Lu, to come to the other world. If you want to stay in the other world for a long time, there is no problem. Lu Baichuan smiled and said, I have wanted to go to the other world for a long time. As for Yue's marriage, we will listen to your arrangements, Brother Xiao. Before that, should we arrange an engagement for them? Xiao Hai laughed and said, That's possible. But we have to wait 2 months. Yue is practicing here now. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Xiao. Lu Baichuan said readily. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 562, the exclamation of the big guys. The second elders and the others looked at Lu Baichuan with envy. Lu Baichuan was happy. When his granddaughter became the queen directly, he would become a royal relative. How could he be treated badly when he arrived in the Shunlong Empire? In terms of status, the second elders and the others were also in a high position, but when he arrived in the Shunlong Empire, Lu Baichuan's cultivation would also be improved. It is very likely that he will live for 200 or 300 years in the future. Grandpa, I will activate the spirit cave and start to teleport you to the freighter. Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai nodded, and Xiao Fan quickly activated the spirit cave. The freighter he was on was close to the mirror. Xiao Fan took the second elders and the others away from the freighter, and the freighter kept disappearing meter by meter. The second elders and the others were surprised. It turned out that items were teleported through the mirror. Soon 3 freighters were teleported over. The world had changed a little. The number of spirit caves in the East China Sea increased, and Xiao Hai still had some spare power. My dear grandson, Grandpa still has some spare power. What do you want? Xiao Hai asked. Xiao Fan coughed lightly. The second elders and the others were here. Xiao Hai called Xiao Fan before, and now he called him my dear grandson. Grandpa, please give me a hypnotic ability. Xiao Fan said. With his current strength, he doesn't need the hypnotic ability, but with the hypnotic ability, this aspect will be stronger. Xiao Fan didn't want the spatial ability bead at this moment. With his current strength, the spatial ability bead he wants is of a high level, and Xiao Hai can't give him a very strong spatial ability bead now. Okay. Xiao Hai made a move, and soon a dazzling light shot over. The light sank into Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan quickly digested and absorbed it. With his current strength, digesting this hypnotic ability is easy. Xiao Hai looked at the second elders and others. Second elder, everyone, you can ask Xiao Fan about some things about the Shunlong Empire, future policies, etc. He will be the emperor of the Shunlong Empire in the future. He will definitely ascend the throne in 2 or 3 months at the fastest and half a year at the slowest. Xiao Hai smiled. The second elders nodded, and they were no longer panicked. They might still be a little worried about Xiao Hai becoming the emperor, but they still knew Xiao Fan very well, and Xiao Fan had contributed a lot to the country. Even if he becomes the emperor in the future, he will have to consider the Dragon Empire, but he will not harm China. They are confident about this. Grandpa, what's the situation over there? Can the situation over there be stable? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai smiled and said, originally, there was a high possibility of problems. Changjing City and Yujing City were massacred, but the current situation over there is still good. Changjing City and Yujing City were massacred, and it was much more difficult for the four-nation coalition to recruit vassal troops. The original recruits were all uncooperative. Grandpa, if these 3 freighters are also renovated, then the Dragon Empire will have 12 top-notch warships. Xiao Fan smiled. The Vulture Empire has only 13 top-notch warships in total. Some are still under repair. As long as the 6 freighters sent over later are renovated, the Dragon Empire will not be afraid of the Vulture Empire in terms of top-notch warships. Yeah. Xiao Hai nodded with a smile. My dear grandson, what's the situation over there now? Xiao Fan talked about the things in Hawaii, and then talked about his cultivation in the middle stage of the Grand Master. Xiao Hai pondered and said, my dear grandson, next time you contact me in Leishan County, Grandpa will give you a stronger spatial ability bead. As Xiao Fan's cultivation level increases, his body will be able to absorb stronger spatial ability beads, and his spatial ability will reach the level of Martial King. Grandpa, don't you send the freighter first? Xiao Hai shook his head. Top-notch warships need top-notch formation masters. They are too busy, and it's useless to send too many in a short time. Xiao Fan nodded. After chatting for a while, Xiao Hai disappeared. Lu Baichuan and the others looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Little Grandmaster Xiao, you are now the crown prince of the Shunlong Empire. One of the big guys said. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, I guess so. The second elder smiled and said, no wonder the first elder is so relieved. He doesn't worry about the threat posed by your strength at all. Your family already has a throne to inherit. The other big guys laughed. They knew some online slang. Some people teased others that their family had a throne to inherit, but they didn't expect that Xiao Fan's was true. Grandmaster Xiao, you will inherit the throne in a few months? The fifth elder said. Everyone realized this problem. When Xiao Fan becomes the emperor, he will have to go to another world. Will the pressure from the United States on China increase greatly? Xiao Fan smiled and said, it should be. You don't have to worry too much. I can send strong men to China. Those alien beasts that have been teleported here will also obey orders. And in the future, China can let some people go to the other world. When their strength is improved, they can also serve the country. The second elder and the others nodded. The second elder smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, if you need help from China in the future, just ask and we will try our best to help. The other elders called Xiao Grandmaster again, not Xiao Xiao, but the second elder did not change. His status was much higher. That's right. Everyone nodded. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Second elder, whether it is my grandfather or me who is the emperor, the Xunlong Empire is also a staunch ally of China. Second elder, I have to hypnotize you. The second elder nodded. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to complete the hypnosis. The second elder and the others remembered clearly what had just happened, but they would not tell anyone. Even if there were powerful people hypnotizing them, it would be useless. There is no one more powerful than Xiao Fan on Earth now. The second elder and his friends were all busy people, so they left overnight. Xiao Fan also left Penglai Island. He went to the depths of the Pacific Ocean again and headed for another world. What happened in Hawaii was none of his business. Even if they killed many people, it was the United States' own business. Morally blackmailing him and asking him to take risks? Dream on. The second elder and his friends would never ask Xiao Fan to take risks. Xiao Fan was the crown prince of the Dragon Empire, and his family had a throne to inherit. If Xiao Fan got into trouble in Hawaii, no one could take the responsibility. It's more comfortable to practice here. Xiao Fan went to the cave on the island where he had practiced before. If he practiced here for another 6 days, he would definitely reach the late stage of the Great Martial Sect. After breaking through to the middle stage of the Great Martial Sect last time, he practiced for 3 days. Xiao Fan estimated that he could break through within 4 or 5 days. 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Xiao Fan's body. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Great Martial Sect, but in terms of spatial ability, he was still at the Great Martial Sect perfection, and this aspect had not been improved. His overall combat power was still only at the perfection of the Martial King. However, Xiao Fan's ability to continue fighting has improved a lot compared to before. Roar Xiao Fan heard the roar of the monster at this time. His face changed. He had set up a formation in the cave, but the formation was simple. The aura had just broken through and the formation could not cover up the aura. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 563, 8-legged tyrannical monster. Oh my god, are there new monsters coming so soon? Xiao Fan thought to himself. It turned out that this sea area was the territory of the deep-sea devil shark that crossed over. Even if it left, there would be no new monsters coming in a short time. Unless the new monster is stronger than the original one. Roar! A huge octopus monster roared and rushed towards the island where Xiao Fan was. There was no use hiding. Xiao Fan went outside the cave. He saw the monster. It's so big, its cultivation must have reached the late martial arts stage. Xiao Fan muttered. The distance was 2 or 3 kilometers, and he couldn't judge it very accurately, but the size of the octopus monster was much larger than the deep-sea devil shark. Teleport. Xiao Fan teleported 20 kilometers away at once. Although he was a little shocked, he was not particularly scared. As a space ability user, he was best at not attacking and defending, but running for his life. Roar! The octopus monster immediately changed direction. Xiao Fan teleported 20 kilometers away, but it could still sense Xiao Fan's breath. This guy's breath sensing ability was very abnormal. See how far you can sense. Xiao Fan teleported several times in a row. In a short time, he was 100 kilometers away. The octopus monster finally lost its sense of Xiao Fan. It shouldn't be chasing us. Xiao Fan waited for a while and didn't find the octopus monster. It's only 100 kilometers. If the octopus monster chased us, it would definitely catch up within 2 minutes at its speed. Teleporting consumes too much energy. Xiao Fan flew away for more than 200 kilometers. He was more than 300 kilometers away from the octopus monster. The probability of the octopus monster finding us at such a distance was greatly reduced. How did I run into the 8-legged Tyrannosaurus? That guy won't be guarding over there? Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. At the same level, the strength of the 8-legged Tyrannosaurus is not inferior to the deep-sea devil shark. Their large size can reach 500 or 600 meters. This 8-legged Tyrannosaurus is more than 100 meters in size. Practice first to consolidate your cultivation. Xiao Fan landed on a small island. The environment of this island is much worse than the original one, and the area is only a little bit. But practicing on this island is much better than practicing on the boat. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Xiao Fan had already consolidated his cultivation. May God bless that eight-legged tyrant monster to leave. Xiao Fan thought to himself. His current strength is barely at the early stage of the martial emperor, and he is no match for the eight-legged tyrant monster who was at least in the late stage of the martial emperor. I'll make some noise here. Lure the eight-legged tyrant monster, and then I'll teleport back? Xiao Fan thought to himself. But this also has risks. Maybe instead of luring the eight-eyed tyrant monster, other powerful monsters will be attracted. No one can tell what kind of monsters are hidden in the deep sea. Wait for another half a day. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He expected to come here for 6 days, and now only 5 days have passed. Waiting for another half a day, the probability of the eight-legged tyrant monster leaving is higher. Even if it doesn't leave, he still has half a day to think of other ways. Soon another half a day passed. Xiao Fan restrained his breath and moved forward in stealth. When he approached 20 kilometers, Xiao Fan became more vigilant. If there was anything wrong, he would teleport away immediately. Ha! Xiao Fan didn't find the target until he reached the island, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Run! Xiao Fan quickly went to the bottom of the sea, and soon he entered the space crack. Damn! The number of small cracks in the space crack increased significantly. There were only a dozen at first, but now there are dozens. Even though Xiao Fan is a space ability user, he is in great danger in this situation, because the space cracks are constantly moving. Ha! Halfway through, Xiao Fan's face changed. He saw a huge tentacle. This tentacle undoubtedly belonged to the eight-legged Tyrannosaurus. It should have discovered the spirit cave deep in the seabed and entered it. Because of its strong strength, it disrupted the space channel. This tentacle must have been cut off by the space crack. The eight-legged tyrant king demon must have become much smaller when it passed through, but after this tentacle was cut off, it returned to its original size. Damn it! This passage will not be useful in the future. Xiao Fan cursed in his heart. He carefully passed the area blocked by the tentacles. In the space crack, he did not dare to put this thing into the dimension bag. There were more small space cracks in the second half. Xiao Fan was very alert and it took him half an hour to pass through. When he successfully returned to the Earth, Xiao Fan's mental power was mostly consumed. Fortunately, his mental power increased a lot due to his cultivation, otherwise he might not come here, and his mental power would be completely consumed. The eight-legged tyrant king demon is really coming. Xiao Fan frowned. The formation he arranged here was destroyed. Fortunately, the eight-legged tyrant king demon did not ambush here, otherwise he would come here and be attacked by the other party, and the probability of his death would be high. Ding! After leaving 200 kilometers, Xiao Fan went to the surface and called Jiang Wanchen. Director Jiang, is there anything unusual? Xiao Fan asked. Jiang Wanchen smiled and said, it's the same as always. I didn't find anything unusual. Oh, by the way, your snow sculpture has broken through. It broke through in Leishan County. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. It would be great if the spirit cave in Leishan County grew a lot. Director Jiang, there is a problem. There is an eight-legged tyrant monster that is at least in the late Wu dynasty. It is more than 100 meters in size and much stronger than that deep-sea devil shark. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Jiang Wanchen's face changed on the other end of the phone. The deep-sea devil shark couldn't handle it, and there was a stronger monster. What if this monster came to China? Master Xiao, even if you remind us, it seems that we can't do anything. Jiang Wanchen smiled bitterly. Director Jiang, you can pay close attention to the situation in various places and see which direction the monster is heading. It will definitely attack. Xiao Fan said. The monsters that have just crossed over will have a violent temper, not to mention that the eight-legged tyrant monster has lost one of its tentacles. The eight-legged tyrannical monster has a strong recovery ability. Its tentacles can recover, but it takes a long time to recover. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan called Zhang Lin again. Zhang Lin was in Leishan County. Boss. Zhang Lin's respectful voice came over. Zhang Lin, lightning has broken through. Has the spirit cave improved? Xiao Fan asked. Zhang Lin said, Boss, it has improved, but the improvement is not obvious, not even 1/10 of the expected improvement. Xiao Fan's face was calm. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that the spirit cave in China will improve more slowly, and he or Su Yue will need to break through the cultivation here. The advantage is that the spirit caves in other countries will also improve slowly. It will be difficult for them to transmit various weapons to the other world, let alone large warships, cargo ships, etc. Zhang Lin, has lightning set off? Xiao Fan asked. Boss, lightning has set off half an hour ago. Yeah. He did not fly to China himself, but waited for lightning to come. Now his mental power has been consumed a lot, and he has to practice to recover. A few hours later, lightning came and took Xiao Fan back quickly. Ding ding. Jiang Wanchen called. Xiao Fan, in the eastern waters of Dongyang country, 700 to 800 kilometers away, a cargo ship was attacked 5 minutes ago. The one who attacked this cargo ship should be the 8-legged tyrant king monster. Jiang Wanchen said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan said, Director Jiang, what is the probability that it will go to our China? Jiang Wanchen said, we just analyzed it, and the probability of it going to Dongyang country, the Philippines, and our China is about 30%. The other 10% is going to other directions. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 564 Dongyang State Solution Dongyang country. We must not let this monster come to our Dongyang country. We must do everything we can to lead it to the coast of China, said Oda Fengchuan, a senior official of Dongyang country. They also received news that the 8-legged tyrant monster attacked the freighter. In recent months, there have been quite a few freighters attacked by monsters around the world, but many of them were just ordinary monsters. This time the monster is different. The 8-legged tyrant monster is over 100 meters tall, and each of its tentacles is dozens of meters long, which looks very scary. How do we lead it? Another person frowned. Oda Fengchuan's eyes flashed. Let our anti-submarine helicopter drop depth charges in the direction of China. The sound of the depth charge exploding on the seabed may attract it. Everyone's eyes lit up. This may be a good idea. Oda Fengchuan said, use an anti-submarine helicopter every few dozen kilometers, and after dropping the bomb, the anti-submarine helicopter will leave immediately. This is a good idea. Maybe it's really feasible. Everyone talked about it, and soon they made arrangements. An hour later, the 8-legged tyrant monster was only 200 or 300 kilometers away from Dongyang State, and the anti-submarine helicopter was 60 kilometers away from it. Drop! A depth charge on the helicopter was quickly thrown down. Boom! The depth charge fell into the water and soon exploded in the water. 60 kilometers away, the 8-legged tyrant monster felt it, and it surfaced and headed to the depth charge explosion area at the fastest speed. Success! Dongyang State's radar soon discovered that the 8-legged tyrant monster changed direction. Retreat, retreat quickly. Our mission is accomplished. The helicopter that dropped the depth charge quickly evacuated. Several Dongyang soldiers on the helicopter were delighted. In just 1 minute, the 8-legged tyrant monster reached the depth charge explosion area, and the helicopter was only about 5 kilometers away at this time. Boom! Dozens of kilometers away, another depth charge exploded. The 8-legged tyrant monster rushed to the second explosion point. After advancing more than 10 kilometers, the 8-legged tyrant monster sank into the water, and it performed the escape technique, and its figure disappeared from the radar. Well done! This monster was likely to come to our Dongyang country, but now it is heading to China. Let it go to China to kill. See how Xiao Fan responds at that time. It would be best if he is killed by the monster. When the news came back, the high-level people in Dongyang country were delighted. The monster rushed 10 kilometers and sank into the water. In their opinion, the monster was likely to go to the second explosion point. They underestimated the intelligence of the eight-legged overlord monster. This thing rushed out 10 kilometers just to lure the people on the helicopter. After it became invisible, it quietly turned back and tracked the first helicopter. Ding, ding. Before Xiao Fan returned to China, Jiang Wanqian called. Xiao Fan patted the lightning snow sculpture, and it immediately slowed down. Director Jiang, is there a situation? Xiao Fan asked. Jiang Wanqian said anxiously, the latest result is that there is a more than 50% chance that the monster will go to Dongyang country. As a result, Dongyang country used anti-submarine helicopters to drop depth charges. The monster was attracted and now it is coming to our side. Xiao Fan's face changed. He knew very well how terrifying the eight-legged tyrannical monster was. If it reached the coast of China, it would be a huge disaster for China. Its body was over 100 meters long, and its tentacles were dozens of meters long. If its huge tentacles were pulled over, a building would be collapsed by it. On the East China Sea coast, some cities such as the Magic City are very prosperous. Director Jiang, I need about 2 hours to return. And even if I return, I am no match for it now. Xiao Fan said with a solemn expression. He is currently just barely at the early stage of the Divine Emperor. When the Spirit Cave in Leishan County is opened and he gets the Space Ability Bead, his strength will be improved. This takes time. In addition, even if he improves, Xiao Fan estimates that he will barely be at the middle stage of the Divine Emperor by then, which is still a long way from the eight-legged Tyrant King monster. The eight-legged Tyrant King monster is at least in the late stage of the Divine Queen. Master Xiao, if you use a lot of bombs, do you have a chance to kill it? Jiang Wanqian asked. Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, it should be possible, but it has to be blown up. The volume of his dimensional bag is now 8,000 to 9,000 cubic meters. Loaded with 8,000 to 9,000 tons of high explosives, the explosion power is great. Director Jiang, can we launch missiles and use the power of the missile explosion to lead the eight-eyed Tyrant King monster to other directions? Xiao Fan said. Jiang Wanqian said, the military will definitely take action, but it may not be effective. Those grandsons of Dongyang are too hateful. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan hypnotized the lightning snow sculpture to go faster. The lightning snow sculpture emitted white light. Its speed has increased a lot. After flying like this once, it will be weak for a while, but it can buy some time. Damn Dongyang country, the monster is obviously going to your side, but you actually used depth charges to lure it to our China. What a stupid thing, can't you lure it to the Pacific Ocean? Dongyang country should not exist. The Chinese government directly exposed Dongyang country's actions. Suddenly, countless netizens on the internet were extremely angry. If such a terrible monster came to China, the consequences would be very serious. We are just conducting routine anti-submarine training, don't think too much. The monster wants to go to your China, can we blame it? That's right, the explosion site is dozens of kilometers away from the monster. If the monster goes to your China, it's your bad luck. Chinese netizens were very angry, and Dongyang netizens were very happy. When the news came back, many of them were excited. Such a strong monster might be able to kill Xiao Fan. Even if it can't kill Xiao Fan, it can still cause great damage in China. Xiao Fan got his retribution for not helping us in the United States. We lost many people, and this monster is even stronger. If it goes to China, I'll see how many people will die in China. There are more than 20 million people in the magic city of China, ha ha ha. When the news reached the United States, many netizens in the United States were also excited. In the eyes of many people in Dongyang, the United States and other countries, this monster would better kill Xiao Fan and Su Yue, and would better deal a heavy blow to China. Quick, quick! Everyone hurry up! On the east coast of China, the military quickly launched an operation. Air defense alarms sounded in many cities. When the monster attacked, it was best to hide in underground bunkers, so that the losses would be reduced a lot. Cities such as the Magic City were facing a great enemy. This situation was spread to the internet, and many foreigners were excited. Since the monster crisis, many countries have been attacked, especially the larger countries, almost all of which have been attacked. But there has been almost no such situation in China. Especially along the coast of China, the monsters that crossed over did not approach at all. Now that they could see China in trouble, many countries were happy. In Donyang, some people even set off fireworks. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 565, horrible casualties caused by monsters. I'm so angry. I just saw on the internet that many people in Donyang country set off fireworks to celebrate. These grandsons should go to hell. They have long wanted our China to suffer huge losses. We are probably in real danger this time. That monster is too strong. I guess Master Xiao is not its opponent. Countless people in China are worried. More and more people are celebrating in Donyang country. Some set off fireworks, and some drink to celebrate. Many places have discounts on drinks. Human joys and sorrows are not the same. On the lightning snow sculpture, Xiao Fan frowned. This matter has something to do with him. If he hadn't gone to another world, perhaps this eight-legged tyrant monster would not have come to Earth. Of course, it's just a maybe. The eight-legged tyrant monster has a high chance of finding a spirit cave when it reaches the sea over there. Director Jiang, how is it? Xiao Fan called to ask after more than half an hour. Jiang Wanchen said, the monster is now moving forward in seclusion, and its trace cannot be found. It may be not far from our Chinese coast. Many of our troops are ready to attack. As long as the monster appears, our rocket launchers, hypersonic missiles, etc. will attack it. I hope it will be effective. Xiao Fan frowned secretly. He was not very optimistic. Hypersonic weapons are fast and powerful, but the eight-legged Tyrannosaurus has strong induction and very fast reaction speed. Hypersonic missiles may kill the deep-sea devil shark, but they may not be enough to deal with the eight-legged Tyrannosaurus. Director Jiang, I still have more than half an hour to get to the Magic City. Get the high explosives ready. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Jiang Wanchen hurriedly said, Master Xiao, should I take the risk? If something happens to you, it will be a huge loss for our entire China. I received a call from the Great Elder, and the Great Elder won't let you take the risk. Xiao Fan said, Director Jiang, you guys prepare the high explosives first, I'll see if there is a good opportunity then. You use missiles to attack, but I'm not optimistic about this. The sensing distance of that eight-legged Tyrannosaurus is dozens of kilometers. It takes a few seconds for a hypersonic missile to fly over dozens of kilometers. The intelligence of a Martial Emperor-level monster is not low. Don't look at its big size. In a few seconds, it can completely shrink and hide in a building, or hide in a subway station or other places. Director Jiang took a deep breath and said, Master Xiao, we will be ready, but I hope you don't have to take action then. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan's eyes were full of anxiety. 5 minutes passed. On the Donyang side, the first helicopter approached the coast. They completed their mission and prepared to land at a base on the seashore. Splash! At this moment, a louder sound rang out in the sea. The huge figure of the eight-legged Tyrannosaurus emerged from the water. Damn it! How could this happen? It followed us. Everyone on the helicopter soon saw the eight-legged tyrant monster. The eight-legged tyrant monster showed a mocking look in its eyes. Do you think it is big and stupid because of its size? You still want to lure it away with an explosion, can't it just follow the helicopter? Boom! The eight-legged tyrant monster accelerated and easily caught up with the helicopter. One of its tentacles blew up the helicopter in mid-air. The monster is coming. Attack, attack quickly. Many Donyang soldiers in the base began to attack in panic, but machine gun bullets and rockets were just tickles for the huge eight-legged tyrant monster. Boom! Boom! The eight-legged tyrant monster quickly arrived at the base. The planes and warships parked in the base were constantly blown up by the eight-legged tyrant monster. Its 7 tentacles were waving with amazing efficiency. Ding ding! Xiao Fan received another call from Jiang Wanchen. Has it landed? What's the damage? Xiao Fan said nervously. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wanchen said with a strange expression, "Master Xiao, don't worry, that monster chased the helicopter to Dongyang country. It is now showing its power at a military base in Dongyang country. There are cities nearby. It is estimated that it will not come to our China for the time being." Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Don't die if you don't commit suicide. Since the eight-legged overlord monster has arrived in Dongyang country, it will definitely not leave in a short time. This is really good news. Xiao Fan laughed. Jiang Wanchen laughed and said, "Who said it wasn't? Master Xiao, will there be powerful monsters coming to that SSS-level spirit cave?" Xiao Fan said, "I can't say that there will be no powerful monsters coming, but the probability is greatly reduced. There are many space cracks in the space channel over there now. The space cracks should gradually decrease, but this takes time." That's good. More than half an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the Magic City. Master Xiao, the eight-legged tyrant king monster has arrived in a big city in Dongyang country, and now the number of deaths there has exceeded 10,000. Dongyang country urgently requested help. Jiang Wanchen said. Xiao Fan's eyes widened. How dare they ask us for help? Tell them to let them die. Jiang Wanchen smiled. The reply from our Foreign Affairs Department is that the evils sent by heaven can be forgiven, but the evils brought by oneself cannot be forgiven. Xiao Fan sneered. Dongyang country has committed so many crimes in our country, this is the punishment they deserve. Director Jiang, are the high explosives ready? I'll put them away first. If the monster comes to our side, I don't need to delay any more time. Jiang Wanchen nodded. Not long after, Xiao Fan put thousands of tons of explosives into the dimensional bag, and then he went to Leishan County. He and Xiao Hai agreed to stay for 7 days. He stayed in the other world for 5.5 days. Including the time on the way back and forth, Xiao Hai will contact tomorrow. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. The death toll in Dongyang country has reached an astonishing 300,000. The casualties caused by the eight-eyed tyrant king demon were much greater than those of the deep-sea devil shark. It lost a tentacle when it teleported here. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The mirror next to Xiao Fan sounded, and Xiao Hai's figure appeared. Su Yue was also next to Xiao Hai. Brother Fan. Su Yue shouted happily. Xiao Fan said with a smile, Wei, what is your current cultivation level? Brother Fan, I'm at the peak of the great martial sect. Su Yue said. Xiao Hai said, my dear grandson, you should also be at the late stage of the great martial sect, right? Grandpa will pass on a space ability bead to you. Xiao Fan quickly opened the spiritual cave channel. A space ability bead that was not much smaller than a fist was passed over. Xiao Fan rubbed his head. The energy contained in this space ability bead was very strong, and he felt his head swollen. This feeling has not been there for a long time. Grandpa, an eight-legged tyrant king demon has come to Earth. The cultivation level is at the late stage of the martial sect, or the peak of the martial emperor. Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai and Su Yue's faces changed. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, originally, he had a 40% chance of coming to our China, but Dongyang was too smart and lured him to Dongyang. Hundreds of thousands of them have died. Xiao Hai and Su Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Hai said unhappily, stinky boy, don't breathe heavily when you speak next time. Say it all at once, and you've made me worry for nothing. By the way, you are not allowed to go over to help, or I'll break my legs. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 566, new demon luring plan. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. Grandpa, how free do I have? Should I go to Dongyang Kingdom to help? Send them 2 mushroom bombs? Xiao Hai said, don't let them kidnap you morally. Xiao Fan curled his lips. It's not that easy to kidnap him morally. In the other world, the idea of massacre in the Blood Sakura Empire was his. Dongyang Kingdom and China have a deep hatred. If he goes to help, he will help the eight-legged overlord monster. Why help Dongyang Kingdom? My dear grandson, the eight-legged overlord monster's territorial awareness is not as strong as the deep-sea devil shark. You have to pay attention to when it runs to China. Xiao Hai warned. Xiao Fan nodded. The eight-legged overlord monster's territorial awareness is indeed much weaker. They like to go to other powerful monster territories and hunt powerful monsters. Otherwise, there would be no such title as overlord. Brother Fan, you must be careful. Through the mirror, Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with some worry. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have space abilities, the strongest of which is the ability to escape. I'll be fine. Grandpa, there are already a lot of things piled up in the warehouse. I'll go to the warehouse and send those things to you." Xiao Hai nodded. An hour later, a large number of things in the warehouse were teleported away, and the figures of Xiao Hai and Su Yue disappeared. So bloated. Xiao Fan rubbed his temples. He returned to the master bedroom to practice. If the eight-legged tyrant monster had not appeared, the space channel would have been fine, and it would have been the best choice for him to practice in another world. It's not convenient to go to another world now. Oh my god, why hasn't Xiao Fan come to help yet? What is the government for? If they don't let Xiao Fan come to help, the eight-legged tyrant monster will kill more of us. Our casualties are close to 500,000. There was a whale on the Dongyang Kingdom network. The eight-legged tyrant monster at the level of the Martial Emperor is much more destructive than the monsters that Xiao Fan had killed before, and is much stronger than the deep-sea devil shark. With a body of hundreds of meters long and 7 huge tentacles waving, it can easily destroy buildings. Ordinary houses are even more so. It passes quickly and a large number of houses will be crushed by it. It's retribution. They wanted to lure the eight-legged tyrant monster to our China, but they lured the eight-legged tyrant monster to our country. So many people in Dongyang country set off fireworks to celebrate before. They still have the nerve to ask Master Xiao for help. Why would Master Xiao risk his life to help them? It's ridiculous. Unlike Dongyang country, China is very grateful. It turns out that the monster is likely to come. Many people in China are extremely panicked. They didn't expect that Dongyang country wanted to harm others but ended up harming themselves. The eight-legged tyrant monster has arrived in Dongyang country and will not leave for a while. Compared with Dongyang country, the losses in Hawaii are much smaller. There are also tens of thousands of deaths there, but compared with Dongyang country, it is indeed less. It hasn't been long since Dongyang country has lost hundreds of thousands of people. Think about the war started by Dongyang country, they deserve it. Many people on the foreign network also talked about it. Dongyang not only brought disaster to China, but also to some other countries. They hated it. Gentlemen, what should we do? We have communicated with China many times, but China insisted on opposing it. They will not let Xiao Fan come to help us. Oda Fengchuan frowned. The rest of the people were silent. Without the initial trick, they might have been able to invite Xiao Fan to help. But before, they wanted to lead the monster to China. The comments on the internet and among the people were also bloating. Now that the disaster has come to them, why should others come to help? Speak, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Oda Fengchuan said with a gloomy face. He was in a very bad mood. Originally, he thought it was a good idea, but now hundreds of thousands of people have died, and it is not known how many more people will die later. How about we use fighter jets to attack it, and then the fighter jets fly to China? Someone from the military suggested. Oda Fengchuan frowned and said, its speed is faster than fighter jets. Oda-kun, the monster has a strong sensing ability. We can attack it with missiles from dozens or hundreds of kilometers away, so there is a certain safety distance. Our pilots may die, but it is possible to lead the monster away. The military leader continued. Oda Fengchuan nodded slightly. Is there any other good way? Everyone was silent. They have thought of many other ways. Since there is no other good idea, let's use this. If China doesn't want to help, don't blame us for being rude. Oda Fengchuan said coldly. The military quickly arranged it. To do this job, you need a death squad, and Dongyang country has no shortage of them. Everyone, pay attention. 3, 2, 1, missiles fired. At a distance of dozens of kilometers, 5 fighters fired 5 missiles, which rushed towards the 8-legged tyrant monster at a very fast speed. The 8-legged tyrant monster's huge eyes showed a mocking look. A powerful barrier appeared around it. Boom! Boom! 5 missiles exploded one after another, but they did not hurt the 8-legged tyrant monster at all, and this further angered it. Boom! Boom! The 8-legged tyrant monster did not chase the fighters. It waved its huge tentacles, and large areas of the city were destroyed. Continue. Another round of missile attacks. However, it was still useless. The 8-legged tyrant monster has a high IQ. If the enemy does not like it to kill, it will kill more, which will make the enemy more uncomfortable. There is no need to chase the fighters with great effort. Gentlemen, the operation has failed. We fired 2 rounds of missiles, but the monster ignored us, and it became even angrier and attacked more frantically. I'm afraid it won't be long before our casualties exceed 1 million. A big man from the Dongyang military said gloomily. Everyone looked ashen. The loss was too great. With so many casualties, the economic loss could not be small. The economy of their Dongyang country was not good at all, and if it continued like this, their economy might be completely destroyed. What does the United States say? Oda Toyokawa said in a deep voice. Another person smiled bitterly and said, the United States can't help. The deep-sea devil sharks in Hawaii are much weaker. There is still no solution now. Oda Toyokawa said dejectedly, stop all attacks and don't provoke this monster. We can only hope that it will leave. An animal expert present said, after stopping the attack, maybe we can prepare more food for it. For top predators, this is a kind of surrender. It sees our attitude and may stop hunting. Oda Toyokawa said in a deep voice, let's do it. If they did this at the beginning and compromised with the monster, they would be scolded to death. Now they have no other choice. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 567, $50 billion. It was the next morning. After several hours of practice, Xiao Fan's head was not so swollen, and he had digested a lot of the space ability beads. But it would take a few days to completely digest this space ability bead. Space shield. Xiao Fan released the space shield around him. He carefully sensed it and found that the defense of the space shield was increased by 1/3. Space/teleportation, etc. would definitely be improved. His combat power was just barely at the early stage of the Martial Emperor, but now he is at the early stage of the Martial Emperor with spatial ability, and his strength is definitely at the early stage of the Martial Emperor. After the space ability beads are digested, the space ability can be further enhanced, and the combat power may be close to the middle stage of the Martial Emperor. Such combat power is still not the opponent of the 8-legged tyrant monster, but it is not so easy for the 8-legged tyrant monster to kill him. Using a large number of bombs, it is possible to kill the 8-legged tyrant monster. Ding! Su Yue was not there, and Xiao Fan just heated up some breakfast. Before he finished eating, Jiang Wanchen called. Master Xiao, don't disturb your rest? Jiang Wanchen said. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, I got up and am having breakfast. Director Jiang, you called me so early in the morning. What news do you have? Since it was not a late-night call, it should not be urgent. Jiang Wanchen said, Dongyang tried to use fighter jets to launch missiles last night to lure the 8-legged tyrant monster to chase and kill us. The 8-legged tyrant monster did not chase us, but instead killed people wantonly. As of now, the death toll in Dongyang has reached 1 million. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows and said, they deserve it. Jiang Wanchen said, now they have chosen to compromise with the 8-legged tyrant monster. They used trucks to transport a lot of fish to the 8-legged tyrant monster. The 8-legged tyrant monster has slowed down its attack. Will the 8-legged tyrant monster be bribed by them and turn to attack us? Jiang Wanchen didn't care how many people died in Dongyang, but it would be a problem if the 8-legged tyrant monster came to China. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Director Jiang, the 8-legged tyrant king monster is not so easy to be bribed. It should consume a lot of energy. Dongyang State has been attacking it continuously. How can it be so easy to bribe it all at once? Death will definitely happen again. If it kills several times in a row and Donyang State still chooses to surrender, then the eight-legged tyrant king monster may stop attacking. Jiang Wanchen breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Fan practiced with all his strength, digested more space ability beads, and his strength reached the upper level of the early stage of the Martial Emperor. The strength of the deep-sea devil shark is the early stage of the Martial Emperor. Xiao Fan estimated that his current strength is stronger than the deep-sea devil shark. Ding dong! The doorbell of Xiao Fan's villa rang. Xiao Fan's consciousness spread out. There were more than 10 people outside the villa, some of whom were foreigners, and some were acquaintances. Jiang Wanchen was among them, and there were also people from the Foreign Affairs Department. Director Jiang, what's the situation? After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Fan stopped practicing. He went to the yard of the villa and opened the door outside the villa. Jiang Wanchen said, Master Xiao, they are from the United States, and they have something to discuss with you. Yes. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Jiang Wanchen and the others followed him to the courtyard. Mr. Xiao, we are not here on behalf of the U.S. government. We are here to negotiate with you on behalf of some U.S. financial groups. One of the blonde white men said in a deep voice. He was an evolver, but he only had A-level strength, which was not worth mentioning in Xiao Fan's eyes. Speak to the point. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice. The blonde white man took out a contract from his briefcase. Mr. Xiao, help us get rid of that shark. We will pay you $5 billion. Mr. Xiao, you have a grudge against us in the United States, but you should not have a grudge against money. $5 billion is a joint contribution from many financial groups. As long as you kill the shark, the money will be deposited immediately. According to our investigation, Mr. Xiao, you are not very well funded now, even if Tianhe Group starts to make money. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows. $5 billion, this price is not low. But if he wants to make a move, $5 billion is not enough. Add another zero at the end. Xiao Fan said calmly. The blonde white man's face changed. Mr. Xiao, this is impossible. $50 billion is too expensive. Xiao Fan said calmly, then please go back. Let the evolvers you spent a lot of money to prepare go up. $50 billion is the price negotiated this time. If you come again next time, I will at least add $10 billion. An old man next to the blonde white man said, Mr. Xiao, you say that you are capable of dealing with that deep-sea devil shark? Xiao Fan said with a smile, why, if I have the ability to solve it, do I need to help you for free? Don't be wishful thinking. The old man said, Mr. Xiao, $50 billion is really too much. Let's compromise. How about $20 billion? We will try our best to convince the higher-ups. Xiao Fan shook his head, $50 billion cannot be less. You have a quarter of an hour to consider. If you don't agree, you can leave. Mr. Xiao, we need at least an hour. We need to contact more than one consortium. They also need to hold meetings and communicate with each other. All of this takes time. The old man said quickly. Jiang Wanchen smiled and said, Xiao Fan, please give them some leniency in this regard. If you have something to do, just go and do it. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Okay, Director Jiang, you have spoken, I have to give you this face. I'm too lazy to listen to them, I'll go out for a walk. An hour passed and Xiao Fan returned to the villa. Mr. Xiao, we agree. The blonde white man said with some bitterness in his heart. The negotiations turned out like this, and they would be criticized if they went back. Even for those American consortiums, $50 billion is a huge sum of money. Fortunately, this money was paid by many consortiums together. Mr. Xiao, this is our revised contract. Take a look. The blonde white man said. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice, there is no need to sign a contract. If any one of you dares to default on my money, I will send you to see God. Mr. Xiao, you have to deal with that shark within 2 days. The blonde white man said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Okay, if it's not resolved within 2 days, you just don't pay, and I won't make this money. Several Americans looked at each other. They were very sad. In this way, Xiao Fan didn't suffer any loss. But they didn't dare to ask Xiao Fan for liquidated damages or anything like that. Jiang Wanchen coughed lightly and said, I suggest you transfer the money to Grandmaster Xiao first. Grandmaster Xiao should act faster after receiving the money. The blonde white man thought again and said, Mr. Xiao, we will transfer the money to your official account first. How about you act as soon as possible? If Xiao Fan delays for 1 day here, many more people will die. Many buildings will also be destroyed. Various losses are very huge. Okay. I'll set off after you transfer the money. Xiao Fan said indifferently. In just 10 minutes, the money was transferred to the official account of China. Grandmaster Xiao, the money has been confirmed to have arrived. Once the deep-sea devil shark dies, the money will be transferred to you immediately. Jiang Wanchen smiled. Xiao Fan nodded, and he quickly set off for Hawaii. So much money was worth the trip. Tianhe Group did start to make money, and a lot. But he was spending too much now. Before going to the other world, he had to buy as many things as possible. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 568 Xiao Fan vs. Devil Shark Commander-in-Chief. Xiao Fan is on his way to Hawaii. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief received the report. Yes. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief nodded. He felt a little distressed. The money was paid by the major financial groups. The country has no budget for this, but after spending this money, they will have to make up for it from other aspects in the future. In fact, it is still the country that spends it. A lot of money was spent on the evolutionary fluid, and a lot of money was spent on rescue and reconstruction in Hawaii. There is another 50 billion here. It is too difficult for him. If the US nuclear-powered money printing machine continues to run, the credit will collapse sooner or later, and then the national debt may not be sold at all. Xiao Fan agreed so readily. Do you think Xiao Fan's strength is stronger than that deep-sea devil shark? The U.S. Commander-in-Chief asked his think tank members. Commander-in-Chief, according to our information, Xiao Fan's strength should not be as good as that deep-sea devil shark, but he can use bombs. If many bombs are thrown out of his space treasure, it is entirely possible to blow up the deep-sea devil shark, but he himself will also have certain risks. One of them said. The others added. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said in a deep voice, I hope this money can buy Xiao Fan's life. It's best if he dies with the deep-sea devil shark. Or he can't kill the deep-sea devil shark and lures it to China. The Chief of Staff said, Commander-in-Chief, if it is the latter, the deep-sea devil shark may lure the 8-legged Tyrannosaurus monster from Dongyang away. If both monsters go to China, it will be a big deal. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief looked forward to it. If this happens, it will be the best result for the United States, and the $50 billion will be worth it. Oahu Island, the news began to broadcast. The major financial groups spent $50 billion, and Xiao Fan was on the way to rescue. These financial groups have finally done a good thing. They do this because they will suffer greater losses if they continue. If they really want to do good things, they would have done it long ago. I can see that airplanes and cannons are not very useful nowadays. We still need to have strong strength ourselves. It will probably be the era of China in the future. Most of them have practiced the Yanhuangju, and their mortality rate is the lowest here. There are more than 1 million permanent residents and tourists on Oahu. After seeing the news, many people talked about it. There are quite a few Chinese people on Oahu, and their mortality rate is indeed the lowest. With the strength of Ming Jin and Jin, it is a delusion to defeat the deep-sea devil shark, but their ability to escape is much better than that of others. Master Xiao is finally here. Although some Chinese people died among us, I think Master Xiao did the right thing. Why did he come to help for free so early? That's right. Many Chinese people on Oahu were also discussing this matter. Some refined egoists felt that Xiao Fan should have come to help them earlier, but many people did not think so. The United States is targeting China in various ways, and the Yanhuang chip is still under sanctions. What reason does Xiao Fan have to come and deal with the monster for free? Screech! The lightning snow sculpture moved forward at a high speed. After a few hours, Xiao Fan approached Oahu. Soon Xiao Fan discovered the deep-sea devil shark. This guy spends a lot of time in the sea every day, but he patrols the entire Oahu every day. He regards it as his territory. Roar! The deep-sea devil shark felt the approach of Xiao Fan and the lightning snow sculpture. It roared angrily and rose into the air. In its perception, Xiao Fan only had the cultivation level of the late great martial sect, and the lightning snow sculpture had a higher cultivation level, but it was only in the early stage of the martial king. Lightning, stay away! Xiao Fan ordered the lightning snow sculpture. The lightning snow sculpture quickly moved away. Xiao Fan stood in the air, quietly waiting for the deep-sea devil shark to rush over. Swish! Swish! The deep-sea devil shark approached, and many dense ice spikes shot at Xiao Fan first. These ice spikes could easily penetrate a half-meter deep steel plate. Teleport! Xiao Fan arrived in front of the deep-sea devil shark in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, the deep-sea devil shark opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xiao Fan whole in one bite. Many people saw this scene with telescopes. They were stunned. Just like this? Xiao Fan came here with a solemn oath to kill the deep-sea devil shark, but in less than a few seconds, Xiao Fan was swallowed by the deep-sea devil shark? Boom! Boom! Xiao Fan was in the belly of the deep-sea devil shark, and various powerful attacks rushed towards him. His space shield resisted the attacks. The deep-sea devil shark was in the early stage of the martial emperor, and he was also in the early stage of the martial emperor, and was close to the middle stage of the martial emperor, so his strength was even stronger. Come out! Xiao Fan's mind moved, and many bombs appeared in the belly of the deep-sea devil shark. These bombs added up to dozens of tons. Teleport! After taking out the bombs, Xiao Fan teleported away immediately. The deep-sea devil shark was horrified. It sensed something was wrong, and it was eager to spit out the dozens of tons of explosives in its stomach. But it couldn't spit out so many explosives at once. Boom! In less than 3 seconds, accompanied by a loud bang, dozens of tons of explosives exploded in the body of the deep-sea devil shark. The entire deep-sea devil shark was torn to pieces by the force of the explosion. The deep-sea devil shark can withstand the attack of missiles, even if several missiles hit it at the same time, it can still withstand it. But it really can't withstand such an explosion. The charge of ordinary missiles is generally no more than 200 kilograms, and 5 missiles together only have 1 ton of explosives. Xiao Fan directly used dozens of tons. It was still an internal explosion. With so much explosives exploding in the body, not to mention that the monsters in the early stage of the martial emperor can't resist it, even the monsters in the early stage of the martial emperor can hardly resist it. What's going on? What just exploded? People all over Oahu heard the explosion. Those who were closer had their windows shattered by the terrible explosion. Did the deep-sea devil shark die? Where's Xiao Fan? Is Xiao Fan dead? Many people looked in the direction of the explosion. Xiao Fan teleported back again, and his figure appeared in the sky. The deep-sea devil shark has been dealt with. I suggest that the Chinese people here return home. China is the safest place. Xiao Fan's faint voice came from the sky. Master Xiao, Master Xiao. Many Chinese people on Oahu shouted, and their shouts soon led to the shouts of many other foreigners. Many people worship the strong in their bones. The deep-sea devil shark is terrible, but Xiao Fan came over and dealt with the opponent in a few seconds. Xiao Fan's strength is even stronger. Even if Xiao Fan used a bomb, so what? The difference between humans and animals is that they can use various tools. It's so easy to make $50 billion. Xiao Fan showed a faint smile on his face. He can use a lot of explosives, and it is easy for him to kill monsters of the same level. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 569, Dongyang Kingdom came knocking. Commander-in-Chief, the deep-sea devil shark is dead. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief quickly received the news from Oahu. Where is Xiao Fan? Is he dead or injured? The U.S. Commander-in-Chief asked hurriedly. Commander-in-Chief, Xiao Fan went to Oahu, and he let the deep-sea devil shark swallow him, and the explosives exploded inside the deep-sea devil shark. Xiao Fan killed the deep-sea devil shark in less than 10 seconds. He teleported away before the explosion, and nothing happened to him. After listening to the report, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief's face was gloomy. This bastard can easily deal with the deep-sea devil shark, but he didn't go over and take action earlier, and watched so many people die. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said coldly. The Chief of Staff took a deep breath and said, Commander-in-Chief, please don't mess around. We can't deal with the deep-sea devil shark. Xiao Fan solved it in less than 10 seconds. You should know what this means. Xiao Fan is much more terrifying than that deep-sea devil shark. He has the strength of the Martial Emperor level. Our SSS level evolvers are only at the Great Martial Sect level. The gap is too big. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief was silent for a long time. There is a Martial King level between the Great Martial Sect level and the Martial Emperor level. Now they have more than 30 SSS level evolvers. They can usually deal with the Martial King level monsters, but they can't really deal with the Martial Emperor. Tell me, can Xiao Fan kill the monster from Dongyan country? The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said after a long time. A big shot from the military said, Commander-in-Chief, if many bombs are used, Xiao Fan can definitely kill the 8-legged tyrant monster. But the 8-legged tyrant monster is stronger, and Xiao Fan will be in danger. A member of the think tank said, if the 8-legged tyrant monster does not leave Donyang, Xiao Fan will definitely not fight with it. The situation in Donyang is different from ours. We have various fights with China, but there is no blood feud that cannot be resolved. The hatred between Donyang and China is too deep. Even if Donyang offers $100 billion, Xiao Fan will not make a move. Several people present nodded, and their judgment was the same. The Commander-in-Chief of the United States sat down. Anyway, our troubles are finally solved. Let's hurry up and rescue. Let the evolvers go. There are many collapsed buildings on Oahu Island, and many people are buried alive. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Donyang country. Oda Toyokawa and others got the news that the monster on Oahu Island was solved. Everyone, Xiao Fan solved the deep-sea devil shark in less than 10 seconds. He should be able to kill the monster on our side. Tell me, is there any way to make him take action? Oda Fengchuan said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent. They tried to lead the monster to China twice. Now they want Xiao Fan to help them, but I'm afraid it's impossible. Speak. Oda Fengchuan said in a deep voice. He hated everyone's silence. He made the decisions on everything. If something went wrong, he would be the only one responsible. Oda-kun, why don't we spend money to try? But the 8-legged overlord monster is stronger, so we probably have to spend more. The United States spent $50 billion, and we may have to spend $100 billion. Someone whispered. Donyang State holds more than $1 trillion national debts and has many assets overseas. $100 billion is still affordable. Another person smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid $100 billion is not enough to impress Xiao Fan. Our situation is different from that of the United States. On the one hand, the 8-legged tyrant king monster is much stronger. On the other hand, the relationship between our Donyang country and China is not very good. Oda Toyokawa's face was gloomy. $100 billion is already a lot. If there is more, it will be a lot of pressure. If the problem on Oahu is solved, the pressure from the people here will be even stronger. They must solve the crisis as soon as possible. Let's try $50 billion first. If it doesn't work, increase it to $100 billion. If it still doesn't work, increase it to $150 billion. We can't afford more. Oda Toyokawa said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. If spending $150 billion can solve the problem, they are still willing to spend it. It's too terrible to kill more than 1 million people in such a short time. If the 8-legged Tyrannosaurus monster is not solved, God knows how many more people will die. The Foreign Affairs Department should contact the Foreign Affairs Department of China immediately. Talk to Xiao Fan as soon as possible. Oda Toyokawa said in a deep voice. Ding! Before Xiao Fan returned, he received a call from Jiang Wanchen. Director Jiang, what's going on? Xiao Fan asked. Jiang Wanchen smiled and said, Xiao Fan, $50 billion have been transferred to your account. In addition, contact Dongyang country. They also want to spend $50 billion to ask you to help. Xiao Fan sneered, they are dreaming. Let alone $50 billion, I won't help even if it's $500 billion. With the $50 billion from the United States, I won't be short of money for the time being. There are so many things that can be bought with $50 billion. Moreover, Tianhe Group is still making money, and Lanling Liquid is still making money. This $50 billion is enough for him to use for a long time. Jiang Wanchen smiled and said, they said $50 billion, we rejected it directly, and then they raised it to $100 billion. Director Jiang, no matter how much they offer, just reject it directly. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Jiang Wanchen said, they want to have a meeting with you. I don't bother to pay attention to them, let them go. A few hours later, Xiao Fan arrived at his villa in Leishan County. Ha! There are people from Dongyang country in the villa. Jiang Wanchen is also here. Director Jiang, didn't I tell them to get out? Xiao Fan frowned as he landed. Jiang Wanchen said helplessly, they must meet with you. After all, Dongyang and our country still have a lot of economic and trade exchanges. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, what do you want to say? Several people from Dongyang came over, led by Matsuda Ueno. He said, Mr. Xiao, how about we talk inside? Xiao Fan shook his head, no, just talk outside if you have anything to say, and get out of here as soon as you're done. Matsuda Ueno was furious, but he could only suppress his anger and said, Mr. Xiao, we are willing to pay $150 billion. This is a huge sum of money. So much money is enough for you to build 10 aircraft carriers. I hope you will think about it more. China and our Dongyang have a grudge, but you don't have to have a grudge against money. Xiao Fan sneered, it depends on what kind of money it is. You Dongyang have made this money with your dirty hands, and I'm too lazy to make it. Matsuda Ueno said, Master Xiao, everything can be discussed. Don't China and our Dongyang have various cooperation? What conditions do you need in order to make a move? Xiao Fan said with a half smile, you can't meet my conditions. Master Xiao, you say? Xiao Fan said indifferently, liquidate all war criminals and confiscate all assets of war criminals, including assets owned by the descendants of war criminals. Also, some people from Dongyang country kneel down and apologize. Matsuda Ueno and the others turned ugly. They couldn't possibly agree to such conditions. If they agreed to Xiao Fan's, many of their senior executives would have to die. Master Xiao, you are too insincere. Another person couldn't help but say. Xiao Fan sneered, sincerity? I can say a few words to you, you just do your best and get out of here and don't dirty my place. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 570, Siege of Changjiang City. Matsuda Ueno and others left angrily. They absolutely could not accept Xiao Fan's conditions. Many war criminals and their descendants in Dongyang state hold power. Let them punish themselves? This is simply impossible. Director Jiang, some people in Dongyang state, how about I deal with them directly? Xiao Fan said to Jiang Wanchen. Jiang Wanchen coughed lightly and said, Master Xiao, it's better not to. If you do this, the elders may also be in danger. Dongyang state also has some powerful evolvers. If the rules are broken, the whole world will be in chaos. At this point, Jiang Wanchen sent a voice message to Xiao Fan, if they are dealt with, there will be no excuse to completely clean up Dongyang state in the future. The more fiercely they jump, the worse it will be in the future. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. The country has its own national strategy. In this case, it is better for him not to intervene. Warriors only target warriors. Director Jiang, don't let the people from Dongyang state come in the future. I'm too lazy to waste time with them. It's useless for them to offer 500 billion. Xiao Fan said. Jiang Wanchen nodded. Okay, they know your idea, they probably won't come again, they will think of other ways to solve it. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, I can give them some advice, they can ask the United States to send them a mushroom bomb. If one doesn't work, send a few more. Jiang Wanchen laughed dumbly. Director Jiang, if their losses continue to increase, they may really choose this, pay more attention to their situation. Xiao Fan said. Jiang Wanchen nodded. In another world, Changjing City. The 7 top warships of the Vulture Empire arrived near Changjing City, and the 4-nation coalition forces all came, with a total force of 900,000. But 600,000 of them are vassal troops. The vassal troops were all recruited from the Blood Cherry Empire. With the massacre of the Dragon Empire before, many of them are not working hard now. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire are typical of fearing power but not virtue. If the Dragon Empire is merciful, they will bite like jackals. When the Dragon Empire showed its terrible side, they were scared, they were worried that their hometown would also be cleansed. The Vulture Empire is far away, but the Dragon Empire is close. The Dragon Empire did not have a strong navy before, but now the Dragon Empire's navy has grown, and the number of top warships has increased greatly. It is no longer a secret that 6 top warships of the Dragon Empire have been launched, and 6 top warships are being renovated. On the Earth side, how many freighters have been reduced can be seen clearly by the satellites of the world, and the Dragon Empire has not kept it secret. Announcing the number of top warships can deter some small forces. Governor, when will we attack? A strong man beside Alexander asked. They are now on a top warship, which is 10 miles away from Changjing Island. This place does not suppress strength. Governor, we have 900,000 troops. It should not be a problem to take Changjing City. Changjing City only has 50,000 people from the Shura Legion. A general of the OS Empire said. Alexander frowned and said, don't forget that they still have 100,000 vassal troops. These 100,000 people have been completely tamed by them. The massacre was done by these 100,000 people. They also killed many people from the Vulture Empire before, and they had no way out. Help the Dragon Empire with all their strength. If they win, they may live comfortably. If the Dragon Empire loses, they will die. Governor, should we follow the plan and send the families of the vassal army? At least it will allow Meng Yi and his men to absorb a lot of shells. A general of the Baiyue Empire suggested. Alexander frowned and said, we have 600,000 vassal soldiers. If we do this, they may mutiny. Another general of the Vulture Empire sighed, it's a pity that they massacred the city, otherwise we wouldn't have to worry about it now. There are so many of them in the city. If we drive more people in, it will be a serious problem for them to eat and drink. Alexander frowned. Although the move of massacring the city was a fierce one, it was also a clever one. It was much more difficult for them to recruit vassal troops. Although they now have 600,000 vassal troops, there were 300,000 or 400,000 when they first landed, and nearly 500,000 before the massacre. In the following days, only more than 100,000 were recruited. Moreover, at the beginning, their 300,000 or 400,000 vassal troops were full of fighting spirit, and they wanted to retaliate against the Dragon Empire. Now they are like eggplants hit by frost, and their combat effectiveness has dropped sharply. Governor, we need to attack. The Dragon Empire must be seizing the time to build top warships. If we don't deal with them for a long time, the Dragon Empire will have 12 top warships, which is more than our top warships here. A prince from the Vulture Empire said. This battle is very important to them, and he came to supervise the battle. Yes. Alexander nodded. Release all the wild boars, cattle, etc. that have been captured. Alexander ordered. Yes. They captured several thousand wild boars and 3,000 or 4,000 cattle from the people. These were used to detonate landmines. Roar! Alexander and his men also captured powerful monsters. The powerful monsters roared, and tens of thousands of pigs and cattle rushed out. Boom! Boom! Many landmines kept exploding. Meng Yi and his men had buried a lot of these things. General, it seems that the landmines can't kill many of them. Someone next to Meng Yi said. They were on the city wall and could see the situation outside. Meng Yi chuckled and said, it's not completely ineffective. These landmines keep exploding, and many vassal troops are probably scared. It would be a lie to say that there is no pressure when 900,000 troops besiege the city, but Meng Yi doesn't think the enemy can easily attack the city. There are at least 150,000 defenders in Changjing City. Moreover, they have many good things such as cluster bombs, thermite incendiary bombs, and thermobaric bombs that can kill the enemy on a large scale. 2 hours later, the explosions were very rare. Most of the tens of thousands of wild boars and cattle were also dead. Alexander, on behalf of the soldiers, I would like to thank you for the pigs and cows you sent. I will return the gifts to you later. Meng Yi said loudly while holding the microphone. His voice was heard from afar through the tweeter. Ha ha. Many people in Changjing City laughed out loud, and the tension eased a lot. Attack when it gets dark. Alexander said coldly, and it was not far from dark. 2 hours later, it got dark. Large searchlights around Changjing City shot out. Some drones also flew out. With searchlights and drones, it is impossible for the enemy to attack quietly. The enemy can only use human lives to enter the city. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the city, some enemies brought mortars and other weapons to a place only 5 or 6 miles away from the city, and they launched an attack. Dozens of mortar shells bombarded Changjing City. The enemy did not have as many firearms as Meng Yi and his men, but after so long, some firearms were more or less sent over. They had dozens of mortars and thousands of shells. If all these shells were fired, they would kill many people and cause serious damage to the city walls. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 571, three-legged bouncer in the air, let the air commandos go. Meng Yi ordered. Xiaofan sent a lot of air tricycles over. This thing is cheap, easy to operate, and can take off from a distance of 20 meters. Meng Yi and his team had never seen this thing before. Yes, General. Hundreds of air tricycles took off immediately. Each air tricycle had 2 people, one to fly the plane and the other to drop bombs. Although the air tricycles were simple, they had a good flying speed, with the fastest flying speed reaching 180 kilometers per hour. Before the enemy fired many mortar shells, these air tricycles approached. What is that? Shoot it down. Some enemies exclaimed. Swish! Swish! They shot sharp arrows into the air. But these air tricycles did not fly low, and their bows and arrows could not reach them. Go to hell! The bombardier sitting behind an air tricycle threw a bomb. Boom! This bomb weighed several kilograms, with a charge equivalent to hundreds of grenades, and it was loaded with CL-20 high explosives. The bomb exploded, hitting the sole with one shot. The gunners below were killed and the mortars were blown up. In order to avoid being hit by a concentrated attack, Alexander asked his men to disperse their attacks, but they only had dozens of mortars in total. There were hundreds of 3-wheeled missiles in the air. In a short time, all of Alexander's dozens of mortars were destroyed, and they didn't fire many shells in total. Many of these shells missed the target. It was not easy for Alexander's shells to be delivered. They rarely trained in normal times, so their shooting accuracy must be poor when they just started. Damn it! Alexander's face was ugly. He didn't see the 3-wheeled missiles in the air in the night, but he saw that their firepower points exploded violently one by one. Governor, didn't we use drone jammers? Someone around Alexander asked in confusion. The enemy should have helicopters. Another person said in a deep voice. They made up for a lot of knowledge on the earth. Dozens of points were bombed in half a minute. Do they have dozens of helicopters? Can their space treasures hold them? Someone questioned. Alexander said in a deep voice, don't say anything. It won't be long before the front line will send back the news. It will be clear soon. More than 10 minutes later, the soldiers responsible for reconnaissance on the front line returned. Alexander saw the photos he had taken. It's China's three-wheeled aerial vehicles. This thing is much smaller than a helicopter, and their space treasures can hold a lot of them. Xiao Fan actually sent such a thing over. Alexander's face was gloomy. The three-wheeled aerial vehicles of the Shura Corps have a normal load capacity and can't carry too much explosives, and can't kill too many of their people. But they have no means to target these things. These three-wheeled aerial vehicles can accurately snipe their high-value targets. It is very dangerous for their generals to command at the front line. If they don't command, the effect of random attacks will definitely be poor. General, the enemy's mortars have all been solved. We have lost more than a dozen people, and 3 other city walls have been slightly damaged. Mangi received the report. Mangi nodded slightly. Such losses are completely acceptable. The enemy's casualties are much greater than theirs. Dozens of mortars, including the shells they carried, were destroyed, and the soldiers near these mortars were also killed. The 1st and 2nd Corps of the vassal army, go out. Let them advance a distance and dig trenches. Alexander ordered outside the city. The mortar attack did not have the expected effect, which cast a shadow on his heart, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Yes. The 1st and 2nd Corps of the vassal army quickly set out. They did not gather together, but advanced at intervals of more than 10 meters. In this way, even if they were bombarded, the number of people that could be killed by each shell would be greatly reduced. They carried swords, shovels, hoes and other things. Their task was not to attack but to dig pits. Outside Changjiang City, they dug many earth pits and trenches, so that they would have a place to hide when they were bombarded. An hour later, all 200,000 vassal troops entered the area of suppressed strength, and the closest distance to Changjiang City was only 3 or 4 miles. Fire thermite incendiary bombs. Maggie ordered. Swish. 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 Rockets were fired one after another, and thermite incendiary bombs exploded in the sky, and the sky outside Changjiang City suddenly became gorgeous. So beautiful. Many vassal soldiers looked up at the sky. Soon the flames in the sky fell. Ah! Screams came one after another. The temperature of thermite incendiary bombs was as high as 2,000 or 3,000 degrees, and they could burn through steel. The wooden shields they brought were useless. Listen, people of the Blood Sakura Empire. The area where you work the hardest will be attacked immediately. Also, if you continue to help the Vulture Empire, your other cities will be massacred in the future. Put down your weapons, you can go directly to Changjiang City. In the area that was not attacked, someone shouted on a 3-wheeled vehicle flying in the air, and the loudspeaker made the sound carry far away. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, another round of rockets was fired from Changjiang City. Thermite incendiary bombs brought great pressure to the vassal army of the Blood Sakura Empire. Thermobaric bombs, cluster bombs, etc., would kill people directly after being exploded, while thermite incendiary bombs might only burn off hands and legs. The various screams were very creepy. Thermite incendiary bombs pause, mortars start attacking. Take it easy. Maggie ordered. Boom. Boom. Mortar shells continued to kill people, and the vassal army of the Blood Sakura Empire was under greater pressure. The Vulture Empire can't win. The Dragon Empire will have 12 top warships in a short time, and there will be more in the future. Let's go directly into the Blood Sakura City and surrender. Someone from the Blood Sakura Empire shouted outside the Changjiang City. This person was arranged by Mangi and his men. Before the Four-Nation Alliance recruited them, Mangi and his men had time to make some arrangements. For example, take away some people's wives and children and take them to the Dragon Empire, or give some people special poisons. Four-Nation Alliance, they don't go up themselves, and let us be cannon fodder. I won't play with them when I enter the Blood Sakura City. We surrender and let the Dragon Empire win as soon as possible. Our Blood Sakura Empire can end the war as soon as possible, otherwise we will perish. That's right, they regard us as a battlefield. The war must end as soon as possible, otherwise it is our Blood Sakura Empire that will suffer. The other arranged internal responses also shouted. There was the deterrence of massacre in front, and now facing the artillery attack, under their shouts, many others took action. Run, run! Survival is the kingly way. The Dragon Empire has the strongest army, and the navy is also rising. The Vulture Empire is very likely not a match. Many vassal troops of the Blood Cherry Empire ran to Changjing City. Most of them were not soldiers at all. They were forcibly conscripted by the Vulture Empire and only received simple training. It is wishful thinking to expect them to have good military discipline. Open the city gate. All those who enter, let them enter the designated area. Anyone who trespasses will be shot. Mangi said in a deep voice. They have set up bombs in the designated area, and as long as the Blood Cherry Empire people who enter the city riot, the bombs will be detonated immediately. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 572, Four-Nation Alliance General Offensive. Everyone enter the designated area. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. The soldiers of the Shura Legion shouted loudly with a loudspeaker. A large number of the Blood Sakura Empire's vassal troops obediently advanced along the designated route, and they arrived at a very wide parade ground. Boom! Boom! In the outer area, mortar shells continued to explode, and Alexander and his men had no idea what the situation was inside for a while. They couldn't see far in the dark. There were scouts on the battlefield, but it took a certain amount of time for them to discover the problem and then pass on the news. Report! A scout soldier arrived at the warship where Alexander was. Speak! Alexander said in a deep voice. Report to the governor. The vassal troops of the Blood Sakura Empire rebelled, and a large number of vassal troops poured into Changjing City. They chose to surrender. The returning scout soldier said. What? Alexander's face changed. What's going on? Governor, the thermite incendiary bombs used by the Shura Corps frightened them, and the Shura Corps also threatened to massacre the remaining cities. They also said that if the war is not over, we will fight the Dragon Empire, and the people of the Blood Cherry Empire will die, and the country will be destroyed. They said that as long as they fully support the Dragon Empire, we will retreat, and the Blood Cherry Empire can end the war. The scout soldiers said a lot. Alexander and his men looked extremely ugly. They knew that the soldiers of the Blood Cherry Empire who were forcibly recruited were not good, but they did not expect that they would turn against the Dragon Empire so quickly. These bastards, have they forgotten the hatred of being massacred? Another general cursed. The others were silent. They knew what kind of temper the people of the Blood Cherry Empire were. The Dragon Empire massacred the city and subdued them. Alexander frowned. He was somewhat helpless in this situation. They sent in 200,000 vassal troops, and they fled to Changjing City. They had no way to drive those people back. There were still 400,000 vassal troops left. What should they do? Let them attack. They might choose to surrender directly. Governor, if the Dragon Empire does this, aren't you afraid that the soldiers who enter will mutiny? The prince from the Vulture Empire asked. Alexander said, Your Highness, the Shura Corps has many bombs. If they gather people together, they dare not do anything reckless. As long as they dare to do something reckless, the bombs will explode and they will all die instantly. The firearms from the earth have been transmitted, which directly changed the rules of the game. In the past, the defenders would not dare to play like this. If the city gates are opened, the enemy will rush in and it is likely that the city will be broken directly. Is that so? Is it possible that the vassal troops of the Blood Cherry Empire can still attack us? The prince of the Vulture Empire asked. Alexander smiled bitterly and said, It is entirely possible that the people who go in may attack us remotely under the threat of the enemy. If they attack, they will have no way out. It is unlikely that the Shura Corps will use them. Just lock them up together. These people are much less reliable. At this point, Alexander swept his eyes across the audience. Everyone, perhaps we can only choose to attack together. Let our elite warriors supervise the people of the Blood Cherry Empire to dig trenches. Everyone nodded slightly. They have 300,000 soldiers, plus 400,000 vassal troops, and 700,000 people. It is impossible to retreat like this. Act according to Plan 2. Alexander said in a deep voice. Plan 2 is a backup plan in case the 200,000 vassal troops fail. Yes. The 300,000 soldiers of the Four-Nation Alliance and the 400,000 vassal troops all rushed out, and they surrounded Changjing City from all directions. Boom! Boom! A series of three-wheeled vehicles flew over, dropping bombs one by one, and the bombs exploded when they landed, killing many people. On some three-wheeled vehicles, there were soldiers using strong flashlights to signal the people in the city that the enemy was attacking in an all-out manner. Send a signal to the air assault team and ask them to increase their altitude. Meng Yi said in a deep voice. Yes. Soon the signal was sent out, and the three-wheeled vehicles flying in the air outside the city raised their altitude. They could fly up to 4,000 meters. Boom! Boom! Not long after the three-wheeled vehicles in the air raised their altitude, various fire projectiles began to show their power, such as thermobaric bombs and thermite incendiary bombs. A thermobaric bomb can instantly kill everyone within a few dozen meters, and the range covered by thermite incendiary bombs is also quite large. In a short period of time, the Four-Nation Coalition suffered heavy casualties. In an area where their strength is limited, facing such fierce artillery fire in person, they knew what dimensionality reduction strikes were. Dig quickly. Rush forward. Many of the Four-Nation Coalition forces and the vassal army rushed forward frantically, and many stopped and dug trenches quickly. Trenches have a good effect against ordinary mortars. However, if thermobaric bombs and thermite incendiary bombs are bombed, the effect is basically gone, and hiding in the trenches is also death. Time passed by. Many enemies were killed, Meng Yi and his rockets were quickly consumed, and mortar shells were also quickly consumed. Xiao Hai prepared a lot for them, but facing the attack of 700,000 people, the shells they prepared were still not enough. The enemy in front approached Changjing City. Order, use ordinary bombs to attack the approaching enemies. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. The ordinary explosives they used were lead ball-sized bombs, which were produced by the factory that Xiao Fan sent over. The fuse was ignited and thrown out to explode. The distance of this attack was limited, but standing on the city wall, it could still be thrown relatively far. Even if the strength was suppressed, the strength of the Shura Legion soldiers was much stronger than that of ordinary earthlings. Boom! 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 Soldiers who were close to Changjing City and gathered together would be immediately attacked by bombs, and those who were sparse would be shot by bows and arrows. In the face of a large number of bombs, the effect of the human wave tactic of attacking the city was much worse. This firepower is too strong. Xiao Fan, that bastard, sent so many bombs to the Shenlong Empire. Alexander's face was extremely ugly. As the commander, he certainly did not attack, and some other heavyweights did not attack either, because they did not want to be killed by the bomb. Our casualties must be very tragic. A general of the Baiyue Empire next to him said. There were many people from the Baiyue Empire, and many of the land soldiers came from the Baiyue Empire. Alexander took a deep breath and said, as long as we can win, as long as we can get a large number of firearms, we will turn over. The advantage of the Shenlong Empire in this regard will be greatly reduced in the future. Everyone nodded. If they win and get a large number of firearms, that would be fine. General, there are too many enemies. Our bombs are almost used up. A personal guard came to Meng Yi and reported. All kinds of rockets had been used up long ago, and ordinary shells were almost used up. Meng Yi said in a deep voice, put all the mortars and other equipment in the pit and destroy them. They must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 573, Rebellion of the Blood Sakura Empire. Meng Yi knew that the enemy wanted to get a large number of mortars and other weapons. Xiao Hai had specifically instructed that they must not be left to the enemy. General, with our strength, we should be able to defend the city. Isn't it a pity to destroy those? A general next to Meng Yi said. Meng Yi said in a deep voice, there is nothing to regret. Even if there is only a 10% chance that they fall into the hands of the enemy, it will not do. Follow the order. Anyone who hides will be punished by military law. Yes. Meng Yi's order was quickly passed down. A large number of mortars, even rocket launchers, were gathered together and destroyed, and violent explosions occurred inside Changjiang City. Damn it! Alexander and his men looked gloomy. Only a few kilometers away, they could certainly see the violent explosions in Changjiang City. This must be the destruction of weapons. Immediately spread the news that the explosion just now was the Shura Legion killing more than 100,000 surrendered people, so that the vassal army gave up their fantasies. Alexander said in a deep voice. His order was quickly passed out. On the Changjiang city side, Meng Yi asked some of the more than 100,000 vassal soldiers to climb the city wall and gave them microphones. The microphones were connected to tweeters. Tell the truth to the people outside the city and persuade them to surrender. In the previous bombardment, at least 200,000 of their 700,000 people died. It is impossible for 400,000 or 500,000 people to break through Changjiang City. Even if Changjiang City is broken, there is still Yujing City. On the other side of Shuiying Island, we have 180,000 people in the Shura Corps. If you continue, everyone in the entire Shuiying City will die. Let your vassal army in Shuiying City gather together to resist. If you can't convince them, you will die when the city is broken. A general of the Shura Corps said in a deep voice. There are several people from the Shuiying Empire around him. There are also such people near the other walls of Changjiang City. Fellow countrymen, none of us who entered Blood Sakura City died. The Shura Legion blew up all the weapons that were gathered. Don't be deceived by the people of the Four-Nation Coalition. Fellow countrymen, even if you are included, you only have 400,000 or 500,000 people in total now, and there are 50,000 soldiers of the Shura Legion. They have strong armor, you can't win. For the sake of the country and our families, we should not sacrifice fearlessly anymore. You have more people than the Four-Nation Coalition. Gather together to resist them. The war will end only when they retreat on the walls of Changjiang City. Many people from the Blood Sakura Empire tried their best to persuade. The tweeters can make their voices heard far away. Many people from the Blood Sakura Empire had the idea of retreating. Many of them were not stupid. Not counting the hundreds of thousands behind, there were 50,000 people from the Shura Legion and 100,000 vassal troops in Blood Sakura City. Can 400,000 or 500,000 people break through a city guarded by 150,000 people? Moreover, many of them were just ordinary civilians. Even if they won by chance, they would probably die, almost all of them. What to do in the future? There are only 50,000 people from the Shura Legion here. There are still 50,000 soldiers in Yujing City, and 100,000 vassal soldiers. On the nearby Blood Sakura Island, the Dragon Empire still has 180,000 soldiers. There are also 300,000 vassal soldiers. Standing on the side of the Four-Nation Alliance, they don't see much hope. If the war continues, it is very likely that their cities will be slaughtered one by one, and then the entire Blood Sakura Empire will be completely destroyed. Listen, people of the Blood Sakura Empire, we can't go on. If we continue, we will die. Let's unite and resist. Those who don't want to die, gather around me. Outside the city, someone from the Blood Sakura Empire shouted. This person is the internal response arranged by Meng Yi and others. With someone taking the lead, many other people from the Blood Sakura Empire quickly gathered over, and the people from the Four-Nation Alliance quickly took action to suppress them. However, this is not an isolated case. In many other places, many people from the Blood Sakura Empire stood up. Soon, some places successfully gathered a lot of people from the Blood Sakura Empire. At this time, it was much more difficult to suppress them. More people moved closer to these gathered teams. Ha! Meng Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The people of the Blood Sakura Empire outside the city were fighting among themselves. The probability of Changjiang City being broken was greatly reduced. They could consider switching from defense to counterattack. Send an order, let 100,000 vassal troops rush outside. Meng Yi said in a deep voice. Yes, General. The city gates were opened one by one, and 100,000 vassal troops rushed out of the city frantically. They had slaughtered the city in front and had no way to retreat. As these 100,000 vassal troops rushed out, the situation outside was reversed. More vassal troops of the Blood Sakura Empire rebelled. Kill. Puff. Most of the soldiers of the Four Nations Alliance did not have heavy armor. In such a chaotic situation, many of them were constantly killed. Damn it, damn it. Alexander and his men soon knew the change in the situation. Send a signal, retreat. Alexander said in a deep voice. The Blood Sakura Empire's vassal army rebelled. With their hundreds of thousands of people, they could not win even if they entered Changjiang City. Boom! The warship where Alexander was located attacked the sky. A huge fireball exploded in the sky. Retreat, retreat! Retreat quickly! This was the signal to retreat. Seeing this, the people of the Four Nations Alliance quickly retreated, and the vassal army of the Blood Sakura Empire accelerated to leave. Everyone listened to the order, give up defense. All troops attack. Meng Yi shouted. Kill. 50,000 soldiers of the Shura Legion rushed out of Changjiang City. The opportunity to beat the drowning dog cannot be missed. Doing so may cause some of them to die, but the enemy has no fighting spirit, and their charge can achieve very good results. There are many heavy cavalry among the 50,000 people, and they quickly charged forward. Puff! Puff! The people of the Four Nations Alliance were constantly killed. The heavy armored soldiers who left the city soon came into contact with the soldiers of the Four Nations Alliance, and they also continued to kill enemies one by one. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for heavily armored soldiers without horses to catch up with lightly armed enemies, but now they are on a very chaotic battlefield. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire are delaying the enemy. Their idea is that the more people from the Four Nations Alliance die, the higher the chance of withdrawing from the Blood Cherry Empire, and the war can end sooner. Damn it! Alexander cursed after receiving the report. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire were lazy when they attacked the city, but now the soldiers who delayed them are very active in retreating. 2 hours later, the surviving people of the Four Nations Alliance basically withdrew, and the total number of people who withdrew was less than 100,000. They originally had 300,000 people. This situation made Alexander and his men want to vomit blood. Kill all the families of those people from the Blood Cherry Empire for me. Alexander ordered angrily. Governor, if we kill, will the people of the Blood Cherry Empire hate us even more, and may they support the Dragon Empire more actively? A general said hurriedly. Alexander said coldly, only killing and death can make them obey. Talking to them nicely is useless. Kill them all, and massacre a few of their cities. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire should not dare to target us again in the future. The people of the Dragon Empire massacred their cities and still stood on the side of the Dragon Empire. It's outrageous. The Prince of the Vulture Empire said in a deep voice, I agree with the governor's proposal. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire must pay the price for their rebellion. Kill. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 574, shocking casualty ratio general, our casualties have been counted. Meng Yi's deputy general Huang Liang came to him and said, How is it? Meng Yi took a deep breath. Huang Liang said in a deep voice, General, we have lost a total of 527 people, most of whom died in the subsequent pursuit. How are the enemy casualties? The death of more than 300 people made Meng Yi a little sad, but he knew that as a general, there would definitely be some sacrifices in the battle. As long as their deaths are worthwhile. Huang Liang said, General, according to our rough judgment, the total number of deaths of the Four-Nation Coalition forces is about 210,000. The number of people who died in the front artillery bombardment should be 130,000 to 140,000, and more than 70,000 died in the pursuit behind. But these 70,000 people were not all killed by our people. At least half of them should be killed by the people of the Blood Cherry Empire. Meng Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Such a result shows that their pursuit is still very meaningful. If they don't chase, the enemy can escape quickly. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire don't have that much courage to take action. It's worth it to use the death of hundreds of people in exchange for the death of tens of thousands of enemies. Collect the bodies of all the fallen soldiers. We have to take them home. Mangi said in a deep voice, let the people of the Blood Cherry Empire work on the enemy's bodies. Pile up the bodies into a mountain of corpses. Yes, General. The order was passed down, and hundreds of thousands of the Blood Cherry Empire's vassal troops took action. The bodies of the Four-Nation Coalition forces were gathered together. A total of 210,000 bodies were enough to pile up a tall mountain of corpses. The impact it brought to people was very huge. The Blood Cherry Empire's vassal troops brought the bodies one by one, and this process continued to impact their souls. More than 500 bodies of the Dragon Empire soldiers were also gathered. Unlike the bodies that were piled up in a mess, they all lay on separate wooden boards, covered with the Dragon Empire flag. These flags were made by Xiao Fan at the Chinese factory. Soldiers! Meng Yi roared. His voice was heard from afar. More than 500 brothers have left us, but their sacrifice was not in vain, and countless soldiers from the Four-Nation Alliance were buried with them. Their names will be recorded in the family tree separately, and their deeds will also be written into the family tree for future generations to admire. Soldiers, take up the wine in your hands, drink with our brothers, and see them off. Meng Yi raised the wine bowl in his hand, poured out half of the wine in the bowl, and drank the other half himself. Bang! Bang! Tens of thousands of soldiers of the Shura Legion also toasted half and drank half, and then all of them smashed the wine in their hands on the ground. In the distance, hundreds of thousands of vassal troops of the Blood Sakura Empire watched. This scene brought them a great shock. The bodies of 210,000 soldiers from the Four-Nation Alliance were piled there like pigs and dogs. Only a few hundred people died in the Shenlong Empire, and tens of thousands of people saw them off. The Four-Nation Coalition will definitely lose. They are no match for the Dragon Empire. They lost 210,000 people, while the Dragon Empire only lost a few hundred. The Dragon Empire has more than 2 million soldiers in total. We, the Blood Cherry Empire, must never be enemies with the Dragon Empire again. Many people among the hundreds of thousands of Blood Cherry Empire vassal troops spoke up. Many of them were secretly arranged by Meng Yi. Public opinion warfare is a very important aspect of war. Pour gasoline on the enemy's bodies and burn them. Meng Yi said silently. A series of aerial three-wheeled vehicles flew over the pile of corpses, and gasoline was poured down. Soon the pile of corpses was on fire. Asshole, asshole. On the top battleship in the distance, Alexander saw the scene here. His face was extremely ugly and he kept cursing in his heart. They died 210,000 people, and the Dragon Empire only died a few hundred. He knew that Meng Yi was deliberately provoking the people of the Blood Cherry Empire. Even if he said it 10 times or 100 times, some people in the Blood Cherry Empire might not know the horror of the Dragon Empire. Now the cruel reality is in front of them. Hundreds of thousands of vassal troops of the Blood Cherry Empire saw it, and the news here will definitely spread throughout the Blood Cherry Empire. And they may talk about it again and again in the rest of their lives, which will make more people in the Blood Cherry Empire dare not target the Dragon Empire. General, we should withdraw. It's meaningless for us to stay here. The remaining 90,000 of us can't attack Changjing City, and many of the remaining soldiers have been scared. A general next to Alexander said. Yeah. Alexander nodded slightly. As mentioned before, execute the plan of massacre, let the soldiers vent, and make the people of the Blood Cherry Empire dare not turn to the Dragon Empire. Yes. The Four-Nation Coalition army acted quickly. In just 2 days, 4 cities of the Blood Cherry Empire were massacred, with heavy casualties. Meng Yi and his men were quite happy about this situation. The Blood Cherry Empire and the Dragon Empire had a blood feud. The more people the Four-Nation Alliance slaughtered, the better. It would be best if they killed all the people in the Blood Cherry Empire. Dong dong dong. Xiao Fan was in the East Sea Spirit Cave, and the mirror beside him sounded. Grandpa, you look like there is something good? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Xiao Hai laughed and said, there is indeed something good. We won a great victory over the Blood Cherry Empire, and the Four-Nation Alliance died 210,000 people. We only died a few hundred people. We also got 400,000 vassal troops from the Blood Cherry Empire. Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. Grandpa, even if our artillery fire is fierce, the gap won't be so big, right? Xiao Hai told the details. Xiao Fan suddenly understood. It turned out that the people of the Blood Cherry Empire turned against us, and many people in the Blood Cherry Empire also died, but their casualties would not be counted. Grandpa, the Four-Nation Alliance is likely to mobilize more people. They will not be willing to fail like this, Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Xiao Hai nodded. The Vulture Empire is known as the strongest country, and the OS Empire is also a veteran empire. They will never give up their status obediently. The total strength of the four countries combined exceeds 3,210,000 is less than 1/10 of their total strength. Moreover, they can launch war mobilization. In the case of war mobilization, it is not difficult for their troops to double, and their total strength can exceed 6 million. Grandpa, I think they may tear up the previous agreement, and then their warships may attack our coast, Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai shook his head. The result of our discussion is that they will not do this, they may enter Tianluo Kingdom. Xiao Fan was stunned. Grandpa, do you mean that they may use Tianluo Kingdom to spread the war to the Shenlong Empire? Yes. Xiao Hai nodded. Although they have suffered heavy losses, they should not have to tear up the previous agreement. The consequences would be very serious. Relying on the powerful navy, they can send many soldiers to Tianluo Kingdom, and then invade the Shenlong Empire under the protection of top warships. Xiao Fan frowned and said, doesn't this violate the previous agreement? Xiao Hai nodded and said, no, the previous agreement was that they could not attack the coast, and we would not bomb their cities. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 575. The eight-legged tyrant demon is coming. Xiao Fan asked doubtfully, Grandpa, wouldn't it be better if they launched the attack from the Baiwei Empire? They don't have to transport soldiers to Tianluo. Xiao Hai said, the Vulture Empire and the OS Empire would definitely like this, but the Baiwei Empire certainly doesn't want the war to spread to the country. But we can't rule out the possibility that they will launch attacks from the northeast and southwest at the same time. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. If the Baiwei Empire is not happy, they will enter Tianluo, occupy Tianluo, and then invade the northeast of the Shenlong Empire. Grandpa, if many of them break in from Tianluo, they will definitely be able to enter our country under the protection of top warships, Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Xiao Hai nodded, that's right. The number of their top warriors is no less than ours, and the 7 top warships are a huge threat. Our warriors can't slaughter their soldiers, but their top warships can kill many of our soldiers. If this happens, what good ideas do you have, dear grandson? Xiao Fan frowned. The Shenlong Empire's army is the strongest, and the number of people the enemy can kill through warships is limited. It is not so easy for the enemy to win. But if the war spreads to the country, it will have a great impact on the reputation of the Dragon Empire and the lives of the people in the Dragon Empire. Grandpa, what are your plans now? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai said, some generals have proposed to directly conquer the Baiwei Empire. But the Baiwei Empire is full of mountains, jungles, and swamps. We need to consume a large amount of artillery shells to attack the Baiwei Empire. The Shura Corps will play a much smaller role in the Baiwei Empire. And if we take the initiative to attack, the enemy in the northeast will still attack, and the northeast and southwest will fall into the quagmire of war. Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, Grandpa, how many vassal troops do we have in the Blood Sakura Empire now? Xiao Hai said, there are 400,000 vassal troops in Changjiang City, 100,000 in Yujing City, and 300,000 vassal troops in Shuiying Island. But many of them are temporarily recruited by the Four-Nation Alliance. They have only undergone simple training and their combat effectiveness is very average. Xiao Fan secretly smacked his lips. 800,000 vassal troops are really a lot. Grandpa, how many people are there in the Red Maple Empire? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. My dear grandson, do you want to send the soldiers of the Blood Cherry Empire to the Red Maple Empire? The Red Maple Empire has only tens of thousands of soldiers. Most of them have been dispatched, and now there are less than 20,000. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Grandpa, if the warships of the Vulture Empire go to Tianluo Kingdom, our warships will carry the people of the Blood Cherry Empire and send them to the distant Red Maple Empire. The Red Maple Empire is vast and sparsely populated, and it also borders the Vulture Empire. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire should be interested in their land. Promise them that half of the territory they conquer will belong to them. It just so happens that they are massacring the city in the Blood Cherry Empire. Xiao Hai nodded. Xiao Fan's idea was not bad. If they were sent directly to the Vulture Empire, the people of the Blood Cherry Empire would definitely not be able to withstand it, but the entire Red Maple Empire only has a few million people. If tens of thousands of people from the Blood Cherry Empire go there, they can carve out a niche. Grandpa, select soldiers from the Blood Cherry Empire with a family background. Xiao Fan reminded. Such soldiers are easier to control and they will be more obedient. Yes. Xiao Hai nodded. Do you want to send some to the Baiwei Empire? Xiao Fan shook his head. No, since the Baiwei Empire does not want land conflict now, there is no need for us to take the initiative to provoke it. My dear grandson, how is the situation over there? Is the eight-legged tyrannical king monster still in Dongyang Kingdom? Xiao Hai asked. Xiao Fan nodded. It is indeed still in Dongyang country. Dongyang country sends it fish and other things every day, so it kills less. But the total number of people killed by it should have reached 2 million. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, they kill many people every day, and they can still send food to the eight-legged tyrant monster every day. Only they can do it. But facing a powerful monster, this is not a bad way. Their surrender may make the eight-legged tyrant monster stop attacking. The possibility of the eight-legged tyrant monster attacking China in the future is not low. Xiao Fan nodded. My dear grandson, you have to be careful when facing the eight-legged tyrant monster. The eight-legged tyrant monster has multiple attributes, and some attacks may be very strange. Xiao Hai reminded. Yes. Grandpa, I opened the spirit cave and prepared to transmit the freighter. Not long after, 3 freighters of 4 or 5,000 tons were transmitted over. Xiao Fan has transmitted a total of 9 such freighters. According to the agreement, he can only transmit 12 freighters of 3 or 4,000 tons, and he will be done with 1 more transmission. However, he could still send over quite a few warships below 3,000 tons. Grandpa, can you hold on? I'll send over a warship close to 3,000 tons. Xiao Fan asked. It should be possible. Soon, a warship of more than 2,900 tons arrived at the dock. This warship was newly built and only had the power system installed. Radar, missiles, and other things were not available. Living facilities and so on were also not available. Soon, the warship was sent over. My dear grandson, has the Navy delegated the technology related to warships? Xiao Hai said in surprise. Xiao Fan smiled and said, that's right. The Navy gave the warship's appearance and power-related drawings and technology to the civilian shipyard. Anyway, the tonnage is less than 3,000 tons, so the Navy doesn't care much. Grandpa, first-class warships will be like this in the future, what do you think? Xiao Hai said happily, very good, the empty shell warship saves the trouble of dismantling things, and can accommodate more personnel. Once various formations are arranged, they will have powerful combat power. Xiao Fan nodded, the major shipyards are now building them with all their strength, and many other orders are now on the back. After finishing the communication with Xiao Fan rode the lightning thunder sculpture to Leishan County. Ding! Just after arriving above the mainland, Xiao Fan received a call from Jiang Wanchen. Xiao Fan looked solemn. Director Jiang, is there something wrong? It was past 1 in the morning. If there was nothing serious, Jiang Wanchen would definitely not call to disturb him at this time. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wanchen said in a deep voice, Master Xiao, I just got the news that the eight-legged tyrannical monster has left the land. The Navy is under close surveillance, it may come to our China. According to our analysis, the Magic City is most likely to be attacked. Xiaofan said, "Director Jiang, I am not far from the Magic City now. I will go to the eastern waters of the Magic City to guard. Tell me if there is any situation." "Okay." The lightning snow sculpture is fast. 10 minutes later, Xiaofan arrived at the eastern waters of the Magic City. Many ships received the alarm and fled. Ding! Xiaofan received another call from Jiang Wanchen. "Master Xiao, it is confirmed that the monster is heading to the Magic City. It is less than 200 kilometers away. It just attacked a container ship." Jiang Wanchen said hurriedly. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 576 Killing the eight-legged tyrant monster. Lock on the target, fire. In the East China Sea, 2H6s each launched 2 hypersonic missiles. 4 hypersonic missiles advanced at a terrifying speed, and soon the 4 missiles approached the eight-legged tyrant monster that had just destroyed the freighter. The eight-legged tyrant monster raised its head. It found something wrong. However, it did not release its spiritual sense in advance, and its sensing range was only a few kilometers, which was very short for hypersonic missiles. The moment the eight-legged tyrant monster raised its head, the missile had already hit. Boom! Boom! The first and second missiles exploded 5 meters away from the eight-legged tyrant monster, and the barrier that the eight-legged tyrant monster had temporarily created was destroyed. However, the energy of these 2 missiles was also consumed. Boom! The third missile came over, and one of the tentacle of the eight-legged tyrant monster accurately pulled it. The missile exploded, and the tentacle of the eight-legged tyrant monster was blown off. The fourth missile did not have time to resist the tentacle. This missile hit the body of the eight-legged tyrant monster, but did not penetrate very far. The body of the eight-legged tyrant monster is very tyrannical. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The eight-legged tyrant monster screamed in agony on the sea. The fourth blow seriously injured it. Losing a tentacle was not a big problem for it. The previous tentacle had recovered after eating a lot. But a big hole was blown out of its body, which was a big damage. Roar! The eight-legged tyrant monster roared angrily. But the 2 Six Masters that launched missiles were more than 100 kilometers away from it, and they were invisible, so the eight-legged tyrant monster could not find them. Boom! Boom! The tentacles of the eight-legged tyrant monster angrily lashed the sea surface, and the blood flowing from its body dyed the surrounding sea water red. Swish! Xiaofan moved forward at a very fast speed. The eight-legged tyrant monster quickly sank into the water. It moved forward in seclusion, and radar, sonar, etc. lost its trace. Lightning, this way. Xiaofan found the remaining breath of the eight-legged tyrant monster. Severely injured, the eight-legged tyrant monster could not hide itself perfectly. Swish! Lightning moved forward rapidly. Its speed is much faster than the eight-legged tyrant monster that is moving forward in the water. When moving forward in the water, its speed will be much lower. Found it! Xiaofan's eyes lit up. His spiritual sense found the target. If the eight-legged tyrant monster was not injured, it would be difficult for Xiaofan's spiritual sense to find the eight-legged tyrant monster. Now the situation is much better. The eight-legged tyrant monster also found Xiaofan at this time. It was attacked in front, so it was more alert now. Its spiritual sense spread out and kept an eye on the movements around it. Roar! The eight-legged tyrant monster in the water roared in its heart. One of its tentacles lit up, flashing a strange light, and a powerful mental attack attacked Xiaofan. If Xiaofan was just an ordinary martial artist at the level of a great martial arts master, this mental attack would directly turn Xiaofan into an idiot. But Xiaofan has the ability of space, and his mental power is very strong. When the mental power attacked, Xiaofan felt a tingling in his head, but even so, he was not injured by the mental attack of the eight-legged tyrant monster. The eight-legged tyrant monster was severely injured, and its attack was much reduced at this time. It was in the late stage of Wuwang, close to the peak of Wuwang, but one of its tentacles was blown off and a big hole was blown out of its body. It was only in the middle stage of Wuwang now. Xiaofan was close to the middle stage of Wuwang, not much weaker than the eight-legged tyrant monster. Lightning, you leave first. Xiao Fan left the back of the lightning snow sculpture. The lightning snow sculpture was only in the early stage of Wu Wang. If it encountered the attack of the eight-legged tyrant monster, it would most likely die. Wow! Realizing that the mental attack had little effect, the eight-legged tyrant monster under the water immediately rushed out of the water at a very fast speed. Space slash! Xiao Fan waved his hand and slashed. The eight-legged tyrant king monster that rushed over sensed the danger and dodged with all its might. The space slash was so powerful that it could pose a great threat to it. Teleport. Using the space slash, Xiao Fan immediately teleported 10 kilometers away. As soon as he teleported away, hundreds of 2-meter-long ice spikes shot towards the place where Xiao Fan had just been. These ice spikes were very powerful. Is that all your strength? Xiao Fan said mockingly. He stood on a boat that he had released from the dimensional bag. The boat was filled with all kinds of explosives. Roar! The eight-legged tyrant king monster approached at a very fast speed. But when it was still a few hundred meters away, it stopped moving forward, and a 10-meter-long fire snake flew out from one of its tentacles. The fire snake hit the boat where Xiao Fan was in a very short time. Fortunately, Xiao Fan teleported away. Boom! The boat that Xiao Fan took out exploded violently. There were dozens of tons of various explosives on the boat, which were very powerful. The eight-legged tyrant king monsters a few hundred meters away were all affected. This guy should know what explosives are. Xiao Fan thought to himself. In Donyang country, it must have encountered explosives attacks. If its spiritual sense discovered explosives, it would definitely not approach. Roar! The eight-legged tyrant king monster rushed towards Xiao Fan again. I'll give you an air explosion. This time, Xiao Fan directly made hundreds of tons of explosives appear in the air. When the eight-legged tyrant king monster approached, Xiao Fan immediately teleported away. Hundreds of tons of explosives exploded in the sky. Boom! The eight-legged tyrant king monster tried his best to dodge, but there were too many explosives, and the huge power of the explosion still made its injuries a little worse. Keep coming! Xiao Fan provoked from a distance. The eight-legged tyrant king monster may not understand his words, but he can definitely sense its emotions. Xiao Fan has no doubt about this. Roar! The eight-legged tyrant king monster roared angrily. Then it turned and rushed towards the direction of China. Ha! Xiao Fan teleported in front of the eight-legged tyrant king monster, and hundreds of tons of explosives appeared again. The eight-legged tyrant king monster narrowly avoided it. But the explosion of explosives still gave it a big shock. Boom! Boom! Soon the eight-legged tyrant monster encountered two similar bombings. It also learned a lot and the impact of the bombing was reduced. Now it just wanted to rush to the land. Now! Space confinement! Xiao Fan roared in his heart. After several consecutive times, the eight-legged tyrant monster's strength was consumed a lot, and the eight-legged tyrant monster's vigilance was slightly reduced. Just when the eight-legged tyrant monster was about to dodge again, thousands of tons of explosives appeared, and its body was fixed there. The surrounding space seemed to have become substantial. With the strength of the eight-legged tyrant monster, it can definitely break free, but it will take a little time, and what it lacks now is time. Boom! Before the eight-legged tyrant monster broke free, thousands of tons of explosives exploded at close range. The huge fireball directly enveloped the body of the eight-legged tyrant monster. Its body was instantly blown to pieces. The Martial Emperor-level monster is very powerful, but thousands of tons of explosives are too powerful. It is equivalent to the charge of thousands of battle axes. Ha! In the distance, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If the eight-legged tyrannical monster is still alive, it will be very dangerous. They are only 100 kilometers away from the Magic City. And he has consumed a lot of energy just now after teleporting continuously. If the hypersonic missiles in front of him hadn't hit this guy hard, it would be difficult to kill him. It's too cunning and difficult to deal with. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 577, let me be responsible for your casualties? Xiao Fan landed on the sea. The shattered corpse of the eight-legged tyrant monster was scattered everywhere. Collect! Xiao Fan's mental power spread out, and all the larger pieces of meat were collected by Xiao Fan. These corpses have considerable research value. It's also good to give them to the lightning snow sculptures. Soon, all the larger pieces of meat here were collected by Xiao Fan. Ding! Xiao Fan took out the satellite phone and called Jiang Wanchen. Director Jiang, the satellite should have captured it, right? The eight-legged tyrant monster is dead, and the threat is lifted. Jiang Wanchen on the other end of the phone was overjoyed. The satellite did capture the scene here, but it involved a martial emperor-level monster beast, so he couldn't be completely sure whether it was really killed. Master Xiao, thank you for your hard work. The voice of the great elder came over. He kept in touch with Jiang Wanchen and others at any time, paying attention to the progress of the matter. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grand Elder, I am Chinese. This is what I should do. The operation went much more smoothly than expected. The hypersonic missiles in front have done a great job. If there were no 4 hypersonic missiles in front, he might have been injured under the mental attack of the eight-legged tyrant monster. The speed of the eight-legged tyrant monster would also be faster. In that case, it would be more difficult for Xiao Fan to kill it. It is very likely that it will enter the city, and once it enters, it will cause considerable casualties. Master Xiao, it is mainly your credit. On behalf of the country and the people, I would like to express my gratitude again. The great elder said solemnly. He knew that Xiao Fan would become the emperor of the Dragon Empire in a short time, and it was rare for him to take the risk to deal with the eight-legged tyrant monster in this situation. After chatting for a few more words, Xiao Fan hung up the phone. Boom! Boom! Not long after, 2 fighters flew over. A clearer picture was also transmitted back. The Navy's warships were also rushing here. They would probably try their best to salvage the smaller pieces of monster meat here. Dead? Master Xiao is awesome, haha. I knew it would be fine, I didn't even leave the Magic City. It would be great if it stayed in Dongyang. The official news was quickly released, and countless Chinese people were relieved after seeing the news. The threat posed by the eight-legged tyrant King Demon was huge. It killed 2 million people in Dongyang, and countless buildings were destroyed by it, causing incalculable economic losses. If the eight-legged tyrant King Demon entered the Magic City, with a population of 20 to 30 million, the death toll might be even greater, and the losses would be even greater. How could it die like this? Baka, it killed so many people in our Dongyang country, but it died before it even reached China. It's really absurd. This situation shows that Xiao Fan clearly has the ability to kill the eight-legged tyrant King Demon, but he just watched it before. Xiao Fan must be responsible for the 2 million deaths in our Dongyang country. The news spread to Dongyang. Many people in Dongyang country first felt regretful, and then many people were very angry. In their opinion, if Xiao Fan had targeted the eight-legged tyrant monster earlier, they would not have had so many people die in Dongyang. Not long after, many people in Dongyang took to the streets in anger. Master Xiao. Xiao Fan quickly arrived in the Magic City, where Jiang Wanchen and his group were. Jiang Wanchen and his group were delighted to see Xiao Fan. Director Jiang, how are the reactions from all parties? Xiao Fan asked. Jiang Wanchen said, all countries have reported the news. The United States, the British Empire and other countries are relatively calm, but something is wrong in Dongyang. Many of them took to the streets to protest. They said you were the executioner, and that if you had acted earlier, their people would not have died. They want you and our Chinese country to be responsible. Xiao Fan was surprised and asked, another demonstration? Jiang Wanchen said, many of them are family members of the dead and injured, and some are radical nationalists. Anger has made them lose their minds. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that I have to go to Dongyang State. Jiang Wanchen's face changed slightly. Master Xiao, you want to go there to kill people? Our Foreign Affairs Department will negotiate with them and let them end it. Xiao Fan shook his head. The monster is dead, and the anger of the people needs to be vented. They are officially letting the people direct their anger to us. It's useless to negotiate with the Foreign Affairs Department. Don't worry, I won't kill people wantonly, but their warships, planes, military bases, etc., don't need to exist. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. With the help of the lightning snow sculpture, Xiao Fan arrived over Dongyang State in less than an hour. He arrived at a base in Dongyang State. There are many warships and planes here. What is that? A soldier in the base shouted. Soon many soldiers saw the lightning snow sculpture in the sky. There was a person standing on the lightning snow sculpture. Xiao Fan, it's Xiao Fan from China. Sound the alarm. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the base immediately. Come out. Lightning snow sculptures circled in the sky, and Xiao Fan threw bombs one by one from his dimensional bag, and these bombs kept falling to the ground. Boom! 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 In a short period of time, explosions occurred everywhere in the base, and warships and planes were blown to pieces. Your Majesty, Xiao Fan from China has arrived at one of our bases. He threw a lot of bombs, and our base suffered heavy casualties. Should we declare war on China? Oda Fengchuan called the Emperor of Donyang. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. What can we use to declare war? As long as we declare war, all our senior officials will go to see the King of Hell at the first time. You actually let the people march against Xiao Fan, this is stupid. The Emperor of Donyang hung up the phone after saying this. Even without Xiao Fan, Dongyang's current strength is far behind that of China, and the consequence of declaring war will inevitably be their disastrous defeat. Oda Fengchuan looked dejected. He glanced at some people around him. Send someone to stop the people's behavior immediately. Xiao Fan is someone we can't afford to offend. Mr. Oda, Xiao Fan is a great provocation to our Dongyang country. If we are so cowardly, how can we establish a country in the future? Someone said anxiously. Oda Fengchuan said bitterly, as long as we declare war, we will all die within half an hour. Xiao Fan may be forcing us to declare war. In the state of war, his killing of us is not affected by the rules. Another person said, Mr. Oda, Xiao Fan may also attack our other bases. Will we not fight back? Oda Fengchuan smiled bitterly, can our missiles kill Xiao Fan? The eight-legged tyrant king monster died in his hands. His speed is probably not much worse than our missiles. I just hope he stops soon. Pass the order, all the planes in the base take off, the warships leave the port, and try to keep some sparks of hope for us. Everyone looked at Oda Fengchuan with grief and anger. They felt deeply powerless. Everyone, Xiao Fan is just a person after all, and we are a country. Xiao Fan will die and grow old. We will retaliate double for the pain he brought us. Oda Toyokawa said, gritting his teeth. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 578. The people of the Red Maple Empire were dumbfounded in another world. Hundreds of warships of the Four-Nation Alliance marched towards Tianluo Kingdom. There were more than 200,000 soldiers on these warships. The Four-Nation Alliance chose to temporarily abandon the Blood Cherry Empire. On the Blood Cherry Empire side, the Shura Corps had a total of nearly 300,000 soldiers. Even if they sent out 1 million troops, it would be difficult to defeat the Shura Corps. At the beginning, we should have chosen Tianluo Kingdom. Fighting on the Blood Cherry Empire side would not hurt the Dragon Empire. Indeed, across the ocean, no matter how fierce the battle there is, it will not affect the Dragon Empire at all, and it will be difficult to advance to the Dragon Empire's homeland. It is better to occupy Tianluo Kingdom and advance from Tianluo Kingdom to the Dragon Empire. Some people on the leading warship talked about it. Alexander was not among them. The Blood Cherry Empire lost the war, and hundreds of thousands of people died before and after. Someone must be responsible for the loss of the war. Now the general leading the Four-Nation Alliance is called Warren Barton. Launching an attack from Tianluo Kingdom is the strategy he proposed. General Warren, we only have 280,000 people in total, and we will need to mobilize a large number of land soldiers from other places. A general of the OS Empire said. General Warren said in a deep voice, "That's for sure. We can't lose this war, and we will definitely not lose. We will first send 200,000 soldiers to Tianluo country, recruit soldiers in Tianluo country, and transport more soldiers here. We will push the war to the mainland of the Shenlong Empire, take away their wealth, and rob their women. When they see our victory, more countries will join us. Victory will eventually belong to us." The people around gradually became excited. They all spoke up to echo Warren Barton. Warren Barton was a veteran of the OS Empire and had commanded many battles. He was a victorious general who rarely lost. However, the Vulture Empire likes to bully small countries. The battles commanded by Warren Barton were all against small and medium-sized countries. It has never been against a superpower like the Shenlong Empire. Swoosh! A martial emperor-level strongman flew over. "General Warren, the Shenlong Empire has taken action. Their fleet of 8 top warships and more than 70 first-class warships are heading to the Blood Cherry Empire," the Woody who came over reported. Warren Barton narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure it's 8 top warships? They just launched 2 top warships?" "Yes, General Warren, the displacement of those 2 top warships is 4 to 5,000 tons. They were converted from the cargo ships that Xiao Fan sent from Earth. They are much larger than our top warships," the Woody who came over said in a deep voice. The top warships of the Vulture Empire have a displacement of no more than 4,000 tons, which is 800 or 900 tons less than the warships of the Shenlong Empire. But in their opinion, they should be stronger in terms of performance. The navy of the Shenlong Empire has just developed, and its experience in formation is not that rich. General Warren, they should know about our actions, so they want to withdraw some of the people from the Blood Cherry Empire. Should we go back to snipe them? Another general said. General Warren shook his head. If we return, they will definitely hide in the port where they suppress their strength. It will be disadvantageous for us to waste time. Don't forget that they still have top warships under construction. If we return, it may be exactly what they want. 5 hours passed. A total of 80 warships from the Shenlong Empire arrived at the Shuiying Empire. These warships were all over 2,000 tons. If they squeezed together, each warship could easily transport 2,000 people on average. Board the ships. 50,000 soldiers of the Dragon Empire arrived on the warships first, and they were armed to the teeth. Then, 100,000 people of the Blood Cherry Empire also boarded the warships. They were unarmed. If the people of the Blood Cherry Empire dared to make trouble, what awaited them was a bloody massacre. It is worth mentioning that these 100,000 people of the Blood Cherry Empire were soldiers before, and they were not civilians forcibly recruited later. Set sail. 80 warships set off quickly. What's going on? The strong man of the Vulture Empire who was secretly observing soon found something wrong. The fleet of the Dragon Empire was not heading to the Dragon Empire or the Tianluo Kingdom, but sailed eastward to the vast ocean. Something is wrong, this situation is not right. Is the Dragon Empire going to our Vulture Empire? The strong man of the Vulture Empire who was secretly observing was frightened. 50,000 soldiers of the Shura Legion and 100,000 soldiers of the Blood Cherry Empire would have a significant impact on them if they entered the Vulture Empire. Swoosh! After observing for a quarter of an hour and making sure that he was not mistaken, the martial emperor-level strong man of the Vulture Empire quickly went to Wasbottom and his team. He arrived more than half an hour later. General Voss, something is not right. The fleet of the Dragon Empire, with 50,000 people from the Shura Legion and 100,000 soldiers from the Blood Cherry Empire, is heading east. The emperor-level warrior who came over said in a deep voice. Wasbottom and the others' faces changed. They wanted to bring the war to the Dragon Empire, and the Dragon Empire seemed to want to bring the war to them, which was not good. The agreement stipulates that they cannot use firearms to bomb our cities, but if they send a large number of soldiers over and use cold weapons to attack, this is not prohibited. Someone said. Another person said, 150,000 people are not a small number, but 100,000 of them are from the Blood Cherry Empire. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire will not fight with all their strength. This number is not enough. They will die if they go there. Wasbottom looked at the map. He frowned. The destination of the Dragon Empire is probably the Red Maple Empire. The people of the Red Maple Empire present changed their faces. There are only tens of thousands of soldiers in their Red Maple Empire, most of whom have left. There are only 20,000 soldiers in the entire country now. 50,000 Shura Legion soldiers and 100,000 Blood Cherry Empire people will go there. This force can destroy the entire Red Maple Empire. It is really possible. If they go to the Vulture Empire, they will not be able to do much. The soldiers of the Blood Cherry Empire may turn against them again. But if they go to the Red Maple Empire and promise to give them part of the occupied land, the people of the Blood Cherry Empire will definitely fight for their lives. A general of the OS Empire analyzed. There was only one general of the Red Maple Empire present, and his face turned pale. General Warren, we have to intercept them. The general of the Red Maple Empire said anxiously. General Warren shook his head, it's too late. The distance is 2,000 or 3,000 miles. Even if they don't move, it will take us 6 or 7 hours to get there. Speed is not our advantage either. The speed of their first-class warships is not much worse than our top warships. Do we only have 9 top warships to chase them? Everyone was silent. If their top warships chase them, how can they face the 8 top warships of the Dragon Empire and 72 first-class warships? Doing so is suicide. General Warren, the Vulture Empire must support us. The general of the Red Maple Empire said. Warren Barton said, don't worry, the news will be sent back in advance, and His Majesty will definitely make arrangements, so you don't have to worry. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 579 Xiao Hai's identity is about to be exposed. The general of the Red Maple Empire frowned. Even if the Vulture Empire came to support, it was not that easy. Although the Red Maple Empire had a sparse population, it was larger than the Vulture Empire. Who knew where the Dragon Empire would land? Most of the remaining 20,000 people were near the capital, and the defense capabilities of the ports and cities were almost zero. In addition to the ports, coastal warships with deeper waters could also dock. The defense capabilities of warships in the other world were strong, and they were not afraid of hitting reefs. Alas! The general of the Red Maple Empire sighed secretly. He was a little regretful. The Dragon Empire was much more terrible than they expected, and their Red Maple Empire might be destroyed. 6 or 7 hours later, a Martial Emperor-level strongman arrived at the Vulture Empire's imperial city. The Dragon Empire is likely to attack the Red Maple Empire? The Vulture Empire's Emperor Morgan the Great received the news. This news made him frown. The Red Maple Empire was a good neighbor, with a sparse population and very peaceful. They would listen to them on anything. If the Dragon Empire and the Blood Cherry Empire occupied a lot of land in the Red Maple Empire, it would be a big bad news for the Vulture Empire. The population of the Red Maple Empire is only a few million, while the Red Maple Empire has more than 30 million. The Dragon Empire has 200 to 300 million. Can we mobilize the fleet to intercept them? Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's impossible. We only have 3 top warships in our homeland, and the Red Maple Empire has no top warships, and it will be difficult for the support of the OS Empire to arrive. The Dragon Empire now has 8 top warships, and 72 first-class warships are coming. We are definitely not a match. A general of the OS Empire said. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice, then we can only mobilize the army to the Red Maple Empire immediately. We can't let them gain a foothold. Another general said, Your Majesty, how many should we withdraw? Our army originally had 350,000, and 50,000 went to the Blood Cherry Empire. Now there are only 250,000 veterans, and 200,000 recruits have not yet finished training. The Vulture Empire's navy is very strong, but the army is average. They didn't need a strong army before, and there were no strong countries around the Vulture Empire. Emperor Morgan frowned. If we draw too little, it won't be very useful. If we draw too much, what will happen if the fleet of the Dragon Empire goes directly to their port? Your Majesty, there is another question. Where will our soldiers go? The Red Maple Empire has a long coastline, and the people of the Dragon Empire can land in many places. Morgan the Great said in a deep voice, "So what do you mean?" "Your Majesty, I suggest that we gather 100,000 veterans and 100,000 new soldiers to the port. After determining where the enemy lands, we will send people to the Red Maple Empire to deal with them." "Your Majesty, this is a good idea. It takes a long time and is very physically demanding for our people to rush over by land." A group of ministers spoke up. Morgan the Great said in a deep voice, "Then let's do it. Also, continue to recruit new soldiers. We must seize the time to expand the army." Earth, Leishan County. An old woman is watching short videos. There are many cheap smart means these days. There are many elderly people playing with mobile phones in rural areas. They may not be able to surf the internet, but watching short videos is not difficult for them. This person looks familiar. The old woman stared at the screen of her mobile phone. There was a photo of Xiao Hai on it, but it was not an old photo, but a photo of him wearing a dragon robe in another world. Xiao Hai in the photo was majestic and dignified. There was a lot of news about the other world. Xiao Hai was the emperor of the Dragon Empire, so there was certainly a lot of news about him. Some of them were just a paragraph of text with a photo of Xiao Hai. "Old man, come and take a look. Why do I feel that this emperor looks familiar?" The old woman called to her husband. "Which emperor?" The old man was lying down to rest, and he did not get up immediately. "The emperor of the Dragon Empire, come and take a look. This person is really familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen him," the old woman urged. The old man came to her and took the phone. This man looks like Xiao Hai from the next village. We met a few homeless people in the town that year, and Xiao Hai helped us drive them away. He also sent us to the health center," the old man said. The old woman suddenly realized, "Yes, now that you mentioned it, I also remembered it. He was tall and strong, and I was impressed by him." The old man put down his phone and said, "Okay, he just looks a little bit like him. There are many people who look like him in this world. This is the emperor of another world." The old woman nodded. In the afternoon, she played mahjong and told this matter in a casual chat. One person told 10 people, 10 told 100, and the news gradually spread. Ding! Xiao Fan's phone rang. "Director Jiang, is there another powerful monster?" Xiao Fan answered the phone and asked. If it was just an ordinary monster, Jiang Wanchen and his team could completely solve it. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wanchen said solemnly, "Master Xiao, there is an emergency, and your grandfather's identity may be exposed." "What's going on?" Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Jiang Wanchen quickly explained the situation. Xiao Fan frowned. At present, many people know about it, and the news has been spread on the internet. It is unlikely to block the news. In Leishan County, there are more than 1 or 2 spies from the United States, Dongyang Kingdom, the British Empire and other countries. Maybe they have already obtained the information. Master Xiao, we are trying to clear the news on the internet. You should go and hypnotize some people. Maybe we can block the news. Jiang Wanchen said. Okay. Xiao Fan teleported 3 times and arrived at the village where the news spread. He moved in stealth and hypnotized everyone in the village in a short time. Ding! Jiang Wanchen called again. Master Xiao, I'm afraid that blocking it is useless. Someone sent the news to the family group. Some people in other places have already known the news. And the news is starting to spread. Xiao Fan sighed lightly. Director Jiang, it seems that we can only show our cards. There is really a throne to inherit in my family. If it spread a long time ago, the impact would be huge. Now it should not have much impact. The situation in the Shunlong Empire is stable. Jiang Wanchen said, Master Xiao, we didn't do our job well and didn't stop the news from spreading in time. It's okay. I'm satisfied that we can conceal it until now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan searched. There is already relevant news on the internet, but not many people are talking about it. But this matter involves his grandfather. Xiao Fan is sure that the news will spread quickly and the secret will be exposed. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 580 Donyang states sleeping plan Donyang Kingdom. Your Majesty, this is the plan we have formulated. Oda Toyokawa handed a plan to the old emperor. The emperor of Donyang Kingdom did not manage much, but his status was extremely high. Please tell me briefly. The emperor of Donyang Kingdom looked at the thick plan and said. Oda Toyokawa said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, this plan was jointly agreed upon by us after Xiao Fan destroyed most of our warships, aircraft, bases, etc. The core of the plan is that we surrender to the Dragon Empire. We pay tribute to beauties, materials, etc., and get the full support of the Dragon Empire. The emperor of Donyang Kingdom frowned secretly. Oda Toyokawa continued, Your Majesty, the times have changed. Now is not the era of aircraft carriers and aircraft, but the era of warriors. Instead of continuing to follow the United States, it is better to follow the Dragon Empire. China and the Dragon Empire are in a cooperative relationship. We can kneel down and lick the Dragon Empire, and they will definitely be more willing to support us in the future. And China is a big country, and their people are talented in the other world. The Dragon Empire will definitely be wary of this. The emperor of Donyang Kingdom nodded slightly. He also saw the decline of the United States. Xiao Fan sank 2 of their aircraft carriers, but they dared not say a word. Of course, they were not much better. Their warship bases were destroyed, but they just held back and did not fight back. They could not afford the consequences of fighting back. Go on. The emperor of Donyang said in a deep voice. Oda Toyokawa said, after getting the support of the Dragon Empire, our country vigorously promoted the spirit of Bushido to make the people more martial. We are not inferior to anyone in this regard. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall, when it reaches a certain point, we can provoke the relationship between the Dragon Empire and Xiao Fan will die. The emperor of Donyang nodded slightly. Oda Toyokawa said, Your Majesty, we have a detailed plan for every step. Our Donyang Kingdom will definitely stand at the top of the world. The emperor of Donyang said in a deep voice, Very good, since you have a plan, you should strictly follow the plan. Donyang Kingdom will prosper. Oda Toyokawa said solemnly, Donyang Kingdom will prosper. At this moment, Oda Toyokawa's emergency contact phone rang. He has 2 mobile phones, one of which is managed by his adjutant, and the one he holds can only be dialed by a very few people. As long as he dials this phone, it must be something important. Your Majesty, I have to answer a call. This call should be very important. Oda Toyokawa said. Yeah. The emperor of Donyang Kingdom nodded slightly. Oda Toyokawa took out his mobile phone, and it was the Minister of Intelligence who called. What's the matter? Oda Toyokawa answered the call in a deep voice. Oda-kun, we just got intelligence that the emperor of the Dragon Empire is 80% similar to Xiao Fan's grandfather Xiao Hai. We suspect they may be the same person. The Minister of Intelligence reported hurriedly on the other end of the phone. What? Oda Toyokawa was stunned. If the emperor of the Dragon Empire is Xiao Fan's grandfather Xiao Hai, their so-called plan of sleeping on straw would seem extremely ridiculous. Where did the news come from? Oda Toyokawa said in a deep voice. The news first came from a village. Someone found that the emperor of the Dragon Empire and Xiao Hai looked very similar. Then other people also confirmed this. The Minister of Intelligence said. Oda Toyokawa hung up the phone, his face turned very ugly. Oda, why are you like this? Don't you have a plan? The warships, bases, etc. have been almost destroyed. How much worse can it be? The emperor of Donyang asked. In your position, you must learn to be calm in the face of honor and disgrace. Victory will eventually belong to our Donyang. Oda Fengchuan said bitterly, Your Majesty, I just got news that the emperor of the Dragon Empire looks very similar to Xiao Fan's missing grandfather. I suspect that Xiao Hai accidentally teleported to another world before. The face of the emperor of Donyang changed drastically. If this news is true, it will be a bolt from the blue. All their provocative actions will not have any effect. It is impossible for them to kneel down and lick the Dragon Empire. Confirm the authenticity of the news as soon as possible. The Emperor of Donyang said, covering his chest. He felt uncomfortable in his chest when he heard the news and had to take some medicine quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. Oda Fengchuan retreated. He looked dejected. Battleships, planes, bases, etc. were destroyed, but he was not so desperate because the times had changed and many things had become less important. There was still hope for the rise of their Donyang kingdom. If the Emperor of the Dragon Empire was Xiaohai, their hope would be shattered. Knock, knock. In the Black Palace of the United States, the door of the United States President was knocked. The Chief of Staff hurried in. Commander-in-Chief, something happened. The Chief of Staff said solemnly. The United States President frowned and said, another incident? He hasn't heard any good news recently. In Hawaii, it cost a full $50 billion to deal with the monsters. It will cost a lot of money to deal with the aftermath. Donyang country is their ally, but it was abused by Xiao Fan. Commander-in-Chief, our plan to infiltrate the Dragon Empire and alienate Xiao Fan and the relationship between China and the Dragon Empire is likely to fail. The Chief of Staff smiled bitterly. What's going on? Hasn't this plan been going well? The United States President frowned. They did a lot of things in secret. The Chief of Staff said helplessly, Commander-in-Chief, China has revealed that Xiao Fan's grandfather looks very similar to the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. What? The United States President's face changed. If it's not a coincidence, then maybe they are the same person. If so, what's the point of alienating them? How do our intelligence personnel do their work? The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said gloomily. The Chief of Staff smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Xiao Fan has been missing for 12 years, and the photos he left behind were taken a long time ago. The photos of that era were black and white, and they were not clear. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief frowned. What is the probability that they are the same person? The Chief of Staff said, Commander-in-Chief, I'm afraid it's at least 60 to 70%. We will hurry up to confirm it. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said in a deep voice, then do it quickly. He was originally in a good mood, but he was upset when he heard the news. All the previous plans had to be scrapped and restarted. Could the Emperor of the Dragon Empire really be the grandfather of Master Xiao? It should be just a coincidence, right? Coincidence? I don't think so. They just happen to look alike, and Master Xiao just happened to get the benefit. There are not so many coincidences in the world. If this is true, it would be great. To be honest, I have always been worried that supporting the Dragon Empire would backfire. The news spread rapidly and widely on the Chinese internet. Xiao Fan was extremely popular, and this matter involved Xiao Fan's grandfather, and also involved the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. This was explosive news. The news spread really fast. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. The relevant news quickly became the #1 hot search. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 581 landing in the Red Maple Empire Dongdong. It was late at night, and the mirror next to Xiao Fan rang. He was in his villa in Leishan County. 9 cargo ships of 4,000 to 5,000 tons had been sent over. The last 3 were not urgent, and Xiaohai's top formation masters were too busy. As for warships below 3,000 tons, it would take time to build them. My dear grandson, Yue has already achieved the perfect cultivation of the great martial sect. When her cultivation is very close to that of the martial king, Grandpa will let her teleport back. Breaking through on Earth can strengthen the spirit cave. Xiao Hai said with a smile. Xiao Fan had only been to the other world twice. He was now in the late stage of the great martial sect. It was normal for Su Yue to achieve the perfect cultivation of the great martial sect. Grandpa, there is something going on here. Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai's eyes condensed. Another powerful monster appeared on Earth? Xiao Fan shook his head. Grandpa, someone in the next village said that you look like the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. If this news spreads, the first in various hot searches. This news may have spread to the other world. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "My dear grandson, this exposure is a matter of time. It's good to have delayed it until now. Grandpa's situation is fine, and there is no big problem on your side. Let's expose it." Xiao Fan nodded. "Grandpa, should I admit it directly?" Xiao Hai thought for a while and said, "Since it has been exposed, it is better to admit it openly. It's no big deal. Don't worry about Grandpa, there will be no problem. This is not the beginning of the founding of the country. Defeating the Blackstone Empire, the Tianluo Kingdom, the White Elephant Empire, and especially the Blood Sakura Empire, Xiao Hai is now very prestigious. Even if it is revealed that he is a Chinese, the people can accept it. Xin Jingtian, Meng Yi, Lian Rong and others have known the situation for a long time, and their loyalty to Xiao Hai has not wavered." "Yeah." Xiao Fan nodded. He had the same idea. Now that it has been exposed, there is no point in hiding it. "My dear grandson, this time Grandpa will give you some battle formation information. This is specially made for those who practice the Yanhuang Ju." Xiao Hai smiled. Xiao Fan asked in confusion, "Grandpa, what battle formation information?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Didn't there battle formations in ancient times? Practicing the same skills can form battle formations more conveniently. Forming a battle formation can combine defense or attack. The battle formation information given to you includes the Azure Dragon formation, Vermilion Bird formation, and White Tiger formation for attack, as well as the Black Tortoise formation for defense. The battle formation requires a minimum of 9 people and a maximum of tens of thousands." Xiao Fan asked in confusion, "There are 3 for attack? Only 1 for defense?" Xiao Hai said, "The attack battle formation has different focuses. The Azure Dragon formation has a fast attack speed, the White Tiger formation has a strong single target attack, and the Vermilion Bird formation is a range attack. The 3 battle formations also have different attribute requirements. Defense is to form a Black Tortoise defense shield, there are not so many requirements." Xiao Fan suddenly realized, that's it. These battle formations are relatively easy to understand. Even ordinary practitioners can form battle formations in a short time. There are also battle formations in the other world. But there are not so many people in the other world who practice the same skills, so it is much more difficult to form battle formations. These battle formations were specially made by Xiao Hai. "Grandpa, what level can use it?" Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "The minimum requirement is the Huajin level. The minimum requirement for the main formation is the postnatal realm. There should be many people in China who meet the requirements." Xiao Fan nodded. "There are not many people who have reached the postnatal level, but there are already 100,000 or 200,000 people at the Huajin level. There are so many people in China, and there are many people with martial arts talent. Moreover, the spiritual energy on earth is much more abundant than before. The Yanhuang Ju is also much stronger than the skills that Yi Fei and others practiced before. Grandpa, if you learn it, how powerful will it be?" Xiao Fan asked curiously. Xiao Hai said with a smile, "Martial Emperor level monsters can easily slaughter tens of thousands of Huajin level or even postnatal level practitioners. But the power of Martial Emperor level monsters is not tens of thousands times theirs. Tens of thousands of Huajin level practitioners jointly defend, forming a basalt defense shield that is enough to resist the attack of Martial Emperor level monsters." Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. Defense is relatively simple, and it is much more difficult to learn the attack formation, but there are so many people in China, there will always be many people who can learn it. Xiao Fan nodded. A crystal ball appeared in Xiao Hai's hand. Xiao Fan opened the spirit cave. The crystal ball was transmitted over, and a lot of information poured into his mind. Xiao Fan has a good attainment in formations, and it is still easy for him to understand these. He will pass them on to the others. "My dear grandson, Grandpa will pass on a lot of dragon energy to you. You can reach the peak of the great martial sect faster." Xiao Hai smiled. Xiao Fan nodded. It didn't take long for Xiao Hai to pass on a lot of dragon energy. With the dragon energy given by Xiao Hai, his cultivation speed can be much faster. Grandpa, are you okay? The warehouse is already piled with things worth billions of dollars. Xiao Fan said. After getting $50 billion a few days ago, Xiao Fan bought a lot of things during this period, some of which are very advanced. Not bad. Xiao Hai smiled. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan sent a large number of things in the warehouse. I'll start the live broadcast and tell everyone tomorrow. Xiao Hai's figure disappeared, and Xiao Fan thought to himself. In another world, the west coast of the Red Maple Empire. 80 warships are advancing in a mighty manner, and their speeds have reached hundreds of kilometers per hour, which is much faster than the warships on Earth. This speed is only the cruising speed of these warships. What is that? It seems to be a ship, a lot of big ships. At a port in the Red Maple Empire, many people looked into the distance. Woo-woo-soon a shrill alarm sounded. Many people in the port changed their faces. 2 days ago, news had spread that warships from the Dragon Empire were approaching, and there were 150,000 soldiers on the warships. When they heard the alarm, they immediately knew that the warships in the distance were likely to be from the Dragon Empire. The enemy is coming, run away. Quick! Many people fled. The warships in the sea were getting closer and closer, and the speed was slowly decreasing. In less than half an hour, some of the 80 warships docked at the port, but the soldiers on the warships did not leave immediately. All the people of the Blood Cherry Empire listen. Your Majesty's decree, all the territories you have opened up, our Shenlong Empire will only occupy half, and the other half will belong to your Blood Cherry Empire. If you fight with all your strength, you can open up new territories and become a marquis. If you slack off, you will die, your family will die, and the Blood Cherry Empire will also face doomsday. Mang Yi's loud voice resounded through the world. The people on the 80 warships heard it clearly. The city they were in was just a small city, and it did not suppress its strength. Kill, kill, kill. Many people in the Blood Cherry Empire shouted, and soon, all the rest of the people in the Blood Cherry Empire shouted. 100,000 people shouted, and the momentum was extremely huge. Land! Mang Yi issued an order. A large number of people from the Blood Cherry Empire impatiently disembarked and arrived at the dock. Many of them showed madness in their eyes. These guys were hungry wolves. They didn't dare to bite the Dragon Empire, but they dared to bite the Red Maple Empire. They were not afraid of the Vulture Empire. The Vulture Empire's army was far less powerful than their navy. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 582. The Vulture Empire is in a panic. In less than an hour, all the 100,000 people from the Blood Cherry Empire left the ship. When they were on the warship, they were not allowed to carry weapons. Now that they were off the ship, they all took weapons. Listen, all the people from the Blood Cherry Empire, just attack, attack, and attack again. Don't stop at occupying a small area. This is your best chance to build a large territory for your country and for your descendants. If you lose it, it will never come again. Mang Yi said loudly. We, the Dragon Empire, must occupy half of the territory you conquer. This general will leave you 3,000 sets of heavy armor. Mang Yi waved his hand and many heavy armors appeared on the dock. These heavy armors were the armor of the iron-armored dragon riders in the past. Although these armors are not as good as the armor of the Shurikor, wearing these armors can kill people from the Red Maple Empire. Thank you, General Mang, said a general from the Blood Cherry Empire. His strength is not very strong. Those with strong strength are easily beheaded by the Vulture Empire, and those with average strength can be generals. Even if they are killed, new generals can be selected at will. Thank you, General Mang. A large number of people from the Blood Cherry Empire said in unison. Mang Yi said in a deep voice, You, the Blood Cherry Empire, should not have been eyeing our Dragon Empire a long time ago. You have no chance at all. Even if you are lucky enough to occupy it, you will only be assimilated. Your target should be a country like the Red Maple Empire with a vast territory and a sparse population. You can easily occupy a large area of land. If the people from the Vulture Empire come to kill us, this general will give you 6 words. Mobile warfare, protracted war. Another general of the Blood Cherry Empire said, General Mang, our Blood Cherry Empire should have other troops coming, right? Mang Yi nodded, of course. As long as there is a chance, we will definitely send more of your people. Everyone, you are making history, I wish you good luck. After Meng Yi finished speaking, the warships of the Dragon Empire retreated. The 50,000 soldiers of the Shura Corps did not leave the ship. Xiao Hai had no plan for the Shura Corps to open up new territory here for the time being. Let the people of the Blood Cherry Empire charge and kill. If they win, they will share half of the territory of the Dragon Empire. If they lose, the Dragon Empire will not lose anything. General, are we going back now? Said the deputy general next to Meng Yi. Meng Yi smiled faintly and said, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Now that you are here, why don't you go to the coast of the Vulture Empire and give them some warmth? Some people's eyes lit up. They were a little unwilling to go back like this after wandering all the way here. According to the agreement, they cannot use firearms to bombard the Vulture Empire, but it does not mean that their people cannot land and attack. The 50,000 heavy armored elite warriors of the Shura Corps can at least match 200,000 ordinary soldiers. Not counting the new recruits, the Vulture Empire's native army only has 250,000 soldiers. They are not afraid of all of them. The soldiers of the Shura Corps have no war horses now. If they get war horses in the Vulture Empire, their combat power can be strengthened. Damn it! The Wu Emperor of the Vulture Empire was secretly following. Seeing the direction of the Shunlong Empire fleet, the Wu Emperor who was secretly following and observing changed his face. The Shunlong Empire fleet was in the wrong direction. The fleet did not return to the west, but went south to their Vulture Empire. The Vulture Empire has been the most powerful country in the past 100 or 200 years. There are many prosperous cities on the west coast, but the defense force is not strong. The Vulture Empire now has a total of 3 super fleets on its homeland, one of which is under maintenance and cannot be deployed at all. There is only one super fleet on the west coast and another on the east coast. Just a super fleet, the huge fleet of the Dragon Empire had to flee early, otherwise they would not be able to escape. Without the navy, the army is not enough. The Vulture Empire now has 250,000 veterans and 200,000 new soldiers. On the west coast, there are 150,000 veterans and 100,000 new soldiers. Among them, 100,000 veterans and 100,000 new soldiers gathered. They originally planned to take a boat to the Red Maple Empire. The gathering of these soldiers caused the other cities to be empty. Some larger cities did not even have 2,000 defenders. There were 50,000 people on the Dragon Empire warships. Even if only half of them were deployed, they could bring extremely terrifying pressure to those cities. Swish! After the Dragon Empire's warships were far away, the Vulture Empire's secretly observing Emperor Wu quickly went away. He had to hurry up to spread the news. Not long after, this powerful Emperor Wu arrived at a city in the Vulture Empire, where 200,000 soldiers of the Vulture Empire gathered. General Colin, our people cannot go to the Red Maple Empire. The returning Emperor Wu said in a deep voice. Why? General Colin frowned. The Red Maple Empire was their ally. Facing an attack, they had every obligation to provide support. The returning Emperor Wu said, the 80 warships of the Dragon Empire are sailing south, and the 50,000 Shura Corps have not left the ships. Originally, according to their analysis, the Shura Corps would act together with the Blood Cherry Empire, and the Blood Cherry Empire was just a vassal army. What? General Colin's face changed. General Colin, if we support the Red Maple Empire, our own cities will likely be attacked by the Shura Corps. Even if they don't use firearms, it won't take them long to attack our cities. The returning general said. General Colin frowned. How can a huge city be defended if there are only 2,000 or 3,000 guards? The Dragon Empire cannot use bombs to bomb, but it can use tanks. Can their city gates withstand it? Even if they pile up stones behind the city wall, the Dragon Empire may still have excavators, bulldozers, tunnel boring machines and other things. The stone city wall can't resist these equipment for long. General Colin, the Dragon Empire has sent out all the top warships, first-class warships. Our navy can't run as fast as them. It's better to send all the people back from our navy's warships. The returning Emperor Wu said. Many soldiers here gathered from cities one by one. General Colin said in a deep voice, "Send the message back first and see what your majesty says." Yes. The order came 3 hours later. The 200,000 soldiers should go back to where they came from, and give priority to defending their own cities. Damn it. The strong men of the Red Maple Empire cursed in their hearts when they knew the situation. 100,000 people from the Blood Cherry Empire are now wreaking havoc in the Red Maple Empire. Without the help of the Vulture Empire, they can't cope with it at all. Disperse again? Even if they are dispersed, the defense of each city is not strong. Can you resist it? Maggie sneered. It is not the time to attack the Vulture Empire on a large scale, but he is determined to let the Vulture Empire know how powerful it is. The Vulture Empire is isolated overseas, with no powerful countries around it. Relying on its powerful navy, the Vulture Empire has not experienced much war. Wars have always been happening in other countries, which makes their people have no idea how cruel war is. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 583 I am the Crown Prince of the Dragon Empire. Earth, Imperial Capital, 9:30 a.m. More than 1,000 reporters gathered at the press conference. This press conference was particularly eye-catching. Yesterday, the news that Grandpa Xiaohai might be the emperor of the Dragon Empire spread, and in the middle of the night, China issued a message to hold a press conference. And there was a mysterious guest at this press conference. Many people speculated that the mysterious guest was Xiao Fan. In fact, Xiao Fan originally planned to announce this news live, but the great elders and others felt that such a big event was not formal enough to be announced live. Xiao Fan was just an ordinary citizen before, and he could do anything. After the news was announced, he was the Crown Prince of the Dragon Empire. He represented the Dragon Empire. Why is time passing so slowly? Yes, I have been waiting since 7 o'clock, and I have been waiting for an hour and a half. The mysterious guest should be Grandmaster Xiao, right? The press conference was broadcast live, and the live broadcast room was still black, but there were already tens of millions of netizens gathered in the live broadcast room. In addition to the online live broadcast, many TV stations also broadcast live, and many people in other countries waited in front of the TV. I hope Xiao Fan can clarify the rumors. If Xiaohai is the emperor of the Dragon Empire, that's not good. At present, in the other world, the strength of the Dragon Empire should exceed that of the Vulture Empire. Many people on foreign forums are also discussing this matter. The Vulture Empire in the other world is still on the offensive, but many people as outsiders can see clearly that the four-nation alliance may not win. The Dragon Empire's army is too strong. As long as there are no internal problems, it is basically invincible, and the navy is also expanding rapidly. According to the previous treaty, the Dragon Empire's top warships will reach 18, which is 5 more than the Vulture Empire. Unless the four-nation coalition can win a big victory in a short period of time, they will have no chance if more warships of the Dragon Empire are launched. In the past, many people in the United States thought that although China has a good relationship with the Dragon Empire now, it may turn against each other in the future. Xiaohai may be the emperor of the Dragon Empire. This news made many people dumbfounded. Could it be that China and the Dragon Empire are one family? Time passed by minute. Nearing 10 o'clock, the subfield quickly became quiet. Everyone, yesterday a piece of news went viral on the internet. In order to confirm the authenticity of this news, we invited Grandmaster Xiao Fan. Welcome everyone. The spokesperson of the Foreign Affairs Department said with a smile. Wow. Warm applause broke out. Many reporters present were Chinese, and there were also many countries that now had good relations with China. Xiao Fan came out in a slim tang suit. Finally, I see Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, I want to give birth to your child. Calm down, you can't beat Goddess Su Yue. The one upstairs, if Grandmaster Xiao's grandfather is the emperor, is it possible for Grandmaster Xiao to inherit the throne? The emperor won't marry only one, right? In the live broadcast room, countless barrages poured out. Even if there are restrictions on speaking, there are too many people in the live broadcast room. "Everyone, welcome to this press conference," Xiao Fan said with a smile, and he didn't use a microphone. With his current strength, everyone can hear him clearly, and there is no need to use a microphone at all. "Master Xiao, how do you respond to the news that was exposed on the internet yesterday?" Master Xiao. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, many people rushed to ask. Xiao Fan pressed his hands, and everyone suddenly quieted down. "Everyone, yesterday there was a lot of news on the internet saying that the Emperor of the Dragon Empire was my grandfather Xiao Hai. I want to say, everyone's guess is correct. My grandfather Xiao Hai traveled through time 12 years ago and became a general of the Flame Empire, but the Emperor of the Flame Empire was cruel and inhumane, and the people were miserable, so he chose to revolt. The people's will was supported, and the revolt was successful in just 1 year." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Many people at the scene, many people on the internet, and many people in front of the TV were shocked. The Emperor of the Dragon Empire was really Xiao Hai. Some time ago, many people on the internet were worried that the Dragon Empire would backfire on China. It's normal for everyone to have such concerns. But there is no need. Although the Dragon Empire and China have no alliance, they will definitely support each other and jointly oppose all hegemonic aggression." Hearing what Xiao Fan said, many Chinese people who watched the live broadcast breathed a sigh of relief. Many people were really worried before. What's the point of worrying now? They knew Xiao Hai's information. Xiao Hai used to be a soldier. "Master Xiao, what is your identity in the Dragon Empire now?" a reporter asked at the scene. Many people stared at Xiao Fan. They all wanted to know the answer to this question. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, "I am now the Crown Prince of the Dragon Empire. The Dragon Empire will soon announce this news." Wow! Master Xiao is really the Crown Prince of the Dragon Empire. "Master Xiao, how about I be your concubine?" Xiao Fan said this, and the barrage in the live broadcast room increased sharply. A reporter from the British Empire stood up. "Master Xiao, your grandfather Xiao Hai is a top cultivator. He has a long life and can marry and have children again. He is an earthling. It's not good for him to marry a woman from the Dragon Empire and become the queen? Will the people of the Dragon Empire be willing for you to become the crown prince?" Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. This reporter was deliberately provoking. The news of the press conference will inevitably spread to the Dragon Empire. Xiao Fan looked at the other party. He said indifferently, "Do you want to interfere with the establishment of the Crown Prince of the Dragon Empire? Do you know that doing such a thing will result in the execution of the whole family?" The other party's face changed wildly. Xiao Fan continued, "What should be said and what should not be said, you should think clearly and don't cause trouble for your family and country." The other party broke out in a cold sweat. "Xiao! Grandmaster Xiao, I didn't mean it," the other party said tremblingly. Many people on the Chinese internet laughed like crazy. "Ha, Grandmaster Zhao's retort was beautiful. This guy thinks he can talk nonsense about the crown prince? In ancient China, I don't know how many people died because of the dispute over the crown prince. Did you see it?" His face was pale and his whole body was shaking. He, if it were you, wouldn't you be afraid? Grandmaster Xiao is the crown prince of the Shunlong Empire. If something goes wrong, his entire family will be in tatters. Countless people left messages in the live broadcast room. "Grandmaster Xiao, since you have become the crown prince of the Shunlong Empire, does it mean that you will go to the Shunlong Empire in the near future?" a reporter from the Chinese central media asked. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. "Yes, in the near future, I will indeed go to the Shunlong Empire, but the relationship between the Shunlong Empire and China will not change, and the two countries will continue to cooperate." Some other people asked questions one after another. After answering some more questions, the press conference ended successfully. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 584 Xiao Fan teaching battle formation. Master Xiao, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm going to show my cards. I won't pretend anymore. My family has a throne to inherit. Many people in Donyang, the United States, etc. probably have their heads buzzing. How can we sow discord between Xiao Fan and the Xinlong Empire now? They wanted to kill Master Xiao before, do they dare to kill him now? After the press conference, the Chinese internet was boiling, and countless netizens were very happy. Originally, they were worried about the backlash of the Xinlong Empire, but now they don't have to worry about that. Whether Xiao Hai is the emperor or Xiao Fan is the emperor in the future, the Xinlong Empire and China can definitely maintain a good relationship. Donyang. Oda Toyokawa was called to the old emperor. Take it back. The old emperor took out Oda Toyokawa's plan to sleep on the straw. Oda Toyokawa's face turned red and white. When he came up with this plan, he thought it was a good plan and it was entirely possible to implement it. How can it be implemented now? Grandpa Xiao Fan is really the emperor of the Xinlong Empire, and the sad thing is that Xiao Fan is the crown prince, and he will also be the emperor of the Xinlong Empire in the future. Oda, is it possible to set the pace in the Xinlong Empire so that Xiao Hai would not pass the throne to Xiao Fan, but find a woman there to give birth to a child and succeed to the throne? The old emperor said in a deep voice. Oda thought about it for a while, and after a while he said, Your Majesty, it cannot be said that there is no such possibility, but the possibility is low. Xiao Hai won the throne by rebellion, and his ability to control the army is strong. After he succeeded to the throne, the Xinlong Empire defeated the Black Tiger Empire, the Tianluo Kingdom, the White Elephant Empire, and the Blood Cherry Empire. This brought him extremely high prestige. The old emperor sighed and said, It seems that we can only give up militarily for the time being. Can we still hold on economically now? They didn't want to give up militarily. Warships, airplanes, military bases, etc., they didn't have anything they wanted now. Your Majesty, it's not very optimistic. 2 million people died before us, and several cities were damaged. International financial giants are still shorting our Donyang kingdom. We need to sell more U.S. Treasury bonds to stabilize the exchange rate. Oda Fengchuan said. The old emperor pondered. The United States would definitely not be happy with this, but they were already like this. Shouldn't they be allowed to give it up? The United States was no longer the overlord it once was. Just do it. I don't have much time left. If I need to take responsibility in the future, I will do it. The old emperor said. Oda Toyokawa bowed deeply and left. Northwest Military Region. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in an open space. All of these people had the cultivation of Huajin level. Some had acquired or even innate cultivation, but there were very few innate levels. They came from various major military regions. There are now 100,000 or 200,000 people at the Huajin level in China, and the proportion in the army is much higher. The major military regions add up to more than 10,000 people. Now most of them have been transferred here. Which guard are we waiting for? I don't know, let's wait. Some people talk to each other in voice transmission. The Huajin level can transmit voice at a short distance. Cry. Not long after, a loud voice rang out in the sky, and the lightning snow sculpture came at a high speed. Xiao Fan stood on the back of the lightning snow sculpture. It's Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao is here. Many soldiers on the ground showed excitement in their eyes. They all reached the Huajin level. In addition, Xiao Fan greatly improved China's military strength. They naturally respected Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, we have gathered people for you. What's the matter? Xiao Fan landed quickly, and Lu Zhihong asked. Several military leaders including Lu Zhihong were present. Master Xiao. The other military leaders hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Lu Zhihong was Su You's uncle and Xiao Fan's elder. He could be casual, but they still had to be polite. In the past, no matter how strong Xiao Fan was, he was just a commoner. Now Xiao Fan has become the crown prince of the Xinlong Empire. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Uncle Lu, I asked you to gather the warriors who have reached the Huajin level to teach them the battle formation. Battle formation? Lu Zhihong asked in confusion. Xiao Fan nodded, battle formation is a good thing. With more than 10,000 people, a great martial master can easily slaughter them. But if they form a battle formation, they can resist the martial emperor. Lu Shihong and the others showed surprise in their eyes. Is the difference so big? Lu Shihong said in disbelief. Xiao Fan nodded. This is the magic of the battle formation. If there are few ants, almost all animals can crush them. If there are enough ants and they unite, they can eat elephants. Forming a battle formation is originally a difficult thing, which requires a long time of training, but they all practice the Yanhuang Ju. When the Yanhuang Ju was first created, Grandpa took this into consideration. Zhong Shiming smiled and said, Master Xiao, we are all laymen in this area. We will cooperate with you in whatever you ask us to do. Yes. The others also nodded. In the past, some of them actually had a little doubt in their hearts about Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was so powerful that he wondered if he would seize the country one day? Now they are relieved that Xiao Fan doesn't have to do this at all. Then let's start. Xiao Fan smiled. After he finished speaking, he flew up, and the tens of thousands of soldiers who gathered could see him. Everyone, from now on, I will teach you the Yanhuang battle formation. The Yanhuang battle formation includes 4 battle formations: the Azure Dragon formation, the Vermilion Bird formation, the White Tiger formation, and the Black Tortoise formation. You can now reach the level of Huajin, which means that you are all talented. I hope you can master the battle formation as soon as possible. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. All the soldiers could hear his voice clearly. These 4 formations have different focuses. The Xuanwu formation is a pure defense formation, without any attack power, but with strong defense power. The Qinglong formation focuses on attacking and trapping the enemy. It is a trapping formation. The Suzaku formation focuses on range attack and speed. The White Tiger formation is a pure attack formation. The Xuanwu formation is the easiest. Let's learn this first. Now, I will teach you a new Yanhuang Ju operation route. After 2 or 3 hours, tens of thousands of people have mastered it. They can now reach the level of Huajin, and their talents and understanding are not low. The next step is to stand and communicate with each other, Xiao Fan said. Chain mail is a circle, and only when it is connected to each other can it have a strong defense. This is much more difficult, and it took from morning to evening. Everyone listen to my order. Now operate the Yanhuang Ju as I taught you before. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Everyone silently operated the Yanhuang Ju. A magical thing happened. The power in everyone's body sensed each other, and waves of power were transmitted to the ground at the same time. Xiao Fan's consciousness noticed that a huge black tortoise shadow quickly formed underground. The black tortoise was over a kilometer long. A pale yellow barrier emerged from underground, covering an area of more than 1,000 meters, and the color of the barrier continued to deepen. Soon, the color of the barrier turned into khaki. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 585. Who agrees and who opposes? Xiao Fan observed with his spiritual sense that the khaki barrier was actually the tortoise shell of the black tortoise phantom, and this shell had strong defense. Everyone, you are very good. You succeeded the first time. But you spent a lot of time from standing to exiting the barrier. If danger comes, you won't have so much time. You need to keep training in the future. The time must be controlled within 5 minutes, preferably within 3 minutes. Xiao Fan's voice sounded. Next, test the defense capability. Uncle Lu, will you use tanks to attack first, and then launch missiles? Xiao Fan said to Lu Zhiheng next to him. Okay. Lu Zhiheng nodded. Bang! The tank roared, and a shell shot at the barrier at a high speed. In an instant, the tank shell exploded on the barrier, and the barrier was fine. Many people showed surprise in their eyes. The khaki barrier looked like a layer of gas, and the defense was so strong. Boom! Soon a missile bombarded. The power of the missile is much stronger than that of the tank gun, but the barrier only trembled slightly, and there was no big problem. Xiao Fan showed a faint smile on his face. Xiao Fan, when they form a battle formation for defense, how many missiles can the barrier withstand? When the battle formation is formed, can there be other people inside? Also, when the battle formation is formed, can ordinary people pass through the barrier? Lu Shihong asked. Xiao Fan said, when the battle formation is formed, there can be other people inside. The battle formation covers an area of about 2 square kilometers. In an open area, it can accommodate 1 million people. 2 square kilometers is 2 million square meters. It can accommodate 1 million people. Each person has 2 square meters of space, and there is no problem lying down. If the battle formation is formed, outsiders cannot enter. When you encounter an attack, don't give up defense just because there are people outside. Lu Shihong and others nodded. This point should be paid attention to. It is a good thing to care for the people, but if you do this in danger, it is not caring for the people, but dragging everyone to death together. The battle formation not only uses the power of the soldiers, but also the power of the earth. It can currently withstand 300 ordinary missile attacks. But it can only withstand about 10 at the same time. As the strength of the soldiers increases, the defense of the battle formation will also increase, but the coverage of the same battle formation will not change. Xiao Fan said. Lu Shihong and others nodded. They were quite satisfied with the result. Everyone, let's move to another place now. You guys break up and reform the battle formation. See how long it takes you. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved their positions. After 2 hours, they finally reformed the Xuanwu battle formation. This time was too long. However, the Chinese soldiers are disciplined. As long as they train more in normal times, the time to form a battle formation can definitely be controlled within 5 minutes. Everyone, pay attention. Next, we will train the 1,000-man battle formation. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. The Xuanwu battle formation requires a minimum of 9 people and a maximum of tens of thousands. Xiao Fan plans to pass on the 1,000-man battle formation and the 10,000-man battle formation to the military. The civilians can try it for less than 1,000 people. Ordinary people are not so disciplined, and it won't work if there are too many people. Master Xiao, you have been busy. For so long, don't you want to take a rest first? It's getting dark soon. Zhang Shiming said. Xiao Fan shook his head, we are all practitioners. We can see with moonlight and lights. The enemy will not only come during the day. Are you tired? No. Tens of thousands of soldiers said in unison. Compared with the amount of training they usually do today, why would they be tired just standing there? Besides, they all have the cultivation level of Huajin. Xiao Fan said, since you are not tired, let's continue. I won't be here on Earth for long, so hurry up. There will definitely be more monsters coming from the other world. If you encounter a powerful monster again, you may have to fight. If you work harder, you will have a higher chance of survival in the future. The training continued. The Xuanwu battle formation Xiao Fan taught them for 2 whole days. They had to learn how to form a formation of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 people. With their current strength, a formation of 10 people is enough to withstand the attacks of guns, grenades, and ordinary mortars. A formation of 100 people can withstand the attacks of tank guns, heavy mortars, and howitzers. A formation of 1,000 people can withstand ordinary missile attacks. Xiao Fan, 58 minutes. Lu Shihong said. Yeah. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. The formation of 10,000 people finally shortened the time to less than an hour. Uncle Lu, this time is still too long. You need to train more in the future. How to stand should be formed instinctively by the soldiers. Lu Shihong nodded. Xiao Fan glanced over, let's disperse and rest first. Tomorrow we will start learning the Azure Dragon battle formation, which can besiege demons. The Azure Dragon battle formation is more difficult than this, everyone should be mentally prepared. In another world, the news that Xiao Hai is Xiao Fan's grandfather and the emperor of the Dragon Empire came, and it spread in the Dragon Empire. In the early morning, many officials entered the palace. Usually there are not so many people in the morning court, today is an emergency court meeting. Not long after, hundreds of officials arrived in the hall. They were well behaved and waited for a while until Xiao Hai arrived in the hall. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor. Hundreds of people knelt down. Stand up, Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, and hundreds of officials at all levels stood up. You should have heard the news. I am from Earth. Do you have any objections to this? Xiao Hai glanced over and said. No one spoke. Any objections? Are you kidding? Don't want your head anymore? Prime Minister Du, tell me. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Prime Minister Du Qingxuan stood up. Your Majesty, I have no objection. Although you are from Earth, the people of Earth and our world should have the same ancestors. Your Majesty, you also have yellow skin and black hair. In the final analysis, you share the same roots with us. Xiao Hai looked at Xin Jingtian. Xin Jingtian stood up and said, Your Majesty, everyone knows what the Xinyan Empire was like before and what the Xinlong Empire is like now. It doesn't matter whether you are from Earth or not. What matters is the glory of the country and the well-being of the people. With Du Qingxuan and Xin Jingtian taking the lead, the rest of the people stood up one after another. The core members already knew about Xiao Hai and Xiao Fan's situation. Xiao Hai swept his eyes over, and everyone quieted down. The Xinlong Empire can reach its current level without the support of my grandson Xiao Fan. You should all know this. I have already written the imperial edict to make Xiao Fan the crown prince. Who agrees and who opposes? Those who oppose, step forward. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. None of the hundreds of ministers moved. Just kidding, taking a step forward at this time is a small step for them personally, but a big step for their family. It is estimated that the whole family will go to hell in one step. It seems that no one has any objection. This matter is settled. Issue an imperial decree to inform the whole country. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 586. The fleet arrives at the Vulture Empire. The imperial edict was sent out quickly. Your Majesty is really from Earth. Is this important? The country is getting stronger and stronger, and our lives are getting better and better. It's important. Think about it, the people of the Blood Cherry Empire often invaded the coast, and now the Blood Cherry Empire has been crippled. If the Vulture Empire had organized a coalition of 5 countries to come here before, we would have had no choice but to surrender. Now it is likely that they will be defeated. Many people were talking in front of the imperial edict. Alas! Not far from the imperial edict, someone sighed secretly. There are still some ambitious people in the Xinlong Empire. They hope that such news will be confirmed and the people will have greater opinions. The reality disappointed them. The people don't dislike Xiao Hai becoming the emperor at all. No one has any objection to Xiao Fan becoming the crown prince. The people have long known that many warships and so on were passed on from China, and Xiao Fan played a huge role in this. Without Xiao Fan's support, Xiao Hai might not have become the emperor. In this case, there is not much problem with Xiao Hai making Xiao Fan the crown prince. Your Majesty, the imperial edict has been posted and the news has spread. We are monitoring public opinion, and the people are not disgusted by this. Someone came to Xiao Hai to report. Xiao Hai nodded slightly. This was basically what he expected. If he had just exposed this when he became emperor, there would definitely be a lot of people who would have objections, and public opinion would be easily manipulated. Now there are all kinds of good changes, and the people are seeing them. The Xinlong Empire defeated the Black Tiger Empire, recaptured a large area of land in the northern border, and also ceded a lot of territory from the Black Tiger Empire. The Tianluo Kingdom is just a small country. It used to be very active, but it was severely beaten and received a lot of compensation. The White Elephant Empire won in 10 days, ceded more than 1 million square kilometers of land, and also received huge compensation. The most important thing is the Blood Cherry Empire. The Blood Cherry Empire is the eternal enemy of the Xinlong Empire, but now it has been beaten up. In war after war, if the Xinlong Empire suffered huge losses, the people might have objections, but the casualties of the Xinlong Empire were very low. The war did not impose any taxes, and the pressure on the people did not increase. Pay close attention to the situation across the country. If anyone tries to manipulate public opinion, find him out as soon as possible. I will kill all his clans. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. In the United States, Emperor Morgan arrived in the West. His face was not very good. The fleet of the Dragon Empire went south and was now approaching the Black Jade City, a large city on the west coast of the Vulture Empire. The 200,000 people gathered in front of the Vulture Empire have returned to their original cities, but there are only 20,000 veterans in the Black Jade City. The Vulture Empire has long been the most powerful country, and many cities are very prosperous, but their army is really pitiful. Swish! A strong man flew over quickly. Your Majesty, the fleet of the Dragon Empire is preparing to land in the Black Jade City. Emperor Morgan frowned. The Black Jade City is one of the most prosperous cities in the west of the Vulture Empire, and there are mines around the Black Jade City, which produces a spiritual or called Black Jade Spirit Gold. Gold in the other world is very cheap, but the value of Black Jade Spirit Gold is very high. Adding a little Black Jade Spirit Gold can greatly increase the strength of the material. The reserves of Black Obsidian Spiritual Gold in other places in the other world are very low. Of the Black Obsidian Spiritual Gold discovered so far, Black Obsidian City has more than half of its reserves. It is worth mentioning that as a spiritual or Black Obsidian Spiritual Gold is very sensitive to spiritual energy, and the strong cannot use magic to quickly mine it. It is not possible to escape underground to search for the Obsidian Spirit Gold. Your Majesty, Obsidian City may not be able to be defended. There is Obsidian Spirit Gold outside the area where the strength is suppressed in Obsidian City. Should we destroy it? A strong man beside Emperor Morgan asked. Obsidian City is relatively large. The area where the strength is suppressed is 15 miles. Most of the Obsidian Spirit Gold mines are within 15 miles outside the city, and there are about 30% of the Obsidian Spirit Gold mines outside the 15 miles. They can't destroy the area where the strength is suppressed now, but it is okay to destroy the area outside the area where the strength is suppressed. That is the wealth of our Vulture Empire. You say that because you think that if the Dragon Empire occupies Obsidian City, our Vulture Empire will never be able to take it back in the future? Emperor Morgan said with a gloomy face. Your Majesty, that's not what I mean. The strong man who just proposed it said hurriedly. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice, if they dare to occupy Obsidian Spirit City, we will mobilize heavy troops to besiege them. Your Majesty, will they massacre the city? Another person frowned. Emperor Morgan's face changed. If the Dragon Empire attacked the city and then massacred it, they would suffer huge losses, but the Dragon Empire would not be able to have an easy life. In Heiyao City, many people were busy at the port. As one of the most prosperous cities in the western part of the Vulture Empire, the port of Heiyao City was quite large, with many merchant ships coming and going every day. What is that? Someone muttered to himself. There were many small black dots on the sea in the distance. Although there were many merchant ships coming and going in Heiyao City every day, those merchant ships were not big, and they could not be seen at all if they were far away. Where? In that direction, look carefully. Someone ran to a high place and looked into the distance with a telescope. Telescopes were not originally available in this other world, but knowing the principle, it was not difficult to make a telescope. Battleship, it's the battleship of the Dragon Empire. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Sound the alarm. The huge alarm bell was sounded, but this thing was rarely sounded, and many people did not react when they heard the sound. Gee. Everyone, pay attention, enemy attack, enemy attack. The fleet of the Dragon Empire is coming. Someone rode a fast horse forward, shouting as he went forward. The Dragon Empire is coming? How is this possible? Our Vulture Empire is the strongest country. Isn't the Dragon Empire's navy very rubbish? They're broken ships, even if they come, can they bring a few soldiers? Many people were discussing. Many of them didn't understand the situation and thought that the Dragon Empire's navy was as rubbish as before. Even on Earth, the internet can easily get news, and people in many countries still think that China is very backward. Not to mention the Vulture Empire. Let's go to the dock to see the excitement. What's there to be afraid of those primitive people in the Dragon Empire? Someone from the Vulture Empire quickly passed on the news, but the news spread. Not only did it not persuade the people to leave, but many people flocked to the dock. What are you doing? Do you think the people of the Dragon Empire dare not kill you? Quickly retreat, leave. Some people in the Vulture Empire still knew the situation of the Dragon Empire, but when they shouted, the rest of the people didn't listen at all. Soon many people flocked to the dock or to the beach. They saw a large warship approaching quickly. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 587. The consequences of arrogance. Is this the warship of the Dragon Empire? How come it is bigger than our Vulture Empires? There are so many of them. How many warships are there? Who said that the Dragon Empire is backward and its navy is poor? Many people from the Vulture Empire on the seashore were talking about it. They couldn't believe it. The warships of the Dragon Empire were made of steel, and they looked much more domineering than the wooden warships of their Vulture Empire. Everyone listen, leave quickly. Do you think the people from the Dragon Empire are here to play a joke with you? The Dragon Empire massacred the White Elephant Empire and the Blood Cherry Empire. Are you still crowding at the dock to seek death? A general of the Vulture Empire shouted. In the sea, the warships were getting closer and closer, and they looked bigger and bigger, bringing people a growing sense of oppression. Strong fear quickly grew in the hearts of many people. Go quickly. Leave Black Jade City. Many people at the dock left in panic, but there were still many people who did not leave. They did not believe that the Dragon Empire would dare to mess around. The Vulture Empire has been the king for 100 or 200 years. They have long been accustomed to being high and mighty. They have always been the only ones who attack other countries. Why are you running away? The Dragon Empire dares to kill us? That's right. The Dragon Empire's warships are coming here to intimidate us. Their people should not dare to land. You panic and lose face for our Vulture Empire. Many people spoke up. Time passed, and many people left the dock, but some people still rushed to the dock. The number of people at the dock decreased and then increased again. Attention, people from the Dragon Empire. You are about to enter the sea of our Vulture Empire. You are ordered to withdraw immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences. A small warship of 200 or 300 tons blocked the Dragon Empire's warship, and someone on the small warship shouted loudly. There were large warships here, but they were all withdrawn. If the large warships were destroyed by the Dragon Empire fleet, the loss would be great. General Meng, what should we do? A general next to Meng asked. Meng said calmly, rush over and crush it directly. It's just a small broken ship. Who gave them the courage to intercept us? Yes. Meng and his warship rushed over without slowing down. The faces of the people on the small warship changed drastically. Their warship is now in the area of suppressed strength. Without an engine, they can only use the wind and cannot dodge quickly. On Meng's side, a warship approaching 3,000 tons in front of them collided with the small warship of the Vulture Empire. The small wooden warship was directly smashed by the steel warship. They actually crashed our ship. The Dragon Empire is so bold. It should be our people who are stupid? The warships of the Dragon Empire are large in size and have great inertia. It takes a lot of time to stop. They definitely dare not land and mess around. The thousands of Vulture Empire people gathered at the dock still did not retreat. These people are radical elements among the Vulture Empire. In their opinion, the Vulture Empire is the strongest. General, there are no Vulture Empire soldiers at the dock, but there are thousands of Vulture Empire people gathered. What should we do? A general asked Meng. The distance was only 2 or 3 miles. Meng and his men could clearly see the situation at the dock and hear all kinds of curses coming from the dock. Meng said indifferently, "What civilians? They are soldiers from the Vulture Empire. They just don't wear military uniforms." Don't attack after landing. Maybe more Vulture Empire soldiers will appear. Then we will clean them up together. The general who had just asked the question had his eyes light up. Yes, General. Not long after, the first 10 warships approached the dock first. There were a total of 5,000 soldiers from the Dragon Empire on these 10 warships. 3,000 of the 5,000 people went down. They quickly established a defense circle, but they did not attack. I said that the people of the Dragon Empire would definitely not dare to attack. People from the Dragon Empire, get out! Get out of our Vulture Empire! Finding that the soldiers of the Dragon Empire did not attack, many radical elements gathered here in the Vulture Empire became more arrogant. Time passed by, and more soldiers from the Dragon Empire landed, but the soldiers of the Dragon Empire still did not launch an attack. This situation made the people of the Vulture Empire bolder. Many people who were not originally at the dock also rushed over. When the 30,000 soldiers of the Dragon Empire landed, the people gathered here in the Vulture Empire had reached tens of thousands. Many of them cursed, and many people kept shouting slogans. The Vulture Empire has been king for too long, so long that their people have become arrogant and do not take other countries seriously. Shenlong Empire, get out! Shenlong Empire, get out! Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, with great momentum. Although 30,000 people from the Shenlong Empire landed, they remained silent and did not shoot a single arrow. Soldiers! A huge voice came from the warship where Meng Yi was. Tens of thousands of people from the Vulture Empire quickly quieted down. They also wanted to hear clearly what Meng Yi said. Among the tens of thousands of people, there were many who could speak the language of the Shenlong Empire. Soldiers, what are you waiting for? Faced with tens of thousands of elite soldiers and dozens of warships, ordinary people have already left. The people in front of you are not ordinary people. They are disguised as soldiers of the Vulture Empire. Use your bows and arrows, use the swords and spears in your hands to show them some color. Meng Yi's murderous voice rang out. Many Vulture Empire people who could understand the language of the Shenlong Empire changed their faces. Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers of the Shenlong Empire who landed had been holding back their anger for a long time. As soon as Meng Yi finished speaking, dense arrows flew out quickly. Puff! Puff! The people of the Vulture Empire were not far away, and a large number of them were immediately shot by arrows. Run, run! Those who were not shot wanted to run, but how could it be so easy to run when they were crowded together? The dock was very empty, and there was no place to hide. Swish! Swish! As soon as the first round of arrow rain passed, the second round of arrow rain came immediately. This round of arrow rain was much denser than the first round. No swords or guns were used at all. After several rounds of arrow rain, no one was still standing. 7,000 or 8,000 people fell in a pool of blood. In the distance, many people from the Vulture Empire looked at this side. They were frightened and pale. Soldiers of the Dragon Empire, listen to my order, take down the entire Black Jade City. Anyone who resists will be killed. Anyone who tries to escape from Black Jade City will also be killed. Meng Yi's voice rang again. Yes. The 30,000 people who had already landed shouted in unison. They were divided into 10 teams of 3,000 people and rushed out. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 588 Occupy Black Jade City. There were 20,000 veterans and 20,000 new soldiers in Heiyao City. They did not stay at the docks for fear of being bombed by mortars, howitzers, etc. But they did not evacuate Heiyao City either. 30,000 people from the Shura Corps rushed out in a scattered manner, and a large number of soldiers from the Heiyao City rushed out aggressively from different places. The people basically hid in their homes, and the streets became battlefields. Although the Shura Corps had made great achievements in the war, they basically used bombs in the past. Now, according to the agreement, the Shura Corps cannot use bombs. In the eyes of the people of the Vulture Empire, they may not be unable to win if they all use cold weapons. Kill, drive the people of the Dragon Empire into the sea. Our warriors of the Vulture Empire are the strongest warriors. Fight for glory. A large number of soldiers from the Vulture Empire rushed towards the soldiers of the Shura Corps. "Soldiers, let them know who is the king on land," a general of the Shura Corps shouted. "Shura! Shura!" 3,000 people roared, and they rushed forward like the god of death. When they got closer, the archers of both sides immediately shot at each other. Swish! Swish! A large number of arrows were shot at both sides. At this time, the difference between having armor and not having armor came out. The people of the Vulture Empire could only dodge and panic, and many people were shot to death by sharp arrows. On the side of the Dragon Empire, the 3,000 soldiers of the Shura Legion were completely fearless. Their armor had no problem with resisting arrows. Swish! Swish! Without changing the formation or dodging, the soldiers of the Shura Legion quickly shot the second and third arrows. The shooting of the two sides suddenly turned into a one-sided massacre. Such situations were staged in different places. As the first overlord for a long time, the equipment of the soldiers of the Vulture Empire was actually quite good, and they were equipped with many bows and arrows, but they could not equip all soldiers with heavy armor. "Brothers, charge, we are at a disadvantage with bows and arrows. Charge up and fight them head-on," some generals of the Vulture Empire shouted. Charge! Many soldiers stood in the Shura Legion's army formation. Many people were shot and killed during the charge, but many also approached, looking for death. The soldiers of the Shura Legion had cold light flashing in their eyes. They ruthlessly waved their swords and stabbed their spears. Puff! Puff! The approaching Vulture Empire soldiers were also slaughtered continuously. The soldiers of the Vulture Empire who were guarding the homeland had no combat experience at all. There were no powerful countries around the Vulture Empire. The soldiers of the Shura Legion were different. Many of them followed Xiao Hai when he rebelled. They had experienced many battles, big and small, and had extremely rich combat experience. One side had heavy armor and rich combat experience, the other side had poor defense and poor experience, and half of them were still recruits. Although the soldiers of the Vulture Empire were taller on average and looked stronger, they were also one-sided in close combat. Devils, they are devils. Run, run! In less than half an hour, the soldiers of the Vulture Empire were killed and collapsed. The soldiers of the Shura Legion were like ruthless war machines, madly harvesting their lives. It was difficult for their swords and spears to kill the people of the Shura Legion. "General, the situation is good everywhere. And our people have taken all 3 city gates," the deputy general beside Meng Yi reported. The shells could not be used, but the drone reconnaissance was no problem. Meng Yi did not leave the warship, but he could grasp the situation of the entire battlefield. "It's expected." Meng Yi chuckled. He knew very well how strong the Shura Corps was. Even without war horses, 30,000 Shura Corps soldiers could fight against 120,000 infantry. According to the information they had obtained before, there were only 40,000 people in Heiyao City, and there were many new soldiers. It would be unfair if they couldn't win. "What should we do? Why is the city gate occupied by the Shura Corps? Damn, we have nowhere to escape." The soldiers of the Vulture Empire who tried to escape were desperate. Many of them fled to the city gate and found that the gate was already occupied by the rest of the Shura Corps soldiers. "Disperse and chase the enemy," the general of the Shura Corps ordered. The 3,000-man team was divided into teams of 100 people, and any enemy they found would be ruthlessly killed. After 2 hours, the battle was completely over, and the sporadic resistance was suppressed. The streets of Heiyao City were full of corpses. "General, our casualties have been counted. A total of 53 people died, and there were more injured, more than 1,000 people." The deputy general came to Meng Yi and reported. The vital parts of the Shura Legion soldiers were well protected, so they were not easily killed, but some people were unlucky. "Properly bury the bodies of our soldiers. Treat the injured as soon as possible," Meng Yi said. A general next to Meng Yi said, "General Meng, how can we target the people of Heiyao City? If we don't take action, the people of the Vulture Empire will support the war unscrupulously. If we massacre the city, the Vulture Empire is not the White Elephant Empire, and the result of doing so is likely to be a lose-lose situation. Mengyi's eyes flashed with brilliance. The Heiyao spirit gold in Heiyao City is very precious. Let all the men in Heiyao City go to mine. If you hand in enough Heiyao spirit gold every day, you will have food to eat and you can live. Otherwise, you will starve, and serious cases will be directly executed. The general who just asked the question said, "General Meng, shall we stay here for a few days?" Mengyi nodded slightly. The soldiers have been on the ship for a long time, and they will rest for a while in Heiyao City. All kinds of good things in Heiyao City, transport them on board and take them away. Even if the Vulture Empire's fleet returns, they will not be able to come back in a few days, and it will take time for their army to come. There are only 30,000 people landing, and there are 20,000 Shura Legion soldiers on the ship. Mengyi is not afraid of a total of 50,000 people here. Even if 300,000 or 400,000 ground forces come to kill, Mengyi and his men can withstand it. The agreement states that firearms cannot be used in the city, but there is no problem using them outside the city. "General, I will pass on the order now," the deputy general said. Mengyi's order was quickly spread. There are about 2 million people in Black Jade City. There are still 600,000 or 700,000 adult men, excluding the elderly who cannot move and the disabled. They all walked out of their homes and were driven into the mines. Anyone who hides here will be killed once they are found. Devils, those people in the Shura Corps are all devils. We lost a lot of people. The people of the Vulture Empire who came out saw countless corpses, and they finally had some understanding of the cruelty of war. Attention all people of the Vulture Empire, if you can't get 10 grams of Black Jade spirit gold every day, you will have no food to eat the next day. If you have little harvest for 3 consecutive days, you will die. Rob others Black Jade spirit gold, die. At the entrance of each mine, the loudspeakers repeatedly played the recorded voice. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 589 Your Majesty, perhaps we must negotiate peace, damn it. Emperor Morgan's face was extremely gloomy. Many people in Heiyao City went out of the city before entering the mine. Morgan and his men could see the situation outside Heiyao City. "Your Majesty, the people of the Shura Legion should have only made them miners, and did not massacre our people. But our soldiers in Heiyao City are probably in danger," a martial emperor next to Morgan said. "Your Majesty, there." Another strong man who was observing the situation in the distance with a telescope suddenly said. Morgan and others looked over. They saw a large truck leaving the city, loaded with corpses, and the corpses were sent to a place 10 miles away from the city. "Your Majesty, they are our soldiers." Morgan snorted coldly. Couldn't he see it? 2 or 3 hours later, more than 40,000 soldiers who died in the Vulture Empire and the bodies of those who died at the dock were sent out of the city. These corpses rotted in the city and were prone to plague. Provocation, this is a naked provocation. What good plan do you have? Morgan said angrily. When had the Vulture Empire ever suffered such a loss? They were killed on their homeland, and the bodies of tens of thousands of soldiers were piled up into a mountain of corpses. Your Majesty, our homeland army only has about 400,000 soldiers, and half of them are new soldiers. Even if all 400,000 of us gather together to attack Black Jade City, I'm afraid we may not be able to recapture Black Jade City. A general beside Emperor Morgan said helplessly. Another general said, our 400,000 soldiers can't beat their tens of thousands of people? General Salmon, you look down on ourselves too much. General Salmon sighed, don't forget, the treaty we signed only prohibits the use of artillery shells in the city. There is no such restriction outside the city. Our people will have to face their fierce artillery fire when they charge over. There are hundreds of heavy artillery on 80 warships. The heavy artillery on the ship is not comparable to small-caliber mortars. Some people around were stunned. They ignored this. If the Dragon Empire uses cluster bombs, thermite incendiary bombs, etc., their 400,000 people will not be enough to attack the city. Your Majesty, we only have 2 choices. The first choice is to call back the Navy. Our Navy will be back in a few days, and they will definitely withdraw, the second choice is that our navy will continue to operate in the Dragon Empire. Hundreds of thousands of our people will have to work as mining slaves for a long time, and many of them will definitely die. The general next to Emperor Morgan analyzed. Emperor Morgan's face was extremely ugly. It was a dilemma. If they retreated, would they continue the operation against the Dragon Empire? As long as they did, the fleet of the Dragon Empire would probably come. If they did not withdraw, they would be unable to do anything if their homeland was attacked, and the pressure from public opinion would be great. Some princes might be ready to move. If the Dragon Empire secretly supported a certain prince, the other party would be more likely to rebel, and a civil war might break out in the Vulture Empire. Left Prime Minister, tell me your opinion. Emperor Morgan looked at the left Prime Minister of the Vulture Empire and said he had been silent. Your Majesty, I have nothing to say. The left Prime Minister said. Emperor Morgan frowned and said, just speak if I ask you to. Now is not the time for you to remain silent. I don't like this. The left Prime Minister sighed, Your Majesty, we don't just have troubles here. The Red Maple Empire also has 100,000 soldiers from the Blood Cherry Empire. After several wars, we are quite clear about the strength of the Shura Corps. It is difficult for us to defeat them on land. Even if we mobilize millions of people, we may not be able to defeat the Dragon Empire. Emperor Morgan frowned, he was about to say something but stopped. Your Majesty, perhaps we have to consider the issue of strategic contraction. With the strength of our navy, we can definitely protect ourselves. Emperor Morgan said with an unpleasant face, Left Prime Minister, do you mean that we have to admit defeat and negotiate peace with the Dragon Empire? The left Prime Minister nodded slightly. Your Majesty, the war has spread to our homeland. This is an unprecedented situation. The people's anti-war sentiment is bound to rise. Considering the high mortality rate of soldiers, it will be more difficult for us to recruit soldiers, and the possibility of rebellion by the princes will also increase. A big man in the military said in a deep voice, Left Prime Minister, it's not that bad yet? The combined strength of our four countries is definitely stronger than the Shenlong Empire. The left Prime Minister smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it will soon become a three-country alliance. The Red Maple Empire should not last long. Although their land area is large, their population is only that small. Your Majesty, we have to admit a fact that the Shenlong Empire has risen. If our navies fight head-on, even if we completely destroy them, our losses will be great. Emperor Morgan was silent. The Shenlong Empire now has 8 top warships and 70 or 80 first-class warships. This force is indeed extremely powerful. If the two sides fight head-on, they are afraid that half of them will be lost. Left Prime Minister, our top warships can fly and can protect our soldiers to fight into the territory of the Shenlong Empire. The big man in the military said. The left Prime Minister smiled bitterly and said, Then what? Can we go over and kill people wantonly? If we do this, the people of the Dragon Empire will do the same. The killing of top warships has a limit, but their shells do not. The people around were silent. Originally, they thought that they would kill their way into the Dragon Empire, bring the war to the territory of the Dragon Empire, and bring great pressure to the Dragon Empire. As a result, now the war has reached them first. Your Majesty, if the same public opinion pressure is applied, we may not be able to hold on first. The left Prime Minister said. The corner of Morgan's mouth twitched, and this was heartbreaking. But he knew it was the truth. Xiao Hai of the Dragon Empire is now very prestigious. He is the founding emperor, and the military is all his people, and the military power is firmly in his hands. The Vulture Empire is not like this. The Vulture Empire is composed of many vassal states. When it was strong, it was okay, and everyone made a fortune together, but when disaster strikes, they may all fly away. Let our people in the Dragon Empire act quickly. Even if we want to negotiate, we need to negotiate after a big victory. Morgan said in a deep voice. The coalition suffered heavy losses in the Blood Sakura Empire, and they also suffered huge losses in Heiyao City. It was too passive for them to negotiate at this time. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone said in unison. Emperor Morgan looked deeply at Heiyao City and said, "Let's go. Let's not worry about this for now. We must focus on the Shunlong Empire." The four-nation coalition now has 300,000 to 400,000 troops in Tianluo country, and has also recruited 200,000 vassal troops in Tianluo country. With 500,000 to 600,000 troops, under the cover of 7 top warships, they will cross the border into the Shunlong Empire. On the southern border of the Shunlong Empire, the Baiyue Empire has 200,000 troops. If the Northern Four-Nation Alliance takes action, these 200,000 troops are likely to take action as well, and they will enter the Shunlong Empire from the south. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 590 Husband, find a few more women, Your Majesty, we have conducted the test. The right Prime Minister reported to Emperor Morgan when he returned to the imperial city. Speak. Emperor Morgan said nervously. Knowing the relationship between Xiao Fan and Xiao Hai, they judged that it might be related to blood. For this reason, their plan was to let the son of a strong man go to Earth, and that strong man had a saint-level space treasure. Your Majesty, failed. The grandson of Emperor Odin Wu came to Earth, and they successfully had a blood connection, but they did not transmit more through the blood connection. The right Prime Minister said regretfully. Emperor Morgan frowned. If it succeeded, they would not be subject to the control of the Dragon Empire and firearms, and the United States might be able to provide them with more. In terms of warships, although the shipbuilding industry in the United States is now cold, there are many retired warships of various types in the United States, and there are also many in service. Don't let Emperor Odin Wu down. Xiao Hai must have used the blood relationship between him and Xiao Fan. If you try more, you will definitely be able to transmit more. Emperor Morgan encouraged. The right Prime Minister nodded. Your Majesty, Emperor Odin said there are 2 possibilities for failure. The first is that the space treasures are different. Although we also have a saint-level space treasure, the uses will definitely be different. The second is that Xiao Fan is an Earthling, while Emperor Odin's grandson is not. Xiao Hai is an Earthling, but he has been here for a long time. If it is any of these 2 situations, I am afraid that even if we experiment many times, we will not be able to transmit more things. Emperor Morgan frowned. If this is the case, it will be very troublesome. According to the information they received, Xiao Fan not only transmitted cargo ships and warships, but also many machines. In the future, the Dragon Empire can completely manufacture warships of thousands of tons or even tens of thousands of tons by itself. What will they do then? Let Emperor Odin think about it. Right Prime Minister, you should focus on this in the future. This matter will be more important than the war with the Dragon Empire in the future. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The right Prime Minister nodded. Emperor Morgan waved his hand and the right Prime Minister retreated. Emperor Morgan's expression became dejected. How did things become like this? A few years ago, the Vulture Empire was extremely powerful. Their warships could sail freely anywhere and sanction any country they wanted. At that time, he was very comfortable and just enjoyed fine wine and beautiful women every day. Now he is exhausted every day and the situation is getting worse and worse. Your Majesty, are you still worried about the Dragon Empire? I have a plan. Morgan the Great arrived at the harem and one of his concubines said. Tell me. Morgan the Great said in a calm voice. Your Majesty, the Earth is a monogamous system. Doesn't Xiao Fan only have Su Yue? Xiao Fan is the crown prince and has only the crown princess. How can it be possible? We can let people spread this news in the Dragon Empire and let some people and forces in the Dragon Empire compete for it. If some of them succeed, what will Su Yue think? Maybe it will affect the relationship between Su Yue and Xiao Fan. Morgan the Great's eyes lit up. This is a trick, but such a trick may work. The state of mind will be affected and cultivation will be affected. Xiao Fan is the crown prince and the future emperor of the Dragon Empire. If his cultivation is affected, it will be a good thing for them. According to the analysis of Emperor Morgan and his team, Xiao Hai has broken through to the martial saint level and may be able to break through the void and go to other worlds. If Xiao Fan's cultivation is not high, will he be able to stabilize the situation in the future? My dear, your idea is very good. A strong fortress may not be able to be breached from the outside, but it may be breached from the inside. I will send someone to pass the news immediately. Emperor Morgan said with a smile. Dong dong dong. On Earth, late at night, Xiao Fan was in Leishan County. The mirror next to him made a sound. Xiao Hai and Su Yue appeared in the mirror. Brother Fan. Su Yue called happily. She had been busy practicing recently and hadn't seen Xiao Fan for a few days. Wei, are you almost at the level of a martial king? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue nodded. Xiao Hai smiled and said, My dear grandson, open the spirit cave. Grandpa will teleport Yue back. It won't take too long for her to break through. The spirit cave in Leishan County can be improved by a large margin. You may be able to teleport here by then. Xiao Fan nodded. He quickly opened the spirit cave. Su Yue's cultivation level was higher, but Xiao Hai also successfully teleported her back. My dear grandson, Grandpa will give you some more good things. It took Xiao Hai 10 minutes to teleport Xiao Fan a lot of black and shiny spirit gold. Grandpa, what is this? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai smiled and said, This is black jade spirit gold. It is one of the raw materials for making powerful treasures. It can be well integrated with other materials. It can greatly improve the various indicators of the material. It can be used in China's aerospace, nuclear fusion, and other aspects. Nuclear fusion is not enough to just arrange the formation, the material also needs to be better. Xiao Fan said, Then is the melting point of this thing itself very high? Xiao Hai smiled and shook his head. No, it will melt at a temperature of about 2000 degrees, and it will become stronger when it forms an alloy. By the way, how is the battle formation taught to you last time? Xiao Fan said, I have been teaching many soldiers in recent days. They have learned the Black Tortoise formation and the Azure Dragon formation. But they can only learn the Azure Dragon formation, and it takes a long time to set up the formation. Xiao Hai nodded, It's normal. The Azure Dragon formation is a much more difficult attack formation. If you work harder to train the Chinese soldiers, it will definitely be possible. Grandpa, what's the situation over there? Xiao Hai smiled and said, Yue already knows these. Yue will tell you. You can rest after you pass the things in the warehouse over. More than half an hour later, the things in the warehouse were delivered. It was already past 1 in the middle of the night. But Xiao Fan and Su Yue didn't feel sleepy after being apart for so long. The two of them happily discussed for more than 2 hours. Hubby, the situation in the other world is not bad, Su Yue told Xiao Fan about the situation in the other world. Xiao Fan showed a faint smile on his face. Meng Yi and his men easily occupied the Black Jade City. Emperor Morgan probably couldn't even sleep well. In Tianluo country, the Four-Nation Alliance gathered many people, but Xiao Fan was not very worried about this. Is the Shura Corps a vegetarian? Even if they have top warships and can enter the territory of the Dragon Empire under the protection of top warships, they dare not go deep. Top warships need to be in the sea to recover quickly. Hubby, there is one more thing. Su Yue rested her head on Xiao Fan's hand pillow and whispered. What is it? Su Yue said, Hubby, find a few more women. Ha? Xiao Fan frowned, what did Grandpa say to you? What is this old man doing? Yue, I don't have such an idea. Having you is enough for me. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 591, The Alliance is about to break up? Su Yue said coquettishly, Hubby, why do you say that about Grandpa Xiao? After all, Grandpa Xiao is the emperor of the Dragon Empire. Xiao Fan curled his lips, even if he is the emperor, he can't control our affairs. Su Yue said, Hubby, Grandpa Xiao didn't say that he would let you find one. He just asked for my opinion. Now there is news from the Dragon Empire that you will definitely find a concubine at that time. Forces with ideas should hurry up. Grandpa Xiao told me that this was not the news he asked people to spread. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, a gentleman is not joking. Since Grandpa said so, it must not be the news that Grandpa spread. 9 out of 10 times it is the Vulture Empire that is causing trouble. It is to destroy the relationship between us and affect our cultivation. Su Yue said, I think so too. The Vulture Empire may have lost on the battlefield, so they came up with such a sinister trick. Hubby, I have no objection if you find a few more concubines in the future. Xiaofan stroked Su Yue's hair gently. Don't talk nonsense. I said that having you is enough. Let's just have a few more children. Su Yue said, Hubby, the problem is that Grandpa Xiao didn't marry again. If you don't marry a concubine in another world, it's just me. What will some people in the other world think? If you marry a concubine, the connection will be closer, and they will support you more. Xiaofan shook his head, I don't care what they think. If the situation needs to be maintained like this, it's better not to be the emperor. Husband, I have no objection. Su Yue said. Xiaofan said, in the history of our Chinese country, some emperors also had only one woman. Let's not discuss this matter anymore. Hurry up and go to sleep. If you don't sleep, it will be dawn soon. You have been practicing hard in the other world. I guess you haven't had a good rest for a long time. In the other world, the border between Tianluo Kingdom and Shenlong Empire. Governor, this is the order of our Majesty. Our Red Maple Empire's soldiers will return to fight. A general of the Red Maple Empire handed a secret decree to the new governor of the Four-Nation Coalition. The new governor was called Nicholas. We are about to enter the Shenlong Empire. You withdraw at this time? This will have a significant impact on the morale of the coalition. Nicholas said in a deep voice. The general of the Red Maple Empire said, Governor, we have only 20,000 people in the Red Maple Empire here. How much impact can we have? The Blood Cherry Empire has 100,000 people invading our country and killing our people. We must return to deal with them. Nicholas frowned. Even if you return to the Red Maple Empire, your strength is not enough. If we win here, the war may end soon. The people of the Blood Cherry Empire will also retreat. Nicholas said in a deep voice. The general of the Red Maple Empire said, Governor, even if we win, it will be difficult for us to completely defeat the Dragon Empire. How can the war be stopped in a short time? Governor Nicholas walked back and forth. After a while, he said, I couldn't tell you this news, but in an emergency, I will tell you. Under pressure, His Majesty intends to negotiate, but we must have a big victory, so that we can negotiate with the Dragon Empire. Do you understand? The general of the Red Maple Empire showed surprise in his eyes. The Vulture Empire actually intends to negotiate. The end of the war is a good thing, but what if the Dragon Empire settles accounts later? The Dragon Empire might not seek revenge on the Vulture Empire and the OSS Empire, but it is entirely possible that it will seek revenge on the Red Maple Empire and the Baiwei Empire. Governor, has the situation come to this point? The general of the Red Maple Empire asked. Governor Nicholas said in a deep voice, the people of the Dragon Empire have occupied the Black Jade City, and the war has spread to our Vulture Empire. Your Majesty is under a lot of pressure. If the war continues, both sides will suffer. Think it over carefully. Although there are not many people in the Red Maple Empire, your withdrawal at this time will affect the morale of the coalition forces. The general of the Red Maple Empire was silent for a long time and said, Governor, let's stay. I will send someone to explain to your Majesty. Yes. Nicholas nodded slightly. Governor, I'll take my leave first. The general of the Red Maple Empire left, and soon 2 generals of the Baiwei Empire arrived at the barracks where Nicholas was. Governor, our Majesty's order has arrived. His Majesty does not agree to send 200,000 people to the north when we launch an attack. Your Majesty means that our Baiwei Empire has paid a lot and taken a big risk, but the benefits we get are not that great. One of the 2 generals of the Baiwei Empire said. Nicholas frowned secretly. It turned out that the emperor of the Baiwei Empire had loosened his tone, but now he directly disagreed. It is very likely that the people of the Baiwei Empire felt that they might not win if they continued, and did not want to get too deep into this quagmire. It is also possible that the Shunlong Empire secretly contacted the Baiwei Empire. You too, if you, the Baiwei Empire, don't cooperate, the chances of our success will be greatly reduced. Nicholas frowned. Another general of the Baiwei Empire said, Governor, since His Majesty has made a decision, we can't change His Majesty's decision. Governor, perhaps you can talk to Your Majesty and give us more benefits for the Baiwei Empire, and perhaps His Majesty will give in. The two generals of the Baiwei Empire left quickly. Nicholas's face was extremely ugly. If the Baiwei Empire did not cooperate in launching an attack in the south, the Shunlong Empire could concentrate its energy and concentrate its strong men to deal with them. Governor, the Emperor of the Baiwei Empire may feel that continuing to fight the Shunlong Empire may not be a good choice. He may have the idea of retreating. It's just that he doesn't dare to offend our Vulture Empire, so the people sent in front did not withdraw. A strong man appeared beside Nicholas and said. He was a strong man sent by the Emperor of the Vulture Empire to supervise. Nicholas looked at the map, his face gloomy. The situation was originally good. The Red Maple Empire and the Baiwei Empire both expressed their full support. Now the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. It is very likely related to the Shunlong Empire occupying the Black Jade City. Their Vulture Empire was known as the strongest country, but the Black Jade City was occupied, tens of thousands of people died, and they were unable to take it back. Knock knock. Not long after, Nicholas's door was knocked again. The supervising strongman disappeared. Governor. Two generals of the OS Empire entered the room. Sit down. Nicholas said with a forced smile. The strength of the OS Empire is much stronger than that of the Red Maple Empire and the Baiwei Empire. The OS Empire is an old and powerful country. Although it has declined a lot now, it still has a strong strength. Governor, we won't sit down. We came here to tell you that the Imperial Edict of Our Majesty has arrived. Our OS Empire will withdraw from the Four-Nation Alliance. From now on, our OS Empire's troops will be withdrawn. One of the generals of the OS Empire said in a deep voice. What? Nicholas's face changed drastically. The Red Maple Empire has only 20,000 people, but the OS Empire has more than 100,000 people. If the people of the OS Empire withdraw, the people of the Baiwei Empire will probably withdraw as well. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 592 Hunter or Prey? We are ready to attack, and you, the OS Empire, are retreating? Nicholas said angrily. Another general of the OS Empire said, Governor Nicholas, this is the order of His Majesty, we can only execute it. As generals, we are unwilling to accept such a retreat, but as generals, we must obey the imperial order. Nicholas said, don't rush to retreat. This governor will pass the message back, and our two countries will discuss it again. The two generals of the OS Empire looked at each other. Governor, we can give you this face, we will wait a little longer, and the matter of entering the Dragon Empire will be postponed. One of the generals said. Soon the two of them left. The strong man who supervised the OS Empire appeared again. Governor, do you feel something is wrong? The strong man who supervised asked. Nicholas frowned and said, they all received the imperial order on the same day. How can it be so coincidental? They know the current situation of our Vulture Empire. They should have discussed it privately. They want us to give more benefits. The strong man who supervised was gloomy. In the past, even the OS Empire would never dare to control their Vulture Empire like this, but now they are bold. The strength of the Dragon Empire has increased, and the OS Empire and others know that even if they ask for more benefits, the Vulture Empire will have to give them. Governor, the attack can only be postponed. It's not without benefits to postpone it. We can mobilize more troops, but these are not very safe at the moment. The supervising strongman said. Nicholas nodded. What can he do? At this time, if they force an attack, perhaps only the people of their Vulture Empire will take action. Attacking a small country, with the strength of the Vulture Empire, there is no problem for one country to act, but they dare not deal with the Dragon Empire. Husband, breakfast will be ready soon, go and rinse your mouth. Xiao Fan came out of the master bedroom, Su Yue's voice came from the kitchen, and a wisp of fragrance also floated over. Okay. Xiao Fan smiled. This is life. During the time when Su Yue was away, he just made do with whatever was in the refrigerator. If there was no breakfast, he would just skip it. Anyway, he is a cultivator, and it's no problem not eating for 3 or 5 days. Wei, your cooking skills are better. Xiao Fan said in surprise while eating breakfast after washing up. Su Yue said with a smile, hubby, the spices in the other world are very good. I brought some spices from the other world. As long as you think they are delicious, it's fine. Xiao Fan praised, not delicious, but very delicious. Your breakfast is even more delicious than a 5-star restaurant. Hubby, then you should eat more. You won't gain weight anyway. Su Yue ate her breakfast in small bites. At the same time, she controlled the computer with her mental power and quickly searched for various information. Su Yue suddenly said in surprise. What's the matter? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue said, hubby, there is a special person from the other world who came to the United States. He is the grandson of Emperor Odin of the Vulture Empire. Emperor Odin is a late-stage emperor. He has a saint-level space treasure and has the strength of a perfect emperor. Xiao Fan said in surprise, how did you find him? Su Yue said, I have established a database for important figures in the other world. The other party is in a public place now. Xiao Fan said, send the video to me. Su Huanwei quickly transferred the video to Xiao Fan's mobile phone. In the video, a handsome blonde young man is sitting in a restaurant, and a young woman is sitting opposite him. He came to Earth to pick up girls instead of doing his job. How could he think of that? Xiao Fan said calmly. Su Yue said, hubby, he came to Earth because the Vulture Empire is trying to strengthen its connection with Earth, so that more things from Earth can be sent over. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, his strength should not be as good as yours. I still need to teach the battle formation in the army. You catch him. In addition, there should be quite a few SSS-level evolvers in the United States. You go and deal with some of them. If there are too many strong people, they will be arrogant. Su Yue nodded. She is now a perfect great martial sect, and her supernatural power realm is the late stage of the martial king. Her combat power has reached the level of the martial emperor, and her strength is very strong. Xiao Fan said, Wei, don't take a plane. You can take a lightning. The speed of lightning is much faster than that of a civil aircraft. Yeah. Su Yue nodded. 7 or 8 hours later, Su Yue arrived in the United States. The grandson of Emperor Odin was called Odysseus. He was a late great martial sect cultivator. Moreover, he had strong supernatural powers and good attainments in formations. Odysseus's comprehensive strength was perfect at the martial king level. If the formation was well arranged, even a strong person at the early stage of the martial emperor might fall into his hands. Not coming yet? Odysseus thought to himself. He showed up on purpose to lure Su Yue over. Xiao Fan was teaching battle formations in China, and Odysseus knew this. If he was found, it would be likely that Su Yue came to the United States to capture him. Odysseus didn't know that Su Yue had gone to another world. Su Yue hadn't made a public appearance recently, but with her strength and her network ability, it was normal that others couldn't find her. Lightning, you rest on this mountain. If I return, I will come here to find you. Su Yue touched the head of the lightning snow sculpture and said. The lightning snow sculpture nodded. Su Yue quickly approached a manor. She checked Odysseus's whereabouts, and he was in this manor at the moment. Without rashly entering the manor, Su Yue secretly checked first, and there were no strong men ambushing near the manor. Husband, I have arrived and am ready to enter the manor to capture Odysseus. Su Yue sent a message to Xiao Fan. At the same time, there was also a location. If something went wrong, at least Xiao Fan knew where to find her. After waiting for a while, Su Yue did not receive any message from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was probably concentrating on teaching the battle formation. Swoosh! Su Yue deliberately slowed down and entered the manor. The fish is finally here. Odysseus was overjoyed. If he could take down Su Yue, he could control Xiao Fan. In Odysseus's view, to target Xiao Fan, they had to target Xiao Fan's weaknesses, and Su Yue was Xiao Fan's biggest weakness. Start. Odysseus activated the formation. The entire manor was quickly shrouded in mist. In Odysseus's view, with his strength in the formation, he would surely win against Su Yue. Pa. I haven't gone out hunting today, but the prey has come to me personally. Odysseus's applause rang out. Su Yue saw Odysseus and was slightly surprised. Odysseus had the cultivation base of the late great martial sect, and the formation here was very strong. I underestimated Odysseus. The information about Odysseus is not particularly accurate. This guy must be the successor carefully cultivated by Emperor Odin. He showed up on purpose. Su Yue thought of a lot in the blink of an eye. If she was still as strong as when she came to the United States, she would definitely fail. Now Su Yue is not particularly worried. She can see through Odysseus's cultivation. But Odysseus did not see through her true cultivation at this time. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 593, capturing Odysseus. Who are you? Su Yue asked nervously. It would be difficult to force useful information from a person like Odysseus even if he was caught. Maybe he could get some information if he asked now. Odysseus approached step by step. Su Yue, after we spend a good night together, I can tell you anything you want to know. Don't come over. Su Yue said coldly. A big bomb appeared in front of her. This bomb could not kill a martial emperor, but it would have no problem killing a martial king. Brother Fan is here too, he's nearby. Su Yue threatened. Ha 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 ha. Odysseus laughed. The more Su Yue behaved like this, the less likely he knew that Xiao Fan would come with her. Xiao Fan is here? Su Yue, do you think you can fool me? Xiao Fan should be in the Northwest Army of China now. Odysseus laughed strangely. He said and stepped forward a little. Stop, if you come forward again, I will detonate it immediately. Su Yue said sternly. Odysseus stopped and said, Su Yue, be good, Xiao Fan will definitely save you, and I won't touch you. If you don't behave, don't blame me for being rude. Odysseus said as he rushed towards Su Yue at the fastest speed. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. A few meters was very short for Odysseus. As long as Su Yue hesitated a little, he could get close and kick the bomb away. However, when he was only 2 or 3 meters away, Su Yue pressed the button and moved away at a faster speed. Not good. This thought popped up in Odysseus' mind. He rushed towards Su Yue, and he was moving at full speed. At this time, he couldn't turn back, so he could only change his direction with all his strength. Boom! Su Yue was about 20 meters away, and Odysseus was only 15 meters away from the bomb. The bomb that Su Yue took out exploded. Su Yue set the detonation time of this bomb to be very short. After she pressed the detonation switch, it would explode in 0.2 seconds. The terrifying explosion energy rushed to all directions, the fierce flames enveloped an area of 20 meters, and the explosion power covered an area of hundreds of meters. Puff! Su Yue was blown away. She was injured and vomited blood. Her strength reached the level of martial emperor. At a distance of 20 meters, the weak explosion certainly could not kill her, but injuries were inevitable. The bomb she took out had a charge of 400 to 500 kilograms. Cough, cough. Su Yue heard the cough and rushed over immediately. Odysseus was not dead either, but one of his arms was blown off, and his back was full of wounds. He was closer to the center of the explosion, and the explosion power he endured was stronger, and his strength was weaker than Su Yue. Madman, you madman! Odysseus saw Su Yue and roared angrily. If his defense was a little worse, he would not only have one arm blown off, he might have been killed. Su Yue said calmly, your strength is much higher than I expected, and you have set up a formation here. In a normal battle, you are very likely to escape. Once you escape, it will be very difficult to catch you again. It's so good now, can you still escape? Or commit suicide? Suyue said and threw a knife to Odysseus. Odysseus's face was extremely ugly. I'm afraid your strength is stronger than mine, but you actually used such a method. Can you and Xiao Fan have some martial ethics? Odysseus said angrily. If Suyue attacked normally, he had a 100% chance of escaping, but Suyue actually used such a powerful bomb. Suyue said calmly, a useful move is a good move. From your appearance, you don't plan to commit suicide? You lunatic. You are also injured and disfigured, be careful of leaving scars. Xiao Fan doesn't want you. Odysseus said dejectedly. His hand was blown off, and there were many other wounds. He was completely unable to escape, and it was impossible to escape from Suyue. Suyue said calmly, what's such a small injury? Ha! Odysseus's eyes showed surprise. There was a wound on Suyue's arm. The wound was 3 or 4 centimeters long and nearly 1 centimeter deep. Even if she took elixir, such a wound would normally take half a day to recover. But just a little while ago, the wound had healed. It is estimated that the wound will be completely healed in a short while. Your ability is immortality. Odysseus said in disbelief. Of course he knew this ability, which was one of the top abilities, but with his status, he didn't dare to consider this ability. Odin Woody was a top Woody, with the strength of Woody perfection, but there were so many people in the Odin family. Emperor Odin has many sons and grandsons, and the resources he can get are limited. Although the immortal body ability is strong, it is too expensive. The later the immortal body ability beads are, the more precious they are, and Emperor Odin can't afford them. Even if it's only for him, Emperor Odin can't afford it. Emperor Odin is a top martial emperor, but the Odin family is not a royal family, and the resources Emperor Odin has are far from comparable to Xiao Hai. Odysseus, you have reached the late stage of the great martial arts sect. It won't be so easy for your grandfather to provide you with ability beads later, right? Suyue said in a light voice, and she didn't act immediately. She can recover from her injuries after a while, but Asti's injuries will not recover much, and the gap between the two will widen. Humph! Odysseus snorted coldly. Suyue said, Odysseus, there is an old saying in our Chinese country, called the kings, princes, generals and ministers, have you heard of it? Odysseus looked at Suyue coldly without speaking. Suyue said, your Odin family is very strong. Your grandfather has the perfect strength of the martial emperor. Has he never thought about becoming an emperor? If your grandfather becomes an emperor, you will most likely become an emperor in the future. Odysseus's eyes changed. Suyue continued, the royal family of the Vulture Empire is very strong. You really didn't have a chance before. You would die if you rebelled. Now your Odin family has a chance. The war has extended to the mainland of the Vulture Empire. The strength and status of the royal family of the Vulture Empire have been greatly affected. Odysseus said in a deep voice, Suyue, you make sense. If you let me go, I will go back and convince my grandfather. Suyue sneered, Odysseus, do you think I am as stupid as you? You can't redeem people without paying a price. Faintly, Suyue heard the sound of sirens. We should go. Just a moment ago, many of Suyue's wounds were completely healed, and her powerful strength knocked Odysseus unconscious. Pulling Odysseus with her mental power, Suyue left quickly, and soon she arrived at the place where the lightning snow sculpture was. Lightning, take him back. I have restricted his strength, so don't worry about him waking up. Suyue said, touching the head of the lightning snow sculpture. She has other things to do here, and needs to deal with some powerful evolvers in the United States. The United States already has more than 50 SSS level evolvers. Chapter 594, Evolutionary Alliance Secret Base. The United States, the secret headquarters of the Evolver Alliance. This secret headquarters is not the original one. The original one is the one in the open. Eisenway and the others knew that it must have been exposed. Leader, when can we get out? An SSS level evolver asked impatiently. The first SSS-level evolvers who came here have been in this secret headquarters for quite some time, and they have long been impatient. Aizenwei said in a deep voice, "Curry, be patient. Based on various intelligence, we have determined that Xiao Fan will definitely go to another world in the next 2 or 3 months. When he arrives in another world, he may not be able to come back after his strength increases. Then it will be a good time for you to show off your power." Curry frowned and said, "Leader, even if Xiao Fan leaves, Xiao Fan should have made some arrangements, right? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Aizenwei said, "Before he leaves, he may have a killing plan against us. Do you want to be killed by him? No matter what arrangements he has, as long as he and Su Yue leave, the strength of the Chinese strongmen will definitely be reduced a lot. You will have a chance then." A person next to Curry said, "Curry, you just be patient. It's really dangerous for us to go out at this time. It's not easy to become an SSS level evolver, why worry? Money, status, and women will be indispensable in the future." Curry said, "Leader, are you sure this base has not been leaked?" Aizenwei said confidently, "Don't worry, each of you was sent here by a submarine and will never be followed. This base cannot communicate with the outside world either. In all the maps, this island does not exist at all." Curry complained, "This base has nothing, no network, no women, and the food is very ordinary. Every day, there is nothing but training." Aizenwei said in a deep voice, "Our United States is the #1 power, but Xiao Fan has brought us great humiliation. Don't you want to take revenge? Wait until Xiao Fan and his men leave and deal with China, and our United States can consolidate its dominant position on this side of the earth. Then we can fully support the Vulture Empire to deal with the Dragon Empire." Everyone's eyes flashed. In order to prevent the new SSS-level evolvers from rebelling again, the new SSS-level evolvers have one thing in common: they all hate China. There are more than 30 SSS-level evolvers in this base, and more than 120 SS-level evolvers, all of whom hate China. SSS-level evolvers have the strength of the Great Martial Sect, and SS-level evolvers also have the strength of the Martial Sect. This force is not weak. The United States has spent a lot of money to cultivate them secretly, and the Vulture Empire and others have also given them a lot of help and provided them with the resources they need. If SSS-level evolvers want to have a higher success rate, they need resources from another world. Let's go, let's train. Let's go together, there's nothing else to do anyway. A group of SSS-level evolvers arrived at the training base. Many SS-level evolvers here are training for evolution, and each of them is much stronger than the innate level characters. According to the plan of the United States, when Xiao Fan and his team go to the other world, they will find a way to deal with many geniuses in China first. If the geniuses are dealt with, even if all the people in China practice, the threat brought to the United States by Chinese warriors in a short period of time will be reduced a lot. In the United States, Su Yue arrived near a port. This port is a small military port. There are many large and small military ports in the United States. Among the many military ports, this military port is inconspicuous. Su Yue can find this place. First, her hacking ability is stronger now, and second, it is due to the information provided by Feng Huang and others. Feng Huang and his team used to have a hard time guarding the Chinese network, but now their strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. I hope it's this, Su Yue said in her heart. She had actually found 2 military ports before, and the abnormal locations provided by Feng Huang and his team were not 1 but 5. Su Yue quietly sneaked into the military port. The network here was disconnected from the outside world, but Su Yue could connect to the internet from the inside. Soon, Su Yue's eyes lit up. She found abnormal data. In the past 2 or 3 months, the material consumption of this base has been abnormal. There are only about 200 people in this base, and the material consumption has doubled. Some materials are sent to other places through here. It should be a submarine, Su Yue said. It is necessary to transport it secretly. Su Yue thinks that those extra materials are likely to be sent to the secret base of the Evolutionary Alliance. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Su Yue stayed here. The submarine returned. Su Yue quietly entered the submarine. She obtained the navigation log and found out clearly where the submarine had been. There must be something wrong with this place if it goes there once a week. Su Yue thought to herself. She searched on the public internet and found that the place where the submarine went was an ocean on the map, which was even more problematic. Lightning, let's go to this place. Su Yue found the lightning snow sculpture. After sending Odysseus to China, the lightning snow sculpture returned to the United States. It was waiting for her not far from Su Yue. Cry! The lightning snow sculpture set off quickly. About an hour later, the lightning snow sculpture approached an island. The island was not small, and there were many plants on it. Such an island is not marked on the map. Su Yue thought to herself. Such a strong electromagnetic shielding. Su Yue took out the satellite phone. She was several thousand meters in the air, but the satellite phone still had no signal. It seems that I found the right place. Lightning, you stand by nearby. Su Yue flew down invisibly. With her current strength, there is no problem with short-distance flight, and the flying speed is not low. It didn't take long for Su Yue to reach the island. In less than 5 minutes, Su Yue made a discovery. Her consciousness saw an SS-level cultivator of the Evolutionary Alliance. Su Yue has the strength of the early stage of the Martial Emperor. Since she came here, it is basically impossible for the Evolutionary Alliance to hide it from her. In less than an hour, Su Yue had a complete understanding of this place, and she copied all the information in the Evolutionary Alliance's computer. The subsequent evolutionists are all anti-China soldiers. And there are so many specific plans against China. Su Yue's eyes flashed coldly. There are dozens or even hundreds of plans targeting China, big and small, and some of them would be very harmful if implemented. Woo, suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded inside the base. Attention, the base self-destruct system has been activated. Relevant personnel should evacuate quickly. There are still 10 seconds before the base self-destructs. 10, 9, 8 voices rang out inside the base, and many people who were training inside the base changed their faces, and they hurriedly fled at the fastest speed. Fuck, how can we leave in 10 seconds? That's right, the last exercise at least gave us half a minute, and this time 10 seconds, we are practitioners, not gods. I haven't heard of an exercise, what's going on? Many people cursed. Inside the base, Eisenwei's face changed drastically. He is the leader of the Evolutionary Alliance, and he knows that there is no evacuation exercise plan today. And even if there is an exercise plan, the time will not be only 10 seconds. Most of them can't evacuate in 10 seconds. Swoosh! Su Yue rushed all the way. She left the base at the fastest speed in just 5 or 6 seconds. In 10 seconds, she was already 300 or 400 meters in the air. Boom! Boom! The entire base exploded in a very short period of time, and there was more than one explosion. There were dozens of tons of explosives buried in the base. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 595, The Destruction of the Death God Base. Who is it? Who is it? Eisenwei's face was extremely ugly. He was not far from the exit, and he was brought out by the speed-type evolver. There were some other evolvers who escaped, but most of them died in the horrible explosion. Hundreds of tons of explosives were equivalent to hundreds of missiles hitting the base at the same time. Even if Su Yue didn't escape, she would be killed. Even if she had the ability of immortality, if she was blown to pieces, she couldn't be resurrected with her current ability. Run, everyone run. The enemy must be nearby. Let's run separately, maybe someone can escape. Another powerful evolver shouted. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the sword flashed and his head was pierced. Swish! Swish! The other 2 evolvers nearby were also pierced through the head and died immediately. The gap between their strength and Su Yue's was too big. SSS-level evolvers are only at the level of Great Martial Sect, followed by Martial King, and then Martial Emperor. They didn't know how to form formations. A Martial Emperor-level warrior would have no problem dealing with hundreds of SSS-level evolvers. Xiao Fan, stop it. If you dare to target the United States like this, a global nuclear war may break out, and the entire Earth will not be well off at that time. Aizenwei said sternly. Swish. Su Yue ignored him, and she didn't show up either, but secretly controlled the flying sword to kill the enemy continuously. Run, run. Some people who escaped from the base, as well as some people who were already outside the base, fled for their lives, and they soon reached the sea. Fuck, how can we escape? We can't fly. This damn place is probably more than 1,000 kilometers away from the land. How can we get back to the land? Whether it was SS level or SSS level evolvers, they all felt desperate. Even SSS level evolvers with wind attributes, they couldn't fly long distances, and their mental strength couldn't support it at all. Plop. Some people complained, but some people jumped directly into the sea. If they couldn't escape, hiding in the sea might be able to survive. Plop. Plop. Someone took the lead, and the rest quickly jumped into the sea. If Su Yue's strength was a little worse, they might have escaped like this, but Su Yue has a strong sense of consciousness. She flew low in the air, and the flying sword in the sea kept killing the evolvers one by one. It was almost impossible for them to escape. If she didn't let the base self-destruct, hundreds of evolvers would flee to the surroundings, and perhaps some would escape, but after the base self-destructed, there were only 30 or 40 evolvers alive. Half an hour later, Su Yue searched carefully, and everyone, including Aizenwei, died. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Su Yue summoned the lightning snow sculpture, and one person and one sculpture carefully searched a larger area. The base self-destructed, using the Americans' own explosives. Su Yue was invisible during the operation, and she did not leave any traces. There is a strong electromagnetic shielding here, and the news will not be leaked for the time being. Lightning, go back to the United States. Su Yue ordered the lightning snow sculpture. According to her information, there are a total of 50 or 60 SSS level evolvers and 200 SS level evolvers in the United States. Most of them are dead now, but there are still about 20 SSS level evolvers and about 80 SS level evolvers. Many of these powerful evolvers are controlled by various financial groups, and some of them hate China. Even if they don't hate China, if the United States gives an order, or if the financial group behind them gives an order, they will also take action. The first stop was Wall Street. There was more than one SSS level evolver here, and there were more than 10 SS level evolvers. Su Yue quickly approached an SSS level evolver. She interfered with the other party's mental power. A drop of venom quietly entered the target's body. The venom was quickly absorbed by the target's body. But the strong man who was hit would not be in trouble immediately. After 7 or 8 hours, the poison would take effect, and once it took effect, it would be fatal. This poison was brought from another world. After confirming that the target did not notice any abnormality, Su Yue continued to look for the next target. 3 hours later, Su Yue had found more than a dozen SSS level evolvers and 30 or 40 SS level evolvers. There were only a dozen SSS level evolvers left in the United States. With only this little power, they could not float and dared not act rashly. Ugh, on Wall Street, an SSS level evolver covered his stomach, and he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. This severe pain quickly spread to the whole body. Poison. I'm poisoned, take me to the hospital. The SSS level evolver foamed at the mouth, and his consciousness quickly blurred. He died before leaving the building. Soon, the other SSS level and SS level evolvers on Wall Street also showed the same state. Strong men in other places also had accidents one after another. Black Palace. Dong dong dong. A rapid knock on the door sounded. The Chief of Staff of the U.S. President entered his office. General, something happened. Reports from many places say that we have SS level and SSS level evolvers who have been poisoned. They will die soon. The Chief of Staff said anxiously. The U.S. President's face changed. Who did it? We don't know yet. It is possible that it is a problem with the evolutionary fluid. Now the other evolvers who have received the news are very panicked. The Chief of Staff said worriedly. The U.S. President's face was ugly. If it was a problem with the evolutionary fluid, it would be bad, and the rest of their evolvers would also die. Where is the Death God base? The US Commander-in-Chief asked. The Death God base is the base that Su Yue attacked. This base gathers most of the top forces of the United States. Commander-in-Chief, we can't contact there normally. It takes 2 days for submarines to get there. It is easy for fighter jets to expose the Death God base, said the Chief of Staff. The US Commander-in-Chief frowned and said, then we should wait for the submarine to get there and immediately find out the cause of death of the dead strongman. An hour later, the cause of death was found out. The cause of death was an unknown toxin that was not found on Earth. Commander-in-Chief, we may have been attacked by Xiao Fan and his men, but we don't have any evidence so far. The Chief of Staff went to the office of the US Commander-in-Chief again. How many people died in total? The US Commander-in-Chief said gloomily. The Chief of Staff said, 14 SSS-level evolvers and 37 SS-level evolvers died. All the poisoned people died. Commander-in-Chief, fortunately we have the Death God base. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 596, Growing Mushrooms in Another World? The US Commander-in-Chief nodded slightly. It was a good idea to prepare for a rainy day. There must be no problem with the Death God base. It is the hope of our country. The US Commander-in-Chief said in a deep voice. The Chief of Staff said, Commander-in-Chief, everything in the Death God base is very secretive. There shouldn't be any problem. I hope so. The US Commander-in-Chief felt very tired. In the past, other US commanders were quite comfortable. With a strong military, they could start a nuclear-powered money printing machine when they had no money, or wield a sickle to harvest other countries. Why is it so difficult for him? In the past, aircraft carriers were invincible, but now it has become the world of warriors. If it weren't for the nuclear bombs, the situation would be worse than it is now. Ding! Su Yue called Xiao Fan. Husband, the US Death God base was destroyed by me, and more than 30 SSS-level evolvers and more than 120 SS-level evolvers died. 14 SSS-level evolvers and 37 SS-level evolvers were solved later. Do you want to continue? Su Yue asked. Xiao Fan was surprised. Su Yue was so efficient. Even if he took action, the efficiency would not be so high. Su Yue had superb hacking ability, and she had a great advantage in this aspect. The enemy thought they were hiding well, but Su Yue's tracking method might have completely exceeded their imagination. Wei, are there only a dozen SSS-level evolvers in the United States? Xiao Fan asked. Yeah, they do have only a dozen SSS-level evolvers. There are 2 in the Black Palace, and the others are scattered all over the place. If you need to deal with them, it will take more time. Su Yue said. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Wei, that's enough. You have to leave them some. If you push them too hard, they may overturn the table. Hurry up and come back on the lightning snow sculpture. Su Yue hung up the phone and left quickly. The powerful evolvers in the United States did not know this. They were panicked and did not dare to appear in crowded places. Even the 2 SSS-level evolvers in the Black Palace temporarily left the hackers and hid, otherwise they would be poisoned to death. Who is the one who killed our people? It's probably Xiao Fan or Su Yue. No one else has such strength except them. It's hard to say. Maybe the strong people from another world did it on purpose to make the United States and China conflict fiercely. Some American strongmen who were hiding talked about it, and their faces were very ugly. Risking a lot of life, they finally became powerful evolvers, but they could be killed at any time. More than a day passed. A submarine quietly approached the Death God base. The submarine rose up, and the periscope rose first. Everything was normal at the seaside. Not long after, the submarine floated up, and a small drone flew out. Soon the drone approached the Death God base. This inside the submarine, seeing the picture taken by the drone, the captain and the people around him changed their faces. The Death God base became a ruin. Many tattered corpses can still be seen on the ground. The Death God base is finished. the enemy actually found this place. It is very likely Su Yue. Someone gritted his teeth and said. The captain took a deep breath and said, Assault Team 1, go to the island and investigate immediately, and focus on seeing if anyone is still alive. The submarine will sail around the island to see if anyone is alive in the sea. 2 hours later, Assault Team 1 checked the entire island and found many bodies, but no one was alive. No living people were found in the sea, no bodies. Many people died in the sea before, but they had been eaten by fish. Captain, there is no need to keep the radio silent. Someone beside the captain reminded him. The captain said bitterly, send the message back and tell us the situation here. Yes. 5 minutes later, someone from the military called the U.S. Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief, the Death God base was attacked, and the Death God base self-destructed and exploded. No one was found alive on the island or in the sea. Hearing the voice coming from the microphone, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief was not feeling well. Was the entire Death God base finished? There were more than 30 SS-level evolvers and more than 120 SS-level evolvers in the Death God base, and a huge amount of money was spent. Commander-in-Chief, are you listening? Yes, continue to look for a survivor. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief hung up the phone after saying that. He clutched his chest tightly. At his age, he couldn't bear hearing such news. Commander-in-Chief, the Chief of Staff, also got the news and rushed over. Seeing the Commander-in-Chief's situation, he knew he didn't need to say anything more. Do we need to consider using mushroom bombs? The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said with a gloomy face. The Chief of Staff's face changed slightly. Commander-in-Chief, we are not 100% sure that it was Xiao Fan or Su Yue who did it. And we have analyzed it before. If it is used, our United States will be finished, and many people in China can survive. It will not affect Xiao Fan and Su Yue at all. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said coldly, I don't mean to use mushroom bombs against China, but against the Dragon Empire. With the current situation of the Spirit Cave, small mushroom bombs can be passed over, and the mushroom bombs can be secretly brought to the capital of God for use. The Chief of Staff said, Commander-in-Chief, this will have 2 results. First, the mushroom bombs will be useless and lose their deterrent ability. Second, if it is used successfully, our United States is likely to suffer bloody revenge. Not to mention the strong men of the Dragon Empire, Xiao Fan and others will take bloody revenge, and we will definitely die. All the top financial groups and companies in the United States will be destroyed. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief gnashed his teeth and said, Are we going to suffer this loss in vain? We haven't provoked them recently. He had provoked China and Xiao Fan before, and he was more open-minded when he was retaliated. They didn't do anything recently. The Chief of Staff said, Commander-in-Chief, it may be related to the envoy of the Vulture Empire. Ha! The U.S. Commander-in-Chief was puzzled. The Chief of Staff said, his identity and strength may be extraordinary. He may not be just an ordinary envoy as he said. Apart from this, I can't think of how we provoked them recently. China, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He also taught the White Tiger Formation and the Vermilion Bird Formation to those soldiers. They can pass them on to others in the future, and promote them throughout the army and the country. Many other people can master the formation before they reach the Huajin level, and they can quickly form a battle formation after reaching the Huajin level. Everyone, I will teach you the battle formation here. I hope you can master it well and defend the country. Xiao Fan said. Thank you, Grandmaster Xiao. Tens of thousands of soldiers said in unison, and the next second they saluted at the same time. Xiao Fan was not a soldier and did not return their salute. He taught them the Yanhuang battle formation, so he deserved this salute. Xiao Ao, how do you feel? After leaving the training ground, Xiao Fan went to the military confinement room. Odysseus was locked up here. His cultivation was sealed, and he had not eaten a single bite of food or drank a sip of water in the past few days. He looked very miserable. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 597 The Most Treasure Mountain and River Seal. Odysseus stared at Xiao Fan and said in a hoarse voice, Xiao Fan, you won. I will ask the Americans to talk to my grandfather and let him redeem me. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Odysseus, don't look at me like that. If you don't look miserable, how can you show your strength? This is for your own good. Odysseus snorted coldly. Xiao Fan took Odysseus away quickly. It was inconvenient for the military district to contact the outside world. Cry! The lightning snow sculpture was waiting nearby. With it, Xiao Fan and his men returned to the villa in Leishan County in less than 2 hours. Odysseus saw Su Yue and glared at her fiercely. Su Yue said, Husband, Odysseus just glared at me. Why don't you dig out his eyes? It doesn't matter if he doesn't have eyes. And that looks even more miserable, and Emperor Odin will be more sympathetic. Odysseus's face changed. He suddenly realized that Su Yue was not an ordinary girl. She dared to detonate hundreds of kilograms of bombs in front of him. Yes. I'm sorry. Odysseus quickly admitted his weakness. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Wei, video call Tracy, who is responsible for communicating with the Vulture Empire in the United States, and let Odysseus talk to her. Odysseus, you should know what to say and what not to say. If you talk nonsense, you will die miserably. Odysseus took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I don't want to die yet, and I am indeed interested in your proposal. Xiao Fan's proposal is to let Emperor Odin Wu rebel at that time. The strength of the Vulture Empire has gradually been surpassed by the Dragon Empire. The OS Empire and others now dare to take the opportunity to extort more benefits from the Vulture Empire. But the strength of the Vulture Empire is still very strong. If the Dragon Empire wants to completely solve the Vulture Empire, force is not a good way, and this method has great sequelae. The strong men of the Vulture Empire may kill wantonly in the Dragon Empire. Even the strong men of the Vulture Empire may get mushroom bombs from the earth and directly let the mushroom bombs explode in the city of the Dragon Empire. The Vulture Empire is not a small country with many strong men. Forcibly solving the Vulture Empire will inevitably make many strong men very dissatisfied. Their spearheads are pointed directly at the Dragon Empire. If the Vulture Empire is in civil strife, their spearheads will not be pointed directly at the Dragon Empire. The strong men who tear them apart internally will no longer be unified. With enough strong men, they dare to target the Dragon Empire. If there are fewer, their strong men dare not mess around. Xiao Fan. Su Yue quickly established contact by force. Tracy and others who are responsible for communicating with the other world in the United States saw Xiao Fan. Miss Tracy, the person next to me is the envoy from the Vulture Empire to your United States some time ago. His real name is Odysseus. Xiao Fan said indifferently. Tracy took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Recently, many powerful evolutionists in our United States have died. Did you kill them? Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Indeed, we killed them. Why do you have any objections? They are a powerful threat to the entire Earth. For world peace, we helped you clean up some. If you have the guts, use mushroom bullets to hit me. Tracy. She had just secretly prepared a lot of questions to question Xiao Fan, but she didn't expect Xiao Fan to admit it directly. How could she chat happily? SS level evolvers, I advise you not to do it anymore. You have invested a lot of financial resources. If you keep doing this, your economy may collapse. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice. Nuclear-powered money printing machines cannot be turned on casually, especially now that the US military strength has fallen behind China. After this batch of evolvers is dealt with, it will be difficult for the US to produce many evolvers in the future. Their economy is really about to collapse. Xiao Fan, you forced to contact, what's the matter? Tracy changed the subject. Xiao Fan pointed at Odysseus, his grandfather is Emperor Odin Wu of the Vulture Empire. It seems a bit of a pity to kill him directly. I want to exchange him for a treasure of the Vulture Empire. Pass the message. Odysseus said sternly at this time, Tracy, you must tell my grandfather the news. You will not have a good life if I die. Tracy took a deep breath and said, What do you want to exchange? Xiao Fan said, More than 1,000 years ago, the mountain and river seal of the Yanlong clan disappeared. This thing should have reached the OS Empire. It's unclear whether it's in the OS Empire or the Vulture Empire. If you send the mountain and river seal to the Dragon Empire, I will release Odysseus. The mountain and river seal is similar to the imperial seal. The difference is that the imperial seal is only symbolic, while the mountain and river seal is not only symbolic, but also a powerful treasure. The mountain and river seal is quite magical. Except for the emperor of the Flame Dragon clan, no one else can recognize it as the master. And even if it is the emperor of the Flame Dragon clan, it depends on whether the Flame Dragon clan is divided, and it depends on the strength of the country. The stronger the country formed by the Flame Dragon clan, the stronger the mountain and river seal. In the past, all dynasties attached great importance to the mountain and river seal. More than 1,000 years ago, when the Yanhuan clan declined, the mountain and river seal was snatched away. Xiao Fan, we will convey the news, but it is not certain whether the Vulture Empire or the OS Empire will give out the mountain and river seal. Tracy said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan said calmly, if this happens, Odysseus will die. If the Emperor of the Vulture Empire does not care about his life, I personally suggest that Emperor Odin should just rebel. We, the Odin family, will not rebel. Odysseus said sternly. Xiao Fan looked at Su Yue, and Su Yue cut off the video link. Tracy quickly reported the news. Bang! Upon hearing the news, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief was furious. Arrogant, arrogant. Let's listen to what Xiao Fan said. He actually asked us to use mushroom bombs against him. It's really unreasonable. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said angrily. Commander-in-Chief, calm down. Mushroom bombs must not be used. According to our latest assessment, if the global nuclear war enters a nuclear winter, 99% of our people will die. 60% to 70% of the people in China can survive. And most of those who died are the old, weak, sick, and disabled who cannot practice. The chief of staff next to him persuaded. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief had a gloomy face. He was of course aware of this. The later the time, the less threat the mushroom bombs would pose to China. But he still couldn't help being angry. Commander-in-Chief, we will definitely see a turnaround. As long as the Vulture Empire finds a way to transmit in large quantities, the situation will be reversed. Another person persuaded. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief looked a little better. Tell Tracy and the others to inform the Vulture Empire of the situation here. It's up to them to decide what to do. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said in a deep voice. Yes. The United States controls many spirit caves, and there are several that can contact the Vulture Empire. They can guarantee to open at least one spirit cave every day. Half an hour later, the news reached the Vulture Empire. Damn it! Emperor Morgan got the news and cursed in his heart. He knew that Emperor Odin had high hopes for Odysseus. Odysseus had a good talent and might take over the Odin family in the future. Many of the patriarchs of the Odin family were passed on to their grandchildren. Your Majesty, this news cannot be concealed. Emperor Odin will definitely get the news. The left Prime Minister of the Vulture Empire said. Yes. Emperor Morgan had someone notify Emperor Odin. Your Majesty. Emperor Odin came over soon and saluted. His current identity is the chief worshipper of the Vulture Empire. Worshipper Odin, Odysseus was captured by Xiao Fan. This is a video. Xiao Fan asked for the mountain and river seal. What do you think of this? Emperor Morgan had someone hand Emperor Odin a tablet. The tablet showed the picture of Xiao Fan and his friends. Odysseus was in the picture. He looked very miserable. Your Majesty, where is the mountain and river seal? Emperor Odin asked. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice, this thing used to be in the OS Empire. Now the mountain and river seal is indeed in the treasury of our Vulture Empire. Emperor Odin said calmly, it's all up to your Majesty. The bloodline of Odysseus' family is relatively strong, so it will be easier to contact him. Emperor Morgan had a headache. He didn't want to give out the mountain and river seal. If Xiao Fan or Xiao Hai successfully recognized this thing as the master, it would be much more difficult to deal with them. But Emperor Odin valued Odysseus very much. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 598, The mountain and river seal is in hand. Emperor Morgan said, Emperor Odin, the mountain and river seal is the most precious treasure of the Flame Dragon clan. I need to consider it. Yes, your majesty. Emperor Odin took his leave and left. Emperor Morgan had several important ministers called over again, and the right prime minister was also called back. This matter needs to be discussed carefully. What do you think? Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, the mountain and river seal is the most precious treasure of the Flame Dragon clan. Isn't it too hasty to return it just because of Odysseus? Indeed, Odysseus is far less important than the mountain and river seal. The two ministers said. Emperor Morgan looked at the right prime minister of the Vulture Empire. Right prime minister, what do you think? The right prime minister said, Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. Perhaps Odysseus is indeed not as important as the mountain and river seal, but what about Emperor Odin? The only one among us who has the space treasure is Emperor Odin. And his cultivation is at the level of Emperor perfection. At this time, if he is unhappy, will he have bad thoughts? We must consider this. Emperor Morgan's face changed slightly. If Emperor Odin rebels, the problem will be serious. He is in the late stage of Emperor Wu, but he has the strength of the perfect level of Emperor Wu. Moreover, some of Emperor Odin's disciples are not weak, there are many strong people in the family, and he has powerful friends. Right Prime Minister, even if we have to care about Emperor Odin's thoughts, that is the mountain and river seal, should we just give it to the Dragon Empire? Another minister questioned. The right Prime Minister said, the mountain and river seal is just a waste to us. And, it may not be a good thing for Xiaohai to get the mountain and river seal. Ha! Emperor Morgan looked at the right Prime Minister in confusion. The right Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, the mountain and river seal is the treasure of the Flame Dragon clan. In the past, many emperors of the Flame Dragon clan were able to make it recognize the master. What if Xiaohai can't make the mountain and river seal recognize the master? He is an earthling, not a member of the Flame Dragon clan. Even if he is the emperor, there is a high probability that the mountain and river seal will not recognize the master. Emperor Morgan's eyes lit up. If Xiaohai can't make the mountain and river seal recognize the master, they will publicize it, and there will definitely be many people in the Dragon Empire who will question Xiaohai. What the right Prime Minister said makes sense. In normal times, we certainly cannot give out the mountain and river seal, but at this stage we cannot let chaos happen internally. We and the Dragon Empire are both superpowers. Whichever side makes chaos first will win. The left Prime Minister said. Emperor Morgan nodded slightly. If the mountain and river seal is given out, he estimated that there should be a 50% chance that Xiaohai will not be able to let him recognize his master. This 50% chance is in favor of the Vulture Empire. Considering the attitude of Emperor Odin Wu, it is okay to give out the mountain and river seal. Then it is decided. The mountain and river seal can be given to the Dragon Empire, but Xiaohai and Xiaofan must acknowledge it, and Odysseus must be released intact. Right Prime Minister, you will handle this matter. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Yes. Emperor Morgan looked at the left Prime Minister. Left Prime Minister, what is the situation in Heiyao City now? Is there any unusual movement in the Dragon Empire army? The left Prime Minister shook his head. Your Majesty, there is no change in Heiyao City, but many people in the city are probably already starving. Emperor Morgan frowned. To maintain the operation of a city, a lot of supplies need to be transported every day. Now Black Jade City is closed. Black Jade City is not short of water, but it is likely to be short of food. Not to mention vegetables and fruits. Left Prime Minister, let someone negotiate with them to see if they can send some food into the city to ensure the basic survival of the people of Black Jade City. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Yes. The left Prime Minister quickly sent out messengers. A few hours later, the two messengers entered Heiyao City and saw the situation in the city. There were many places in the city that provided free porridge. Those who ran out of food would not starve to death, but it was just a luxury to have enough to eat. General Mang, our emperor is kind-hearted and does not want the people in the city to suffer. We can send a batch of food to the city. When the two messengers saw Mang Yi, one of them spoke. Mang Yi said calmly, Your Majesty is kind-hearted? Don't you know how many people died when your vulture empire caused trouble in other countries? Perhaps in your eyes, they are not human beings at all. Another messenger said, General Mang, we sent you a lot of food, which is not a bad thing for you. Mang Yi sneered, Why is it not a bad thing? Our soldiers are not short of food, and the food you sent in is for your people. Will they be grateful to us? Let them starve for a while, so they can know the cruelty of war. We also gave them porridge, and it is very good that they did not let them eat their own children. The two messengers tried their best to persuade them, but no matter what they said, Mang Yi was unmoved. Soon the two messengers were driven out of the city. Damn it! The information was transmitted to the imperial city of the Vulture Empire, and Emperor Morgan cursed in his heart. There are many people in Heiyao City. In the future, they will definitely tell more people about this unforgettable experience, which will have a bad impact. On Earth, Tracy contacted Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, the Vulture Empire said that as long as you and your grandfather promise that if they give you the mountain and river seal, you will definitely release the people and will not destroy Odysseus, they will return the mountain and river seal. Tracy said. Xiao Fan said calmly, I promise. I am the crown prince of the Dragon Empire. Since I have promised, I will definitely not break my promise. After all, there may be such a deal in the future. Tracy said, Xiao Fan, we will have archived the relevant video materials, and the video materials will be transmitted to the Vulture Empire. If you break your promise, the people of the Dragon Empire will know. Xiao Fan said with a smile, Ms. Tracy, breaking your promise and getting rich is often only done by your politicians. Whether it is China or the Dragon Empire, we believe in keeping your promises. Tracy hurriedly ended the video call. She couldn't continue this topic. Many politicians in the United States can regret what they said in the last second, even their commander-in-chief. Dong dong dong. The next night, Xiao Hai contacted Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was in the East China Sea Spirit Cave. There are still 3 cargo ships of 4,000 to 5,000 tons that need to be sent over. My dear grandson, the Vulture Empire has sent the mountain and river seal back. It has been confirmed that the mountain and river seal is real. You can release the people there. Xiao Hai said with a smile. Xiao Fan nodded. Xiao Hai continued, My dear grandson, Grandpa will not recognize the mountain and river seal as his master, otherwise Grandpa will take this thing away if he ascends to heaven. You can try to make the mountain and river seal recognize your master after you ascend to the throne. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, if you let me get the mountain and river seal back, I won't be unable to make it recognize its master, right? It would be embarrassing if such a situation happens. Xiao Fan didn't know about the mountain and river seal at first. It was of course Xiao Hai's idea for him to ask for the mountain and river seal, and now it really wants to come back. Xiao Hai laughed, the people of the OS Empire and the Vulture Empire, they don't know shit about the mountain and river seal. The focus of the mountain and river seal is not on the emperor, but on the country and the people. The more people who support it, the more vast the territory of the empire, and the higher the success rate of recognizing the master, you will definitely be able to make the mountain and river seal recognize its master by then. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 599 Grandpa, you should rebel too. Xiao Fan asked curiously, Grandpa, what are the benefits of the mountain and river seal recognizing its master? Xiao Hai said, according to records, the mountain and river seal can obtain the emperor's qi after recognizing its master, and the emperor's qi has many wonderful uses. It can speed up cultivation, enhance attack, increase speed, or protect the body, and even change the course of large rivers. What kind of specific abilities each emperor has is somewhat different. Weak emperors have weak mountain and river seals. Xiao Fan was amazed in his heart. This mountain and river seal is really a good thing. If it can recognize its master, its strength will definitely be improved a lot. Grandpa, how is the situation over there? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai talked about the situation over there. There was not much change in Heiyao City, and the four-nation coalition forces were still temporarily inactive at the border. Since the four-nation coalition forces did not take action, Shanghai would definitely not take the initiative to attack now. It would be good for them to delay time. For example, 2 more top battleships have been transformed recently. Moreover, these 2 top battleships are different from the previous ones. They can fly and their speed is not slower than the top battleships of the Vulture Empire. The Shenlong Empire's formation masters are indeed much less experienced, and this must be admitted, but their warships are much larger. There is more room for them to play. Grandpa, since these 2 top warships can fly, the subsequent top warships should all be able to fly. Xiao Fan said happily. According to the previous agreement, their Shenlong Empire can have 18 top warships, and there are still 8 that have not been modified. Yes, our top warships that can fly will reach a total of 10 by then, and our top warships will have stronger comprehensive combat power in the future. Xiao Hai said with a smile. In terms of top warships, the Vulture Empire has 13, and the Shenlong Empire currently has 10, which is not much behind. At the current transformation speed, it won't take long to surpass. Grandpa, I will open the Spirit Cave and first teleport 3 cargo ships and 5 warship shells below 3,000 tons. Xiao Fan said. Okay. Xiao Hai nodded. It didn't take too long for the 8 ships to be teleported over. So far, all the 4,000-5,000-ton cargo ships mentioned in the previous agreement have been teleported. As long as the Vulture Empire abides by the agreement, it will not send any more cargo ships of 4,000 to 5,000 tons, and it will send a lot of cargo ships below 3,000 tons. Odysseus, I will send you to the United States. After ending the contact with Xiao Hai, Xiao Fan asked the lightning snow sculpture to take them to the border between the United States and Canada overnight. Odysseus, you must leave immediately and not stay. Also, think carefully about the matter I told you. If you succeed, there is a great possibility that you will become the emperor in the future. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice. Odysseus looked at Xiao Fan deeply, and he flew to the spirit cave not far away. After more than 10 minutes, the spirit cave opened. Odysseus entered the spirit cave and disappeared. On the side of the Vulture Empire, seeing Odysseus's successful return, Odysseus's parents and Emperor Odinwu were relieved. Right, Prime Minister, thank you very much. Please also thank His Majesty for me. Emperor Odinwu said to the right Prime Minister. Odysseus gnashed his teeth and said, Grandpa, that bastard Xiao Fan tortured me in various ways. I must kill him someday. Emperor Odinwu said in a deep voice, next time you go there, you must be extra careful. You must not fall into Xiao Fan's hands again. Right, Prime Minister, I will take him back to heal his wounds first. The right Prime Minister nodded. Odysseus looked quite miserable. He was hit by the bomb and had many wounds of various sizes. Those wounds have not recovered much. During the time when he was controlled by Su Yue and Xiao Fan, Odysseus's cultivation was imprisoned, and he had no water or food. After returning home, Odysseus quickly soaked in the healing spirit liquid. The small wounds on his body recovered quickly. In this way, if he soaks in the spirit liquid every day, he will be fully recovered in about a week. Master. The 2 maids saluted. Emperor Odinwu came to the room where Odysseus was. You go down first. Emperor Odinwu waved his hand, and the 2 maids withdrew. Grandpa, Xiao Fan said something to me. He said that kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all born with blood? For our Odin family, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Odysseus said. Emperor Odinwu frowned slightly, and his powerful spiritual consciousness entered Odysseus' body. He soon confirmed that Odysseus was fine. Why do you have such an idea? Emperor Odinwu said in a deep voice. Odysseus said, Grandpa, you have the power of a perfect martial emperor, but your status is not as good as the left and right prime ministers. If you stand up at that time, there will definitely be many strong people supporting you, and you have a good chance of becoming the founding emperor. Xiao Hai can do it, so what's impossible for you? Odinwu looked at Odysseus coldly. Odysseus looked at his grandfather without avoiding. Grandpa, if you miss the opportunity, it is very likely that you will never have it again. Why should our Odin family always submit to others? Odysseus said ambitiously. Odysseus said, Xiaofan put you back so that you can persuade me. What else did he say to you? Odysseus said, he also said that if you start a rebellion, as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke, the Dragon Empire will not target us. Grandpa, no matter how powerful the Vulture Empire is, our Odin family is just a subject. If you become the emperor, even if the country is small, our Odin family is also a royal family, and you are the founding ancestor. Odin Woody pondered. What Odysseus said did make him a little moved. In the past, even if he had the strength, the conditions were not mature at all, and he could not rebel at all. Now the conditions in all aspects are mature. After repeated defeats, the Black Jade City was occupied, and the army of the Northern Blood Cherry Empire was still pressing forward, and the people of the Vulture Empire were boiling with resentment. The strength of the Vulture Empire's army has also decreased a lot. The vassal states have also had more ideas. The Vulture Empire is now in a situation of external and internal troubles. Grandpa, you have already reached the level of the perfect martial emperor, and you don't have too many pursuits in terms of strength. Don't you want to try this aspect? Odysseus bewitched. Odin Woody walked back and forth, and Odysseus' words hit the heart of his heart. People always have to pursue something. He knew that with his talent, it was difficult to reach the level of the perfect martial emperor, and it would be even more impossible to break through the level of the perfect martial emperor in the future. Rebelling and becoming an emperor might be a good experience. Grandpa, when Xiao Hai rebelled, he was not as strong as you, and the situation he faced was much worse. At the beginning, he had only a few 100,000 men under his command, and they were short of food and clothing. At that time, the Divine Flame Empire had an army of several million. Odysseus tried his best to persuade. Emperor Odinwu took a deep breath and said, "What you said makes some sense. Grandpa will consider it. Don't mention this to anyone. Not even your parents." Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 600, Su Yue's Martial King Cultivation Leishan County Villa. Boom! A strong aura burst out from Su Yue. Soon, it seemed as if a black hole of spiritual energy was formed in her body. The spiritual energy around her was absorbed crazily by her, and the spiritual energy gushing out of the spiritual cave also increased rapidly. Su Yue smiled. Her martial arts cultivation finally reached the level of Wu Wang, and her supernatural power realm would also be able to reach the next level, and it would be no problem to reach the perfection of Wu Wang. Of course, her combat power would also be greatly improved. I wonder if the spiritual cave here in Leishan County can reach the SSS level. Su Yue thought to herself, and she continued to practice with all her strength. The spiritual energy gushing from the other world is still growing. Ha! Xiaofan returned to the villa, and his eyes lit up. The aura here in the villa is abnormal. It should be that Su Yue has broken through to the level of Wu Wang. Xiaofan waited quietly for half an hour, and Su Yue came out of the master bedroom, exuding a strong aura. It has not been long since the breakthrough, and Su Yue cannot restrain her aura well. Hubby, I have broken through to the level of Wu Wang. The spiritual cave has also been strengthened a lot. Su Yue said happily. Wei Wei, you are stronger than me. Xiaofan said with a smile. His cultivation is only at the late stage of the Great Martial Sect, Su Yue's Martial King level, but his spatial ability is stronger than the immortal ability. Hubby, when you reach the other world, your strength will soar, and I will definitely fall far behind you by then. I just hope I cannot hold you back by then. Su Yue said with a smile. Xiaofan went to the master bedroom, and he carefully sensed it. This spirit cave is slightly worse than the one in the deep Pacific Ocean. The spirit cave level is a standard set by Europeans and Americans, but they don't have an SSS level spirit cave yet. Judging from the improvement of each level in the past, the spirit caves in Leishan County should have barely reached the SSS level. Hubby, how is it? Su Yue asked. Xiaofan said, if the spirit cave is opened, I should have an 80% to 90% chance of passing, but it will be difficult to come back after the cultivation level is improved. Hubby, let's wait a little longer. We are not in a hurry for this little time. Husband, the spirit cave in Leishan County has reached the SSS level. Should we let Grandpa and others go there? Su Yue asked. Xiao Fan nodded, and he could consider letting Lu Baichuan and others go to the other world. Ding! Xiao Fan's mobile phone suddenly rang. Director Jiang, what's the matter? Xiao Fan answered the phone and asked. Jiang Wanchen hurriedly said, Xiao Fan, I don't know what's going on. The fusion of the two worlds has suddenly deepened, and the major spirit caves have been strengthened a lot. A powerful monster appeared near Woqing in the northwest. Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. Could it be that Su You's breakthrough triggered the deepening of the fusion of the two worlds? Director Jiang, do you want me to support Wuqing immediately? What is the strength of the monster? Can I let lightning go there to solve it? Xiao Fan asked. Lightning snow sculpture went alone, and its speed was much faster than when it was carrying people. Jiang Wanchen said hurriedly, Master Xiao, I'm afraid it will be too late for lightning to get there. We have 1,000 warriors who have learned the battle formation in Wuqing. The monster should be at the King of Martial Arts level. Can they handle it? Xiao Fan said, the battle formation of 1,000 of them is enough to deal with King of Martial Arts level monsters, but they are not very familiar with the battle formation. We have to try it because of the situation. Jiang Wanchen hung up the phone after saying that. Hubby, Lightning and I will go there, you stay here, if there is a problem in other directions, you can go there and solve it faster. Su Yue said. Lightning is only at the initial stage of the Martial King, so it may not be safe to go there. Yeah. Xiao Fan nodded. Su Yue had just broken through, so it would be better for her to stay here to practice, but she didn't need to put in much effort to deal with a Martial King level monster. Boom! Boom! In the northwest Wuqing, 2 missiles were fired at a giant scorpion. Ordinary scorpions are small, but this scorpion is 7 or 8 meters long, and its black scales seem to be made of fine steel. The missile explosion did not kill this scorpion. It dodged very quickly. Voila! Before the second batch of missiles came, this giant scorpion monster drilled into the soil. The land here is quite hard, but in front of this scorpion monster, the hard land can be easily dug into. Boom! Soon, 3 giant earth-penetrating bombs hit this area. 3 deep pits were blown out on the ground. The scorpion monster was not killed by the explosion, but the terrifying explosion also made it afraid. In terms of attack power, the attack power of the giant earth-penetrating bomb is much stronger than that of the ordinary Martial King level monster. What happened? Scorpion, a really big scorpion, it must be a monster. Our Wuqing is in danger. We are far from the inland. Even if Grandmaster Xiao comes to support us, it will take a long time to come from Leishan County. The news spread quickly on the internet. Some people even recorded videos and uploaded them to the internet. The distance of missiles and bunker buster attacks is only 7 or 8 kilometers from the urban area of Wuqing. The monster can pass through this distance very quickly. Quick, quick! The 1,000 soldiers in the Wuqing military base gathered quickly. The more than 10,000 soldiers taught by Xiao Fan are now scattered in various military regions. They have to teach the battle formation to the rest of the soldiers. Each place is divided into 1,000 people, which is also convenient for them to practice the battle formation of 1,000 people. There are too many things to coordinate for the battle formation of 10,000 people, and it is difficult to cooperate. They need nearly an hour, while the battle formation of 1,000 people only takes a quarter of an hour. Everyone pay attention, form the Qinglong formation. The monster is less than 10 kilometers away from our Wuqing and may enter our Wuqing at any time. Everyone must not slack off. A strong man in the lead said sternly. Yes. The 1,000 people roared in unison. They acted quickly. In the face of a huge crisis, they broke the previous record and formed a battle formation in 13 minutes. Thousands of people formed a long line. Around them, a green dragon phantom suddenly appeared. Forward! The strong man in the main formation had a congenital level of cultivation. The green dragon moved, and the speed was much faster than that of a person at the level of transformation. If the cooperation is very good, the green dragon formation formed by 1,000 people can fly in the sky, but now they don't have this ability. What is that? Dragon, it's a dragon. Where is the dragon? It's just a phantom, and there are soldiers in it. Many people saw the fast-moving green dragon phantom. Although the battle formation formed by 1,000 soldiers cannot fly, it has no problem flying on the ground, and it can rush forward hundreds of meters every time it lands. It is worth mentioning that the length of the green dragon phantom formed by 1,000 people is about 120 meters, and the diameter of the green dragon phantom is about 4 meters. It is about the same as a speeding train. Ha! The green dragon phantom passed by at a high speed on the elevated road, and many drivers were stunned. Time passed by, and the scorpion hiding underground felt that the danger had passed, so it moved again and drilled out of the ground. It takes a lot more energy to move underground.